Thus, water is carried from one place to another. You can see over here, these are the evidences of this water management body. You can see the river over here, and from here the water is carried towards the settlement. Now, this what you see, they essentially create pressure and create water columns. So that water column creates pressure by its own, and then it helps the water to move ahead. These excavations, as I told you, you also have presence of religious architecture. Sites such as Ter, Bhon, and Paune have given evidences of the Buddhist stupas. The stupas intel tell us that Buddhism was very dominant in the early historic period in Maharashtra. Uh, the caves at, say, Ajanta caves are very famous, of course, but then other caves at Bhacha, Karla, Betsa, Junnar, Gandharpa Lake, Kuda, Mandad, everywhere you see these Buddhist establishments coming up in this period, the early historic period. And a lot of donations are given to these Buddhist establishments. You have structural stupas at their bone and things like that. And probably this also tells us that there was a presence of religious economy as we have today in this region, the region of Maharashtra. These various donative inscriptions or donatory inscriptions reinforce this fact that many people probably came and visited this regularly, and an economy kind of formed around these places, which gave further impetus to the process of urbanization. In the later period, you see by around 4th, 5th century CE onwards, the Brahminical caves, though humbly, start coming up. You have caves near Shur, caves near Lanje, the caves of Katargaon, Zaude in Ratnagiri district. Very humble beginnings of the Brahminical caves. Slowly they get in more into prominence, and you have caves at in Mandapeshwar caves in Mumbai, or the famous Elephanta caves near Mumbai, the Ellora caves near Aurangabad, and so on and so forth. So this religious economy probably kind of thrived in this period and was very helpful in the entire process of urbanization. So what it tells us is basically the earlier evidence or earlier hypothesis rather of de-urbanization that took place in Indian subcontinent. That is one of the theories put forth by Professor R.S. Sharma, uh, is kind of being negated by the evidence that we are getting now. I'll talk more on that later on. So this is the evidence of religious architecture. You can see the stupa over here, another stupa at Bhon over here. You see these religious symbols over here. So all these evidences tell us about a very strong presence of organized religion. These are various brick sizes. You can see they are circulated. They range from 70 centimeter to 50 centimeter to 35 centimeter and so on and so forth. They were in thickness, they are around 15 to 20, sometimes from 25 centimeters. And in width, they are around 15 to 20 centimeters. And in length, in breadth, they are around, or in thickness, they are around 7 to 10 centimeters. These are typical early historic roof tiles. So probably these perforations were made to attach one roof tile, to tie one roof tile to another. And then we come to the ceramic assemblage. The ceramic assemblage includes the red slip ware, the coarse red ware, black and red ware, red polished ware, burnished black ware, and then of course amphorae and Megarian ware. Uh, this is a typical red polished ware jar that you have. Many times you must have seen in various icons of various deities, say for example, uh, icons of Brahma, for example, you see similar kind of picture being held by Brahma. So this is one of the earliest forms of kamandalu that you have. So these are all red slip wear, black and red wear shirts coming from Junnar. This is black and red ware. This is your red slip ware. All this is early historic pottery. This is coarse red ware. So pottery with shine, pottery with normal coarse for daily uses, specialized pottery with black inside and red outside. So all these various black pottery, all these various combinations can be seen. And in addition, you have this pottery known as amphorae coming from the coastal sites, and of course the sites like Nevasa and Ter have also yielded amphorae. Now, what are amphorae? Amphorae are specialized container vessels. They are also transport vessels. They were brought from the Roman Empire. Various areas of Roman Empire need not be directly from Rome, but from say other regions of Europe, other regions of Middle East, some parts of Africa, and so on and so forth. And they contained either olive oil or fish sauce or wines, which were kind of offloaded in on the coast and taken to the hinterland. And sometimes you also have evidences of this amphorae being refilled after you pour out the material. You refill them with spices. Such one such amphorae was found at Berenike in Egypt, along the Red Sea coast, where they found the amphora, one amphora full of long paper. Of course, this amphora must have come from the Kerala coast, but similarly, goods must have been going from Maharashtra also, because the periplus of Erythraean Sea tells us that the cities of Paitan and Ter were very important for their cloth. Especially Ter was known for its muslin cloth, which was transported to the Roman region. This is a molded pot, Megarian ware coming from the Roman world. So all the evidence of this pottery of foreign origin tells you contacts that Maharashtra had during the early historic period. Now, other finds include art objects. These objects reveal the aesthetics as well as the technology of the period. We'll come to that. Uh, not only the art objects, but also the tools and weapons, say a sword or a sickle or a simple nail, uh, will tell you about the iron technology, the kind of forging that we had, the kind of smelting technology we had, the ancient Maharashtrians had, and so on and so forth. That also tells you about the source of ore or the source of raw material used. One thing you need to understand, the fact that they were able to use iron tells us that they were very advanced in technology. Iron requires a very high temperature around 1600 degrees and a very controlled environment for its smelting. So the fact that the iron smelting was known to the early historic people tells you that okay, these people were technologically quite advanced. Uh, the terracotta figurines, which we shall see, for example, these are very small ornaments made of terracotta found at the site of uh, Bhol. These are pendants. Now see, these are pendants at the same time. They also tell you that these are Buddhist symbols. So this Sri Ratna symbol or Nandipada symbol used as pendant tells you about the religious affiliation of the people who used it and you made this. Along with that, you have beautiful small fish over here. These are semi-precious stones, beads and pendants. These are glass beads. You can see the variety of beads. These are found in the excavations at Junnar. Collared beads, gudrun beads, segmented beads coming from probably the later period, again made of glass. So this tells you that what kind of aesthetics these people had. These are terracotta beads known as the areca nut beads and small bangles that you can see over here. They look like the areca nut that we have. So these are known as areca nut beads. These are conch bangles. These are glass bangles. So you see a very rich cultural material. Now you'll ask me why we don't have gold over here. Remember one thing, gold is such a precious metal or material that it is often recycled. Gold and silver are not very frequently found. We do find gold beads and silver beads, things like that, but they are very rare. Now, this is a very interesting object. This is a rubber stone. This is a skin rubber. This is made of terracotta. Now, this is a typical early historic antiquity. This is a dice. The dice probably was used for playing Chaucer, playing for gambling. You know the famous story of Mahabharata. The similar dices were used. This is an ivory handle. Now this ivory handle is from Pompeii uh, in Rome. An identical one was found at Tyre, which is there in the Tyre Museum. So we know that ivory, the Indian artists were very famous for carving ivory, and it was sent as an object of art to Rome. These are some of the Satavahan terracottas you can see over here. Now, they were made using a double mold technique. So this is the mold that was found in one of the excavations. This is a statue of Poseidon found in Kolhapur. So similar such objects of Roman origin were also found at Kolhapur. These are Roman lamps found at Tyre. Coins, as I told you, you have coins, major source of information. So you have this Satavahan coins. This is from the Nevasa Paitran region. The typical coin. Now remember the coin of Bhadravati that you saw, which had elephant with raised trunk and tree emblem. The similar symbols were used by the Satavahanas. These are coins of the Satavahanas. You see Gajalakshmi, a very famous or popular symbol of prosperity used. These are mostly found in the Buddhist caves also and also on the coins of the Satavahanas. Now this is a very interesting coin. This coin shows a ship with double mast. This signifies the long distance trade that was there during the time of Satvana. Now, this coin belongs to one of the Satvana ruler, Yajnashri Satakarni. So this probably this coin was probably uh, minted to commemorate the long distance trade with the Rome. So this also tells you that how this trade was important for the Satvanas, for the ruling dynasties then. And then you have coins of the Satvanas and coin of the rivals, the Western Kshatrapas or the Ksharatas, the famous king of Napan called Napan, who was an arch rival of the Satvahanas. Then these are the coins of the Satvahanas, coins of Vasishtiputra Satakarni, Vasishtiputra Pulumavi, the coins of the Ksharatas, the Nahapanas, the predecessors, coins of Agudaka, and you have the coin of Nahapan over here with his face on one side and his symbol, dynastic symbol, on the other. And here you have coin of Nahapan, which was counterstruck by his arch rival Gautamiputra Satakarni. Now Gautamiputra Satakarni definitely defeated Nahapan, which is corroborated by the evidence coming from coins and also from inscription. In his Nasik cave number 3 inscription, his son, Gautamiputra's son, Vasishtiputra Pulumavi, tells us about the victory over Nahapan. This is coin of Chashtana. Nahapana's not successor, but the dynasty changed. The Kardamaka dynasty, which started ruling Maharashtra after the Satavahanas, and these are the coins of the Kardamaka rulers. And now we come to the late historical and medieval archaeology. Now, late historical or medieval archaeology still is in an incipient stage in Maharashtra. Where I can also say that it is in an incipient state in India even today. because most of the scholars so far concentrate mostly on the proto-historic or the prehistoric period, and if not so, then on the early historic period. Again, because the history, quote unquote, again dominates in the late historical and medieval period. So most of the scholars concentrated on the documentary evidence or literary evidence to understand the late historical period. Very few efforts have been made so far to understand the late historical and medieval period from the archaeological point of view. As well as I would say that we know the entire genealogies of these kings, so be it the Rashtrakutas or the Gurdjara Pratiharas or talk about the Shilaharas. We know all the genealogies. We know that there were three branches of the Shilaharas, the one ruled from North Konkan, South Konkan, from Kolhapur region, from Karad region, so on and so forth. But we do not know about anything about the town planning. We have evidences of town planning coming from their copper plates. We know that their capital was Shristhanak of modern day Thana near Mumbai, north of Mumbai. But we do not know how their houses were made. We do not know how their potteries were made. Very little is known for about this period. Same is the case with the medieval period. If I talk about the Nizam Shahs and the Adil Shahs or the Bahmanis or the Marathas, we all know about their forts. We all know about their wars, their battles, and the region that they ruled, all through their documents and the forts that are standing today. But hardly any settlement is found on the forts. Hardly any excavations have been carried out on the forts. So we do not know what kind of utensils the medieval people used, what kind of structures they had, what kind of settlement pattern they had. And remember one thing, as and how the society starts becoming more and more complex with many factors coming in, not only the economic or political, but also the social factors coming in, the caste system becoming more and more rigid, it all has an impact and effect on the settlement pattern. But we hardly know anything about this period as regards these things are concerned. So all this is reflected in the the lack of data that we have of this period. What kind of information that we have? Say, for example, Chinchli copper plates talk about Sanjan. Now, Sanjan is a site which was excavated by World Zarathustra Cultural Foundation. The director of excavation was Dr. Kudush Dalal. I was part of the team. And we found a very thriving urban settlement over there, uh, which is kind of corroborated by one of the copper plates found at Chinchli, which talk about a very thriving cosmopolitan metropolis. And the governor of that metropolis was a Tajik governor called Madhumati, which is a Sanskritized name of Muhammad. So all these things, again, a travelogue by Al-Masudi talk about Chaul in a similar fashion. It tells us, now this again is of 9th century. The copper plates again are of 9th century. They tell us that the Chaul was a cosmopolitan center with people from various faiths and beliefs lived happily together. Uh, all this coming from the inscriptional evidence or from the literary evidence. Now, when we excavated Chaul, again by the Deccan College and Mandad, kind of jointly by India Study Center and Deccan College, so you found evidence of long distance trade with Africa. Now, the long distance trade with Rome was an expired chapter, but trade with Africa, with Middle East, with Southeast Asia was still on. So, for example, you have this amphorae. Apart from amphorae, as I told you earlier, we also have later forms of this amphora known as the torpedo jars, which start coming up in around 7th century onwards. You have pottery from West Asia, pottery called as the turquoise glazed uh, here, and the hatched sgraffiatoware. Both these potteries coming from uh, Iran, modern day Iran. We also have, apart from these two, we also have pottery coming from Iraq, with the Baghdad Basra region, the tin glazer, and so on and so forth. So all this tells you now this pottery is from China. Not all of them could be from China. Now, this is what I mean. I said that hardly anything is known about this period, in the sense that we know that this pottery appears to be of the Ming period and it looks like the Ming pottery. But its chemical analysis will tell us whether this is coming from China or this is an imitated pottery coming from West Asia. Remember one thing, that West Asia also imitated pottery, or this pottery is coming from Southeast Asia, say from Thailand or from Korea or from other places in Southeast or East Asia. This needs to be probed. Now, we don't have enough material to tell you about this at this juncture. Very little is worked on this pottery. So we just have this blue and white porcelain known as Ming pottery or stoneware or Celadon ware. We do not know anything about this pottery Yeah. So I was talking about the long distance trade. We have these small microbeads coming from Chole excavations. The chemical analysis of the trace element analysis of these beads tell us that these beads were found at Chaul, and they were also found at a Kenyan site of Mtwapa. So the beads from Mpwappa were essentially chemically analyzed along with the beads from Chaul, and we found that the beads from Chaul were exported to Mpwappa, a site in Kenya. So not only in West Asia or in Southeast Asia, we also have connections. We also had connections in Africa in this period. So all this period, the medieval period, needs to be further probed in this connection. So to summarize, we can say that the historical period in Maharashtra was a very hectic period. Uh, it was the period that witnessed emergence and decline of cities, emergence of new urban centers. These are political urban centers, or religious, or and economic. This emergence was the result of very many factors such as trade, religion, political stability, uh, which of course were interdependent. After the end of the early historic phase, by around 5th century CE, during the time of the Vakatakas, we need more archaeological data to understand the changing nature of the society. As I told you, the society is becoming more and more complex. We have more and more information coming from various sources. So that needs to be gleaned, that needs to be understood in the archaeological context. So a holistic approach which includes studies in epigraphy, numismatics. Now remember one thing, that numismatics again needs to be understood in the earliest, late historical and early medieval context. Not coins of the Rashtrakutas, the coins of the Shilaras are now coming up. They are beginning to surface now. So the earlier notion that they didn't have any coinage in the early medieval period or the late historical period uh, is again now not accepted by the scholars. So we need to work on the coins of the Vakatakas, which are found in the excavations at Nakardhan, the coins of the Rashtrakutas found in the excavations at Sanjan, coins of the Chalukyas, coins of the Shilaras need to be understood. So the numismatic evidence, the art and architecture evidence, along with archaeological explorations and excavations, assisted by studies in texts and documents, will be helpful in understanding the character of this region and to understand the archaeology of this region in the historical period. This will basically tell us about how this character called Maharashtra was built through ages, what kind of uh, challenges it survived, what kind of challenges it overcame, and why we are today the way we are. Thank you. Yeah.
I request
Okay.
Dr. Pushkar Soni to give the concluding remarks on Dr. Dandekar's lecture.
Of course. So let us thank Dr. Dandekar, who couldn't be here but managed to send a recorded talk. The question students always ask is, where does archaeology end and history begin? And that is not the right kind of question, because both of them can deal with all periods. Of course, history has limitations because if you don't have writing, you cannot call it technically history. But broadly, history as a study of all the past does encompass and the period that we call a prehistoric period as well. And archaeology and history look at different sources, they are different disciplines. And because they look at different sources with different methods, the kinds of narratives that they come up with might be at odds with each other, which is not to say that one of them is necessarily wrong and the other is right. We can have multiple narratives about the same site, something we've forgotten to do. And therefore, historical archaeology is one of those places where you will have multiple narratives. And without privileging one of them, you can figure out ways in which they can happily coexist or sometimes unhappily coexist. But in any case, I'm very happy to have questions if anybody has any. Dr. Dandekar is not here to answer them, but Dr. Garge is, Dr. Kanitkar, Dr. Dalal. So we have a lot of people who can field questions, even if the speaker himself is not present. No? It's too early in the morning.
I think I heard you on the question.
No. I have no question right now.
Next time, we should have one multiple answer sheet out here, and if you don't fill it, you won't get lunch, at least for students. But anyway, interestingly, yesterday we also spoke about medieval archaeology, and today we saw a recorded presentation on historical archaeology. We wanted to form a society for medieval archaeology, and the heated debate took place over when medieval period starts. So 2 hours debate, we could not conclude. Somebody wanted to start it at 6th century AD. Few people had opinion that we should start with 12th century AD.
I think we should call it the second millennium archaeology.
Yeah, but at that point of time, society could not be established for this reason. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning once again, everybody. The day 2 session starts with preserving heritage in cultural institutions. We have all the speakers here. I request Dr. Tejas Garge, Ms. Ruta Wagmare, Mr. Raju Sutar, Dr. Kurush Dalal, and Ms. Ruta Wagmare to come on the dais along with the moderator Madhura Vaikar.
When was it downloaded, do you know?
The day you sent it.
Can I just check it quickly? Is it possible?
I request everyone to settle down, please. Our today's session moderator is Madhura Vairkar, and she is an independent museum consultant. Her expertise lie in museum management, exhibition, curation, and research. She is working in this sector since 2006 and have worked with some prestigious museums of India. One of them is Piramal Museum, Dr. Bauda Lad, and recently she served with Museum of Art and Photography, popularly known as MAP in Bangalore. I request Ms. Madhura Vairkar to open the session.
Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to moderate this session with friends, colleagues, and mentors. I have Dr. Kurush Dalal here as a panelist. I thank Dr. Tejas Garge of the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, Government of Maharashtra, Dr. Supriya Rai, and Dr. Pallavi Nalavde Zambe of the Somaiya University. Maharashtra has a rich and diverse cultural heritage, and museums, archives, and galleries play a vital role in preserving it. Today, we have a representation of government museums, private patrons, and archives who will delve into the different aspects and purposes of a museum or a cultural institution. We'll look into museums being alternate places of education, understand the idea of collection and collecting, concepts of tangible and intangible heritage, the importance of other histories, the challenges museums face today, and the possible solutions to overcome them. Lastly, what will the State Museum of Maharashtra look like? With this, let's begin with the session. Please note that what we'll do is we'll hold a Q&A after each speaker presents. And I'll start with a few questions, but I will encourage every one of you to actually also ask questions to the speakers. Over to you, Dr. Garge.
Yes, sir. I'll quickly introduce you in short, though everyone knows you, but there are few young scholars who would like to know more about you. Dr. Garge is the director of Directorate of Archaeology Museums, Government of Maharashtra. He is a popular archaeologist, but his interest lies in museums, exhibitions, Indian art, and he has been very, rightly helping all young scholars to, be in such platforms. This whole conference was his idea, and we look forward to hear about him. And he's been, as a committee member, as a trustee on a lot of various platforms associated with museums. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. A little goof up. There's another Tejas besides me in this conference, so his presentation was on. But anyway, thank you Somaiya Institute for this wonderful venue and wonderful hospitality. So let me keep it very basic and simple. Most of our audience is students, and I think not too many of them are exposed to the antiquarian wealth that state archaeology has got. As you can see earlier, this was Directorate of Archives and Monuments, and in 77 there was a separate directorate created in name of archaeology and museums. So since 77, we are looking after the protected monuments by state, and we have 13 museums to conserve, preserve loose objects that we designate as antiquities. As I mentioned, there are 13 museums, and very interestingly, some of the museums have been passed on to us through our colonial masters. And some of them is a legacy by princely states, and few museums have come up after independence period. So this paper essentially revolves around existing conditions, ideas of bringing museums in Maharashtra on a common platform, developing a calendrical activities with university departments, colleges, schools, promote development based on research, and promote museums as cultural spaces. So these are the 13 museums under the Directorate of Archaeology. I'll go geographically. So let's start with Konkan. We have this beautiful building known as Thiba Palace, which was built for residence of king in exile from Burma. Our Bahadur Shah Zafar was in Burma and Burmese king was here. So not too many people are aware about this fact. So he got his palace built. So there was a British architect who designs a lot of Victorian buildings in British colonial buildings in Mumbai. The same architect was responsible for this design based on inputs from King Thiba. So after independence, this building essentially served as collector's residence or collector's office. Then it was turned into a government college, and finally, due to public pressure, it was converted into museum. So we have few objects related to Thiba, his items of daily usage, some furniture, and then there is a collection of sculptures from Konkan region. And we are still building up these museums. Recently we found petroglyphs and many prehistoric sites in Konkan. So we are coming up with new display galleries starting from prehistory, then a bit of proto-history in Konkan, as this is the recent added chapter in the history of Konkan, then historical and medieval galleries. There's a dedicated gallery for ships also. So some skilled models of ships belonging to Maratha and colonial origin is ready with us. And I think within a year you will see Thiba Palace in new shape. And we'll be also attempting to recreate one of the caves which we excavated in digital format at Thiba Palace. Then let us come to another museum which is based at Nasik. This is a very mixed ensemble. There are a lot of items which were seized from customs department, and they were stacked at headquarters, and they kept adding. So there was no space to keep these antiquities. So from Mumbai, this strange ensemble was shifted to Nasik, and out of that we have curated this museum. So mostly there are sculptures of Jain and Hindu origin, and there are some weaponaries, and interestingly there is a sculpture from Uttar Pradesh also. And now this is housed in a place called Sarkarwada, which is a Peshwa era monument, and which was quite in dilapidated condition, and conservation work is still in progress, and we hope to complete this museum in next 2 to 3 years. And now we are also using this newly conserved space to hold exhibitions, cultural programs. This year we are in 100th anniversary of Kumar Gandharva's birth. So we also held a classical concert dedicated to Kumar Gandharva in this space. Then there is another regional museum at Aurangabad, Sonari Mahal. This is again creation of post-independence period, and this is essentially dedicated to artifacts from Marathwada. So you have this n number of galleries, including painting galleries, utensils, satvahana, sculpture gallery, wooden carvings, metal objects, and weapon gallery at Sonari Mahal. So this is again a collection of various objects, essentially from Marathwada region. And interestingly, there is a Satvahana site at Paithan, and one gentleman called Balasaheb Patil, who had collected n number of decorated objects from Mount, and he donated those objects to government, and now there is a dedicated museum in his name. So mostly these are terracotta objects, very few stone sculptures, and few ivory and shell objects, essentially dedicated to Satvahana period. But strangely, there is not even a single textile. And recently, one very known fashion designer from Pune happened to study our collection of textiles across our state museums. And even to my surprise, we found that we have some of the best Paithanis in the country of trophy quality, which he has seen with either royalty or in some of the museums in Paris or New York. So we'll be having a dedicated conference on Paithanis. We'll be ensembling all the Paithanis with State Museum at Paithan. And we are also acquiring some of the old Paithanis with people, and we will be having a dedicated separate gallery in Paithan Museum for Paithanis, and we hope to complete that in coming year. And Siddkhet Raja is quite known and famous space. Lot of medieval monuments and antiquities, right from Yadav period Putla Baro to Maratha. You have famous Lakhoji Raja Jadhav Samadhi and Lakhoji Raja Jadhav Wada, where Jiza Mata's birth took place. So there are n number of monuments at Siddkhet Raja, and that town is littered with antiquities. And our monument attendants and others, they kept collecting these, and finally a museum came into existence. Till 3 years back, it was in Lakhoji Raja Jadhav Wada, and recently we have shifted it to a new building inside Kalakot. And again, this will be another museum dedicated to Maratha history soon. And still this is under conceptualization. And again, within 2 to 3 years, this museum will be fully functional as a museum dedicated to Maratha history. And Dr. Dandekar just showed this particular figure. Unfortunately, that ivory is not with us, but it is with the private collector. Late Ramlingappa Lamture is another gentleman who collected a lot of objects from there and donated to government museum, and out of which now this museum is there. So mostly dedicated to Satvahana artifacts. And of course, you can see condition of the building. So luckily government accepted our proposal for new building, and 16 crores have been sanctioned for this, and new building is under construction. And again, within 2 to 3 years, I hope that this would be functional. And now we are also taking into consideration that besides display galleries, we are also keeping a lot of interactive spaces where such conferences could be held, or such classrooms could be held. If there are study tours, there is a proper space to cater students inside the museum. Now let's jump to another museum. So these antiquities were taken as a loan, long-term loan from CSMVS Museum, Mumbai, and a couple of private collections were clubbed with this. And then there is a dedicated museum of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj in Satara for weapons. And recently we have started conserving all this metal weaponry and some of the glass paintings that we have at Satara. Again, interesting story. The building was old, so a proposal of new building was sanctioned, and by the time construction was completed, it was taken over by the medical department during COVID times. And again, district collector of Satara gave this to medical college, and they asked us to make proposal for new building again. So we had to fight with revenue department and so on. Now this building is back with us. So now, luckily, a tender is also sanctioned. So we are doing interiors, and soon this museum will be functional. Most importantly, the Gadi of Satara is stored in that museum. So from emotional point of view, this is quite important. These are some of the other collections of Satara Museum. This is the crowning jewel with state archaeology in form of Bhavani Library and Museum at Aun. When I joined as director, मला असा मनापासून आनंद होता की अरे औंधचं म्युझियम आता आपल्याकडे, बिकॉज इट्स extremely rich in collections. Not too many museums in India have 15th century European paintings. So, and when Balasaheb Pantapratinidhi he visited Europe, he collected antique paintings and antiques from Europe. He also collected some contemporary art, and he had this genuine wish की आपल्या रयतेला कलेची ओळख व्हावी, त्यांनी कलागुणांची उपासना करावी. So you will see all this southern Maharashtra, Satara, Kolhapur, Sangli has rich tradition of art. Even many of the modern artists are coming from that region. I think that is the seed sown by these princely states and these wise people. And now we are seeing a lot of creativity, a lot of art flowing in, because traditions were set way back in 20th century. And there's a famous sculptor Henry Moore's work, Mother and Child. It is also in Aun Museum. There's a very small museum at Sangli because we have a cramped space just besides this Darbar Hall, and some of the famous paintings are stacked here, including Rajkanya Daan by Muller, or this wedding ceremony by Dhurandhar, or this is copy of Shabri sculpture. This is also this also needs a better space, and we are looking for a space, and we hope to have a separate space for this soon. There is another interesting space which has come up in post-independence period in form of town hall at Kolhapur. It looks like a Scottish building lifted from Scotland and kept in Kolhapur, and with beautiful interiors, thankfully restored in correct way, serves as the main gallery for Kolhapur. And this was essentially created to house artifacts from Brahmapuri excavation. And again, Abhijit referred to the famous Poseidon, and it is from Kolhapur. So right from artifacts of 2nd century BC, we have paintings of contemporary times in Kolhapur. So the chronological range of Kolhapur collection is great. So this is for the first time so this is that famous Poseidon found at Brahmapuri excavations. So this is for the first time we carried out a 3D scanning project at Kolhapur, and we'll be replicating this soon for all museums across Maharashtra. And we have also launched an app called Maha Museums. Please go to Google Play Store, download that app. It has got very basic information about each museum, and some of the artifacts that we have 3D scanned Those are also available there. And I think Tejas Diwan will be giving a separate presentation on this afternoon. Let's go to another museum in Kolhapur. That is the Chandrakant Mandre Kala Sanghalaya. So Chandrakant Mandre was a known film actor and he was also a painter. So he did some wonderful watercolors, poster shading, and he donated his entire works to government of Maharashtra along with the house he was residing in. So now this house is with government and we are taking care of all the collections by Chandrakant Mandre. The largest collection that we have is the Central Museum Nagpur. This has come to us as a colonial legacy. This is one of the oldest museum in India because you can see the concept itself, it came in 1863. So quite old museum, and as the name says, Central Museum, it has got collections of areas from Central India all over. So you have a geological and prehistoric gallery, animal gallery, birds and reptile gallery, arts and craft gallery, sculpture gallery, weapons gallery, archaeology gallery, tribal art and culture gallery. And now recently we have opened one new Nagpur Tricentenary Gallery and Painting Gallery. These are some of the glimpses of artifacts from Kolhapur. Again, you can make out that there's a Lajja gallery dating back to 2nd century BC, and there's a contemporary painting. It's a very famous painting in the central that we have, Niranjani by Hardankar. The tribal art. And lastly, we have a museum at Mahur. And very interestingly, one monument attendant who was posted here, he started collecting objects and he kept stacking them inside a protected monument. It was so much that we had to convert that space into museum. So the gentleman named Ramakonda, he converted this Hatti Khana practically into museum. But again, with some political support, an extension was added, and there is a lot of existence of Banjara population around. So even one gallery dedicated to their culture was added to this museum, and the inauguration was pending for so long. So in 2017, we invited this retired gentleman, Ramakonda, and he inaugurated that museum. None of our museums had souvenir shops. So at Nagpur we have started this. In Aun we now have souvenir shop, and soon I think souvenir shops will be there across Maharashtra in all 13 museums. And we hope to have some online sale also of these artifacts. Then a project of high resolution photography of all artifacts will take place soon. And I think besides Chandrakant Mandre, there was not even a single catalog. I think all museums, it is like house of knowledge. It has not been exploited by the scholars. And even government never thought of bringing out catalogs, which is essential part of any government functioning or any professional museum functioning. So there are about 3 catalogs ready, and soon we'll be publishing them. Tie-ups, collaborations, partnerships. We are lucky to have CSMVS as the guiding institution with us. We did collaborate them for Museum on Wheels. Their Museum on Wheels came to our museum, and we had tie-ups with district education officer. So at some spaces wherever they had school buses, they got the schools to our museum to see this bus. So ह्या बसच्या निमित्तानं त्यांना आमचंही म्युझियम पाहिलं. This was one factor. And secondly, we could take that bus for certain school who had no facilities of school bus or municipal schools or some of the schools in slums. So it was great success. We could reach almost to 7.5 lakh people, students, through this activity. And I think I keep on looking at syllabus of my kids, and there's nothing local. If you're staying in Bombay, you don't find existence of Bombay's history or anything in textbooks. And I think it is difficult also. If you're introducing statewide curriculums, it's hard to have local flair district wise. So I think we need to invite schools and we need to create separate areas dedicated to those regions or those districts where schools can come, and whatever is not in the syllabus, we could expose the children to the local history through dedicated galleries. And I think government museums need to do it, because rest of the museums, they are quite thematic, or they have a general collection. But I think this is our moral duty to cater to the educational field. So since past 4 or 5 years, we have started celebrating World Heritage Day or Museum Day by holding competitions and interactive programs where students are participating in large number. And even parents, they find it amusing that, oh, such museum exists in our town. And they know because of their kids. So that is a good change, that the museum is also bringing parents back to the cultural spaces. So this is how we propose to go ahead in future: collaboration, partnerships and dialogue, digitalization, publication of data in form of e-books and catalogs, better types with educational department, curriculum based activity designing. We need to have more and more MOUs with university departments. We have already proposed a scheme of scholarship and will be also giving award to a senior scholar, lifetime achievement award in the name of late Sadashiv Gorakshakar. And tie-ups with cultural organizations is pretty important. And I think there are some good examples already set with Ratnagiri Art Circle, Pancham Nishad. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, there should be a dedicated corner for the children. And most importantly, how we can bring back families to the museums. I had some wonderful memories of coming to or going to museums with my parents. Can we bring that culture again? And I think most of us go to malls or cinema halls or restaurants. But let's choose museum as part of family activity. And now I'll quickly flip through the slides of State Museum. I was shocked to know that there is no State Museum of Maharashtra. A few years back, I was in Bihar and I was amazed to see the new Bihar Museum that they have created. And we keep on talking about Maharashtra being a developed state and Bihar being a Bimaru state. But I think Bihar has done a better justice to their culture. They have invested about 600 crores 10 years back in creation of Bihar Museum. So I have no shame in saying that I was inspired from Bihar. Mumbai is taking inspiration from Bihar, that let's have a state museum here. All right. And luckily this was also accepted by our political authorities with the same punchline, sir, Bihar मध्ये असू शकतं, आपल्याकडे का नाही असू शकत? So that dialogue was bought, and luckily a proposal is sanctioned. No, then the government procedure followed. There was a committee, Dr. Dalal was there, and few of the people who are sitting here, they were part of the committee. So it was COVID time, so we held online meetings. Deliberations are available on YouTube. We invited suggestions from public, and after incorporating everything, we propose something on these lines. it should have dedicated galleries for the geography, geology, natural history. Then we come to our regular segments of prehistoric Maharashtra, proto-historic Maharashtra, and we wish to recreate some of the houses of Inamgao, probably indoors, and then the galleries in chronological order of historical period, Satvahan, Vakatak, Rashtrakoot, Chalukya, and for except Rashtrakuta period, we have plenty of artifacts in our museum. So we could create a proper displays and information. So this is one of the important aspect of Maharashtra's culture will be also reflected in State Museum, and it will be more interactive and in digital format. So then, of course, followed by Sultanate and Mughal period. Then Shivakal is very important, without which you cannot really complete history of Maharashtra. A Peshwa period. Then there's a very important phase of social reformers in Maharashtra, due to which we have altogether different identity in country. So there will be a gallery dedicated to the social reformers, and of course freedom fighters. And we also propose to have a chief minister's gallery, and it will be on the lines of Madame Tussauds. You can click selfies with your favorite chief ministers. And of course the Bharat Ratna or Maharashtra Bhushan, very important figures from Maharashtra. Of course, we want to have a dedicated gallery on industry and trade, Bollywood and drama, the tribal gallery, culture, textiles, music tradition, visual arts, crafts, modern art, and of course we want to have a lot of new technology and immersive experiences. There will be a lot of interaction, so it should be engaging with a lot of open spaces. In Bihar Museum, I have literally seen parents trying to drag out kids from those digging trenches or interactive spaces. Then it should be disabled friendly. And well, thank you so much for patient listening, and I thank Tejaswini Afre for helping me with presentation, and I thank my organization for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Garge. Can we have some questions now? Yeah. Okay, I would like to. You want to stand there? There's a mic.
There is a mic.
I am. Okay, I thought we could start because we have a lot of students here. I thought we could start with the most basic things. You spoke about acquisitions. For me as well, that was a very exciting thing because to have new objects being acquired in a state museum, I think that's a big deal to hear. So can you talk to us about acquisitions?
Right. For government of Maharashtra, the only policy of acquisition was by donation. कोणी आम्हाला दान म्हणून दिलं तर आम्ही घेत होतो. Barring that, we used to purchase the top-notch artwork by Bombay Art Society. Whomsoever is medal winner, we used to purchase that art, and we sent proposal to ministry on similar lines, but it was not accepted. But anyway, now for the State Museum and for the rest of the museums, we have proposed a new acquisition policy. First, by donation. Second, by purchase. Third, we will be also making a panel of auctioning houses or antique sellers. And fourth, with private negotiations. It may not be in form of purchase, but there will be certain financial implications on government. That will involve long-term lease. Usually, it is in the memory of some person. So we have to. Recently, I can declare this on this platform. Recently, we acquired artworks of famous artist Ravi Paranspe, and they did not expect any money, but government paid for its restoration, transport, framing, and we have agreed upon celebration of his birth and death anniversary by organizing some program in his memory. So he will be having some long-term expenditure, but his family did not expect anything out of that. So we have created these 4 modes, and some of them we have also put them in practice. So we hope to get them certified by state government soon. So it will be part of our regular practice.
Okay, that's great to know. Actually, just connecting to what you already said, you have 13 museums. Obviously, carrying those objects, moving those objects itself is a big challenge, because we know within a single space it is how challenging it can be. So how do you manage? What are your policies and guidelines for that? And what is the kind of training that you provide to your teams?
No, frankly, there are certain age-old good practices set in good old days, and they are still being practiced at places like Nagpur or own museum. You have to see the accession register. If at all they are moving something from reserve gallery, so there are certain standard practices which they follow. But there's a lack of modernization, so they definitely need training, more care in handling objects. And we are facing acute shortage of manpower. A couple of times CSMVS, they offered us training, but we had nobody to send. There are 6 posts of curators which are vacant. And I'm still pursuing for last 4 years to fill them through MPSC. But I'm hoping that government has announced that they will be filling up 75,000 posts soon. So I hope to get few posts in that storm.
So how does this really impact your overall work? Bringing in new exhibitions, or what you spoke about outreach.
No, we barely exist. We barely manage to exist, frankly. But luckily, I think my staff was dumped in a space without any public interaction, and those spaces were standstill. So the idea of this celebrating events was quite welcomed by them. They were ready to take extra burden, where they could see new faces in the museums, there's some movement, some celebration. So it was no more dead space for them. So even I was surprised to find response from my own people, to whom I was actually overburdening. But it was quite well taken by them, and I'm really thankful to my staff for that.
Great. But Dr. Garge, it always, whenever I visit, I love the Bhavani Museum. It's one of my favorite museums in India. My question is, that appears in my mind always, is, okay, we know that these are our challenges, but is there a way, while we are waiting for the governments to actually open these vacancies, are there different ways of engaging with people and bringing them on board? For example, what you said about CSMVS Museum and your partnership with the museum bus. Similar to that, would you consider something like a public-private partnership or something, because ultimately it is also about getting the skilled people in place, right? And many a times, the vacancies are not as frequent, so not at all times you're going to get good people as well. So what do you think about that?
So I think for day-to-day management, we are barely managing with the existing staff. But when it comes to something like conservation, we have started empaneling private conservators. And by the process of tender, we have set up very stringent norms. Basically degree in conservation, hands-on experience, and previous projects. So we have set up very stringent criteria. And now through process of tenders, we have started this conservation works. So though we don't have expert manpower within department, at least for conservation works, we are getting best from the private lot. And though projects are not of great magnitude, but they're serving museum well. And I think uh, some of the experiences of having projects of object conservation in bulk haven't resulted into something good. So let's do it piece by piece, peacefully, and let's have good results.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we are opening the questions for all audiences. Dr. Kanekar would like to ask. Anyone? Oh yeah, that lady has a question.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to ask that in many countries outside India, we see that the houses or the residences of the artists or the poets are converted into museums. And you also mentioned about Chandrakant Mandre, who gave away his residence and his collection to government. So are there any other examples where the entire house of the artist in India is converted into museum? And if not, is it possible, or what are the reasons why it has not been done yet?
Okay, we have House of Ram Ganesh Gadkari
Okay.
as a protected monument. But there are not too many objects related to his memory so that we could convert that into a museum. It's simply a protected space. But that's a good idea. And I think it is part of our cultural space.
Absolutely.
But still government has to recognize that this is also part of archaeology. The file, why it was rejected, saying that these are modern works created, put in the exhibition of Bombay Art Society, and does not come under preview of archaeology. So, and so we need to convince our political and bureaucratic masters in a better way. And I think even the Directorate of Museums has a more wider role to play. Right now it is stuck with archaeology. If somebody approached me that I want to open a museum of bikes. All right, he had about 500 bikes, and they do not come under the definition of antiquity. So I couldn't help him much. But that opened altogether new thought process that there could be. Then we started collecting data over the museums in Maharashtra. Such a wide subjects are dealt by people. And many museums in Nasik, I visited Museum of Medical College. Then there are so many museums dedicated to different subjects. So I think museum has a much more wider definition beyond archaeology. And though I am an archaeologist, I am of opinion that it should be separated from archaeology. It has got much wider scope.
Thank you, sir.
Any more? There. Excuse me. There's a lady behind.
Hello, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm a student of MAAIC from Xavier's, and I personally feel that there are a lot of students in Maharashtra and even beyond who wish to be a part of the process of cultural heritage appreciation and conservation. So you mentioned in the beginning that the directorate is planning on collaborating with universities. So could you maybe elaborate a little bit on how the directorate plans on, letting students be a part of the process as such?
Right. Basically, Directorate of Archaeology is planning to conduct excavations across the state, and we have 6 different assistant directorates. So they will initiate excavation proposal. Administration and finances will be provided by the state government, and university or college will provide intellectual side. And it will also provide hands-on experience to the students. They will participate in excavation programs, and we are also thinking of opening volunteership in museums. So that will also provide first-hand experience for students to work under museums, and will provide certificate for that. So that will also help them to have a better job scenario. And that is how we are planning as a first phase. And we have also announced scholarships. Uh, Soon there will be advertisement in the paper. Anybody who is registered for PhD, give a careful attention that if you are recommended by your head of the department, will consider you for a fixed amount of scholarship of 2.5 lakhs. Anything more?
Great initiative. Okay, any more questions you have? There. After this, I think we'll take Dr. Kanitkar's question and then we'll move on to the next session.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for the presentation and in fact this entire session and conference. So my question was related to the buildings of museums. I mean, it was nice to see that you indicated architectural influences. And it is very obvious that these are also historic buildings. And very often, the requirements of museum are quite opposite of requirements of these historic buildings. So are there any conscious efforts going on to balance the both?
Right. Thank you. See, initially, most of our museum buildings were listed under PWD, and they were taking repair works as per their norms and their understanding of those buildings. So I could see introduction of those paver blocks in Aun and so many odd repair works. So now we have taken a policy decision that we will plan conservation or repair of these buildings through our conservation architects only. So initially they will prepare an estimate for conservation, and at Aun we have taken a very bold decision of preparation of a single project headed by a conservation architect who will look into conservation as well as conservation of building as well as conservation of objects and upgradation and redesigning of the entire space. So I think in future it will be well taken care of, and I think in Thiba you must have experienced firsthand that we have engaged conservation architect, and probably you're the part of it, and so I think people like you will give better justice to that space, and you will see that as a part of routine practice in coming few years. आता कानिटकर मॅडम खूप वेळ थांबल्या आहेत त्या सॉरी मग मागे देतो.
Thank you. I'm an ancient monument myself, almost, but I had two or three questions, depending upon the time. First is because the Panta Pratinidhi was so, before the purses were, abolished, he had contracted with a Hungarian stained glass maker. That is probably known. That is Polanyi. And he had gone to the stage where he had prepared, what are called cartoons. Cartoons is a wrong, cartoons, the meaning is they make a painting, detailed painting, decided on which stained glass pieces, which color, etc. Now those are in the collection, in the storage of the Victoria and Albert Museum. And surprisingly, because Panta Pratinidhi had sponsored them, he had specified, there is one of Kalyancha Subhidharachi soon. There's one of Bhavani appearing to Jizabai in her dream. There's a couple more, and they are published in Mark. I can send you the details. But is it possible, in digital form at least, to have them here?
Definitely.
That is one question.
Right.
Second question is, some of the privately owned museums like Dinkar Kelkar, I do not know how they manage, and they have a fantastic collection. Is it possible to bring them under you?
First of all, let me clarify that Kelkar is not a private museum.
Oh, sorry.
Well, many people think that Kelkar Museum is a private entity, but it is not. It is something called as Association of Persons supported by government. So we do pay rent to Kelkars per annum, plus their salaries. So practically they had
Okay.
donated entire collection to the government, but government did not have space at that point of time. So they agreed upon keeping those objects with caretakers only, and government is paying them rent.
Okay.
So that's the
No,
system in
in that case,
existence.
I thought, because I didn't see it in the list. Anyway,
No, it is not a government museum, but
Okay.
it is supported by government.
okay. I have one last question. It's not really a question, but it's an anecdote. You mentioned about the maintenance of register. And yesterday in my presentation, I showed the Pawai inscription. Now, can I take 2 minutes to? Okay. See, it was because my husband wasn't from IIT and I had gone there and they approached me to look for this stele. And they said they had collected it, cleaned it, and submitted it to the government. But because the government doesn't have a, Maharashtra government didn't have a museum, and they were not about to, I don't think, my comments, this is, I don't know, want to give it to a private museum like CSMVS. So what to do? So they had it shipped to Nagpur with no record. At least I couldn't find it. I scoured the place because it was supposed to have gone to Elphinstone College as part of the archives or something. And I think there is a little Gadegar type thing, so somebody, some MLA, whoever was visiting, he says, what is this obscene thing doing in an educational institute? So it was shipped to Nagpur. I had gone to Nagpur, not knowing this. I had gone to Nagpur. Fortunately for me, the lights were out. I mean, I entered, and then suddenly electricity was gone. So they said, you have to clear out. And I am Koknasta Brahmin. I said, 5 rupees, you'll charge me again. I'm not going out. So they put me in the courtyard. And I'm going through the courtyard, and I see because I've seen the photos of this. So I said, this is it. They have no knowledge of what it is. So then I went back and forth, and now I'm sure it is labeled. But this list is very important.
Even to my surprise, I found a different system of cataloging in each museum. There's no uniformity across the state. We introduced it, but then it was a bit chaotic. So for a moment we have stopped. But we'll be digitally documenting all the antiquities on similar format soon.
My question is on behalf of all students. Actually, can you tell there is any platform or something where students will get all the information regarding the upcoming vacancies are in museums? That is my first question. And as we know, there are different types of functions in museums, like curating, cataloging, collection management, conservation. So there are large number of scope for the students also. But the problem is students will not get these type of information in any of the platform. So I would like to ask you that, is there any platform where students will get to know about the information regarding these vacancies and some guidance from the scholars also, so that they will be successful in their career, and so that, like that, yeah. Thank you.
So there's a website dedicated to culture department, which is in progress and it will be launched soon. That website will have information about advertisement of new posts and so on. But government posts usually they are filled through MPSC or through departmental exams. So they are very well in public domain. Once government post is published, you will see it in newspapers. There's ample information. You don't see it because it is not published yet. So just give us some time. Within a year, there'll be vacancies advertised soon. But you have to realize that there are very limited vacancies in terms of numbers across the state. And government is not really ready to increase this number for some reasons. And only way out is outsourcing. So students can also have a good career as a private conservator with some private people who are into documentation of museum objects. And they can start off with some private people who are working with government museums as contractor to document these objects or conserve these objects. Then with that experience, they can try for permanent jobs or work on similar lines.
Okay, just to add in to what Dr. Garge is saying, see, the thing is also the museum sector is not very organized. I mean, we've come a long way since probably a decade or so, but we still have a long way to go. Yet, there are quite a few opportunities. What will be good to also look at is other local museums in your vicinity. Say, for example, if you're in Mumbai, go and meet probably someone from the Bhaudaji Art Museum or somewhere like CSMVS, or there are other projects as well. There are people in private sector who are into digitization, documentation. Probably what can also be the thing to do is to ask for volunteering opportunities, be a docent. Okay, being a museum docent sometimes really helps. You know, you can just do that in your free time. They'll give you slots and probably, you know, through mutual discussions. So there are ways. And also, you know, there are Facebook pages. It's actually, I would suggest you all to be a little more active on social media as well, so that you all are able to see opportunities. And there are opportunities coming up. Probably not just in state museums, but in private sector for sure. Yeah. Thanks. Can we move on to the next session?
I have a question.
Okay.
So I want to ask Dr. Garge why the government of Maharashtra, now that he is the man in charge of the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums, not making him the nodal agency for all the museums in Maharashtra?
Well, government won't make you something. You need to propose to government in similar lines. And well, I was not going there, but I studied Act for establishment of Prince of Wales Museum in pre-independence era. So when we are establishing state museum, we need to come up with an act. We are proposing a Maharashtra Museum Act 2024. So drafting of the bill is in progress, and it is not for the sake of governance or licensing, but it is to have a better coordination with other museums of not only government category but private category, and a better regulation, a better partnership, and overall upliftment of museum movement in Maharashtra. The state museum will serve as umbrella for the rest of the museums. That is what we are planning. So it's not me, but the institution has to play a greater role.
Isn't the CSMV so far the nodal agency in Maharashtra?
Not officially. Well, they have already taken a lead, and they are a Ghoshit leader. So, but they are leaders. No doubt about that.
On this point, let's move on now. Thank you so much, Dr. Garge. And thank you to all.
Thank you for the questions. Our next speaker is Ms. Ruta Wagmare Baptista. She is a curator at Dr. Baudaji Lad Museum, Mumbai. She joined the museum in 2013 and currently is leading the collection research, the education activities at the museum. She also manages and strategizes content for audience engagement on the museum's digital platform. Here to you, Ms. Ruta.
Thank you so much, Abhiruchi. Good morning to all. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to share the dais with so many of my mentors, former teachers, and be here with, yesterday also there were so many of my former teachers, professors from Deccan College. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Directorate of Archaeology and Museums of Maharashtra and the KJ Somaiya Institute for inviting the BDL Museum to participate in this very important conference on Maharashtra's cultural heritage. I'm particularly pleased that we see so many students today. This is something I think that's very important, that conference be accessible and attended by as many students as possible, not just people in the industry. Now, I hope many of you have visited the Bhaudaji Lad Museum. It's in Bhaikara. If not, please do come next year because the museum is currently shut for repairs. But we do have public programming going on, so you can still come to the museum and engage with us in our education center. Now, just to give a brief timeline, the museum was conceptualized and established in 1855. It was briefly opened in 1857 at its former temporary site at the Army Barracks in Mumbai's Fort area. It was also known by many different names, but for the longest time it was known as the Victor and Albert Museum of Bombay, making it the sister museum of the Victor and Albert London Museum. As you can see, it's a beautiful, magnificent building, which was finally built between 1862 to 1872 and opened on 2nd May 1872 for the public. The building was actually funded in its initial stages by the eminent citizens of Mumbai, such as David Sassoon, Jagannath Chankershed, Birdwood, and Bhaudaji Lad, and many, many others. It was, in fact, envisioned as a college of inquiry and renamed after the great Indologist, physician, and a true polymath, Dr. Bhaudaji Lad, in 1975. It was him who had actually played a crucial role in fundraising the museum. By late 20th century, because it's such an old building, it had fallen into a derelict state. However, by 2000s, it was identified for a complete restoration and revitalization by the Indian National Trust for Arts and Cultural Heritage, under the leadership of Tasneem Zakaria Mehta, who was then the Mumbai convener of the INTAC's Mumbai chapter. She approached the municipal corporation, or the Bruhan Mumbai Mahanagarpalika, under whom the museum was put since 1886. They have been in charge of the museum. And she approached them with a proposal to completely revitalize the museum. How it was before and after, there is a video on our website, on the museum's YouTube channel for you to see. And the BMC were very enthusiastic with this proposal, but said the government does not have enough funding, and they will have to figure something out by themselves in TAC. This led to what is, I think, India's first public-private partnership model in Indian museums. INTAC donated its expertise free of cost. There was certain private funding raised by the Jamnalal Bajaj Foundation that stepped in, and the museum trust was established through this public-private three-way partnership. It was conferred the highest award of excellence in conservation, the UNESCO Asia Pacific Heritage Award in 2005, and by 2008, the collection was restored and redisplayed. In 2022, May, we completed 150 years of the museum building, and we had a lot of activities and events planned at the museum, which I hope some of you were able to attend. Now, just a quick brief about collection. This is literally not even a slice of the collection that the museum has. Not that we have very large collection. We are, I think, among the smallest museums collection-wise. From what Dr. Garge has enumerated this morning, the museum's collection is about 12,000, slightly over 12,000 objects. And contrary to popular belief, this is not a private collection. It was purchased, donated, bequeathed by several people across older, what is known as the Bombay Presidency, including the princely states of Satara, Sangli, Bhavnagar, Kutch, Tanjore, Kashmir, so on and so forth. The museum showcases the culture of the erstwhile Bombay Presidency, like I said, which expanded from Sindh to North Karnataka, even the port of Aden. And it was an encyclopedic museum in its early stages, with collections also of natural history, geology, botany, even taxidermy collections. Two of the stuffed lions, African lions, which was specially taxidermied in London, were part of the museum collection till 1930s, when it was then shifted to the Mahatma Jyotiba Phule Museum in Pune. The museum represented India at a lot of major international exhibitions in the 19th and early 20th century. And why? Because some of the objects that were particularly made in the Bombay Presidency were in great demand abroad, such as the Bombay pottery that you see. It was made by the students of the JG School of Art, and it was a great innovative technique of 19th century whereby they combine European forms with paintings copied from the Ajanta caves. We also have in our rare book collection a compendium of the textile manufacturers of India dated to 1866. It is one of the only 7 full sets in India of the first edition. Currently, the second edition is on display at the Asiatic Library. These are amazing textile fabrics, 700 in all, from across the Indian subcontinent. We also have beautiful objects like ivory. This is a bison horn lampstand from Ratnagiri. And of course, paintings by very, very important Maharashtrian artists such as Dhurandhar. You can see his Prabhu lady over here, what he has titled as well as Dhon, Sadverkar. We have a very small collection of painting, but the museum keeps acquiring artworks. Museum is also one of the first Indian museums to start acquiring contemporary art collections. Now, the key challenge of a 19th century collection is how do you carry on the complex history of colonialism into a 21st century where the idea and the purpose of museums has radically changed? And how do we appeal to a younger audience, not necessarily just scholars? Now, one of the basic things that the museum does is we approach it like a very interesting marketing exercise while being completely accessible to the public. We have a huge amount of local community already coming in. We had a meeting with the National Gallery of Scotland a few years back, and the curators asked us, it's such a struggle for us, everybody in the Western world, to encourage people of all colors, all social classes to come into the museum. How do you manage it? Because they were sitting with us a whole day and they were seeing all kinds of people coming through the doors. And that's when it hit me. Here, we are very blessed to already have the tradition of a lot of families going to the museum regardless of what social class they come from. Intentions of visit can vary from just looking at it as a curiosity cabinet to actually wishing to see some art and culture. Whatever the cases, we get a huge diverse audience. Diverse linguistic group. Mumbai is such a melting pot of cultures. The question was, what were we doing to actually retain and not have them do one chakkar around the museum and go back home? What were we actually doing to retain their attention and make repeat visits happen? Because only when people keep coming back can you really build a sort of community of sorts around the museum and you truly become a public museum. So, and this is something we still do. Every time on weekend, one of us sits around, just walks around, trying to eavesdrop on conversations that parents are having with their children, or just, there are younger people who are criticizing, discussing, questioning certain artworks. And we try to sort of understand also what are people's interests, what do they seek when they come to the museum. And we use the collections, social media, even the staff as very important communication tools. Somebody raised a question about training the staff. The Bhavdaji Lad has a very strong tradition of capacity building, even the gallery attendants who are the first point of contact with the visitors. So the tours are not just led by the curators, docents, but also sometimes by gallery attendants if needed. So even the top artists who display artworks in the museum, we have a condition that the artists spend one day talking not just to the curators, but to the gallery attendants, because they are the ones who are going to have to explain what is on display to many people coming in. And also we focus on interdisciplinary learning. And I will speak about this a little more because a lot of us, including myself, when I was studying, I thought that, because I love art, though I can't draw a line to save my life, but I love art and I love archaeology. So if I go to a museum, I'll have such a lovely time, looking at beautiful objects and studying nice old books. And that was in my head what a curator does. When I came to the BDL, I was thrown in the deep end, and I figured out museums are a lot, it's like running a company. It's a lot more work than just looking at objects and research. So what do we do with all the beautiful collections? How do you make a 19th century collection relevant to the museum? This is one case study that we did, Games Mela. In fact, I was assisting Madhura at that point. This was the first year I joined the museum. We did this activity where we have beautiful collection of clay models dating to early 20th century, which represents different traditional games played in Maharashtra. We hunted down, this was during Shravan, so there were Mangalagaur groups active in Dadar, Thane, all these areas. We actually took our cameras, back then mobile phones did not have recording as good, and we, 3-4 of us from the team actually took permission to document these ladies singing the traditional songs and playing these games. And we came back and tried to revive some of these games. We have a beautiful open space called the Museum Plaza. And we invited families, free of cost, to come play these games with us. In the first edition, the children brought their grandparents. There were a lot of grandparents who refined our research. So it is really engaging the community and telling them what is the research you're doing so that they can help you understand. Because in the end, we are also from a very different generation than the last that were playing these games very popularly. And this became one of our most successful outreach programs. We have had many editions since 2013-14 of the Games Mela. And I'm giving an open call for assistance here because one of the games we have been trying to struggle how to figure out is the Ganjifa cards. We have a lovely collection of Ganjifa cards, and I'm willing to learn with whoever can teach the actual way it is played, because I believe not many people have documented that tradition. Then the other way to activate collections is also have contemporary art interventions. What happened in the 19th century, most 19th century museums, that the collectors were invariably British. When they purchased objects, we had the cost of the object and the place where it was created, but not always the name of the artist or the name of the artisan guild. In a way to correct this lapse in museum documentation, the museum restarted in 2008 with a contemporary art program called Engaging Traditions, where the museum director, Tasneem Mehta, invites contemporary artists to have a conversation with the museum collection and intervene with the displays, questioning the colonial past of the museum and the position of authority museums have over historical data. So this was one such, one of my favorite exhibitions we have done, where the artist Rohini Devasher questioned the intersections of archaeology and astronomy, as you see in many old museum collections. And on the wall here is a mural that she created, and we displayed it with some corals and fossil collection from the museum. And we engaged in a workshop with the students to make their own fossils, which spoke to them about the process of fossilization. We also did a lot of astronomy workshops. We taught them how to use manual planispheres. So this was a great fun through contemporary art. Also, apart from obviously workshops for children, it is important to engage adults, young adults, as well as senior adults, in different kind of conversation. Mumbai is so starved for cultural spaces. Yes, there are theaters, but there's not really enough experimental spaces for programming. And we decided to open up again our plaza, our education center, to do a lot of experimental programming. One such program is Museum Katta, which is dedicated to discussions on Marathi literature, cinema, theater, folk arts as well. And again, it was hugely popular. Here is a poster. We did a one-week film festival curated by Sumitra Bhave and Sunil Suktankar. And our education seating capacity is about 80 people at one go. Every day we had at least 100 people. This was pre-COVID, so we were not thinking about social distancing. And over 800 people attended this film festival in the span of 1 week. The museum entry ticket is 10, and everything that happens for after 6 o'clock is almost inevitably free of cost. Schools, again, if there are private schools, only then we charge about 100 rupees for children to do workshops. Tours are always, always free of cost. And we had stalwarts like Kishore Kadam, Amol Palekar, Sunil Barve, a lot of people who have come and engaged with the museum and participated in this kind of public programming. Like I said, also it's important to celebrate local culture, which was till heretofore ignored in a colonial institution. So we work with, in the center is Chetan Gangaune. Yesterday, you might have seen the Pinguri Chitrakathi show. So we had invited him a few years ago to do a Chitrakathi workshop with us at the museum, and we did an extensive interview with him to talk about the intangible practices, which is up on our YouTube channel. Above is Dr. Chandrashive from Mumbai University, who was singing Povada. He has a PhD in Maharashtrian Povada culture. Behind him is Shahir Yashwant Zadhav. We had some paintings, prints from our rare book collection, commissioned by Barasaheb Pant Pradhiniti, of the life and episodes of Shivaji Maharaj, executed by Dhurandhar and few other artists. And we had put them up as a part of a smaller retrospective exhibition on Dhurandhar, while NGMA was doing a larger show on Dhurandhar a few years back. And as part of that, we invited these artists to come sing povadas. as part of the exhibition outreach, because we were also doing outreach for the NGMA. We also, last year, to celebrate Maharashtra Day, invited Dr. Dalal here to talk about the food culinary history of Maharashtra, and we had a food pop-up of traditional Maharashtrian snacks. We, of course, worked with Sangit Bari to do Lavani. We have free festival workshops where people come make kites or Diwali lanterns or Diwali forts, which is a very traditional culture. And here the Warli painting that you see was actually a part of a contemporary art installation that URBS, the Urban Study Group, did with us, where we charted the life of the circulatory migratory life of people from Ratnagiri who come to Mumbai for work and then go back. Like I said, one of the key things why the museum is successful is because of our multilingual approach, whether it be in person or online. We have an English as well as a Marathi website. All our brochures, museum labels, everything is available in both languages. And also recently, we partnered with Google again, and we were invited to be one of the 55 institutes worldwide to do a kind of a 3D exhibition gallery wall they call a pocket gallery. So we launched this exhibition called Jadughar, or a Hall of Wonder, which looks at some of our earliest collections which are not on display. This is available again in English and Marathi. It's on our website. You can go check that out. Like I was saying, a museum is not just an institution for art and culture. And this is something we struggle with when it comes to convincing, especially municipal school, to come and spend time in the museum. They often don't have the resources, or the decision makers involved do not want to give that much importance to art, what they consider not as important as STEM, which is the upcoming trending thing in India right now. So we decided to get creative. We were very lucky. We met this person who is a former BARC scientist, and he has started the STEM Academy. And we worked with him to start programming, looking at collections through STEM. This attracts school. They are more ready to engage with the museum if we say, oh, we are looking at STEM. And we connect it to the museum collection, because in the end, art and science is not separate. It's one. Without a mathematical precision, understanding of geometry, you can't even weave a patola sari. So it's very important to talk about how interconnected these two worlds are, and we do that with these sessions, science sessions, twice a month. Students used to earlier come to the museum, then we realized the demand was so much. We started through the pandemic going into the schools via a screen, and now as many as 800, 1,000 students participate at one go, which was not earlier possible in the physical space of the museum. Lastly, recently in 2022, again to celebrate the 150 years of museum, the museum published a book called Mumbai, A City Through Objects, 101 Stories from the Dr. Bhavda Gilad Museum. It began really 10 years ago as the museum director's PhD thesis, which was then converted to what she thought was going to be a catalog of 100 pages, to as and when we were doing deeper research into our collection, the stories became so fascinating that it's now an almost 400-page, 3-kilo book, which was published by HarperCollins, and we were so proud of this. The entire team has contributed towards this, past, present, everybody. And thank you. And this is available online. If you are part of an institutional library, we are very happy to offer it at a discount, so please get in touch with me after the talk. And like Madhura said, please follow us online. Everything we offer, internships, we offer docent program, everything gets advertised online, so you can call and come meet me at the museum at some point. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ruta. I think we are falling behind schedule, so we'll do quick questions and then we'll move on to the next speaker. I just have one question. Why don't you talk to them about the museum's relation with the JJ School of Art?
I missed speaking about that. So some of you who would have realized when you saw the Bombay pottery, I said comes from the JJ School of Art. The museum actually had a very, very close connection with the museum for the School of Art. For about 100 years, the person in charge, the principal of the School of Art, was given the charge of the museum. In the end, finally, it was separated because it became too much for the same person to manage both institutions, and the museum was also growing in its scope. But the JD School of Art and the museum has had a long, long umbilical relationship. A lot of the experiments done by the students in art, pottery, metalwork, carpets, are actually in the museum repository. So it was a way to teach students what is trending in the international market and have samples of this kind of artifacts that were in vogue in the museum as a showcase to agents who are purchasing these objects for international markets. So it was actually a very deep economic ties. And we still work with students. They come and we do workshops with students, but we hope to revive those bonds again.
Great, thanks. I'll quickly open questions to the audience as well. Does anyone have questions? Yeah, let's go.
Hello. My question is that what is the criteria for an object to be displayed in the museum? And are there objects that you decide not to display?
A very good question. So the criteria for display often is dictated by A, how many copies of that object do you have in the museum repository, which is the finest edition of that piece, how much space do you have, and what conversation that object can have with other objects. So there are so many examples of this, and frankly, it is not that tough call at BDL. Like I said, we have just over 12,000 objects, so there's not a lot of things in repository. We have about 47% of the entire collection on display, which is a huge number for any museum. That said, there are objects like the fossils and everything I was showing that's not permanently on display. It is also, unfortunately, due to the fact, and displays don't change very regularly, is because the collection is not owned by the Bhavdaji Art Museum. It is owned by BMC. When we do verification checks with the BMC audits, they need it to be in the exact same position it was left when the handover to the trust was done. So these are some of the challenges we work with. But again, we are supposed to be extremely creative. That's why I said it's like managing a company on a jugaad budget. We have to do exhibitions so that these things can come out of storage and be displayed and go back into storage. So that's some of the ways, but it's also always about what is the larger story the museum is trying to say, which is currently the story of Mumbai and the modern art period in Mumbai from the 19th century. So objects that best communicate that are put up on display.
Thanks, Ruta. Any more questions? No? Okay, I'll ask you the last question. So, since you mentioned a challenge, can you tell us what your present challenges are and what is the pathway for the future?
Present challenges are, as Dr. Garge was saying, we just don't have enough people because there's just no budget to hire more people. The entire curatorial strength of the museum is right now 3 people, which is why I have 3 portfolios in my official designation that you may have seen. I began as an assistant for the curator for collections. Now I'm a curator for collections, outreach, education, which were actually separate portfolios 8 years back. So yeah, we are struggling with manpower. We just don't have enough people, whether it's curatorial or any other departments. So that's something that's an ever-present challenge. I don't think any museum in the world will say we have enough people on our staff, but I think right now we're in a particular pickle.
Well, I agree. Okay, let's move on to the next session. Thanks, Ruta.
Thank you, Ruta, for encouraging all the young minds over here, and I hope they join your team. Our next speaker is Mr. Raju Sutar. He's the curator at Zapurza Museum of Art and Culture. He's a graduate from art school and has a career of over 3 decades. His contribution to the museum with Ajit Kargil sir is been commendable. He is involved in all the curatorial as well as outreach activities of the museum. Over to you, Raju sir.
So, thank you so much for inviting us because we are a very young museum and I really thank for this opportunity. So to start with, I got this a line which is Zapurza Museum of Art and Culture, a museum and culture center by and for the people of Maharashtra. So while I was reading this, I thought, why it is always by the people and for the people, why it is not with the people. So that first idea came to my mind. So I will just tell you about the museum first. The museum, Zapurza Museum. The name Zapurza is coming from a very famous poem by Keshav Sut. This word actually doesn't exist. He has coined this word for a state of mind where the artist goes in while creating an artwork. So this is a very elaborate poem. You'll find that poem somewhere. So the museum is basically a representation of a passionate personality. Mr. Ajit Gadgil is a passionate collector, and he started his collection, Dr. Garge, with paithanis, because being a jeweler, he used to get a lot of paithanis to recycle the gold. So they used to burn those saris and melt it. So he thought, why don't we just keep those and give that money, whatever they needed. So that's how the collection started some 25 years ago. And then slowly he collected a lot of objects and a lot of interesting things with his passion. Then I joined him in 2012 to collect art. And that's how we started. And then the idea came saying that what would we do with this collection? So he said, I would like to share it with people. And that the whole idea of the museum is the sharing. So that's the basic idea of the entire museum. That he has a collection and we want to share it. So we found a place a little away from the city, which is around 45 minutes drive. It's on the bank of Khadakwasla backwaters. And we have created a new place for that. We have some 13 galleries, and it's a huge collection. It's around 50,000 objects. And the collection ranges from like the matchboxes to Amrita Sherigil, Rabindranath Tagore and everything, Atul Dodi and everybody. So it's a huge collection. So we have some 13 galleries. We have an auditorium, a full-fledged auditorium with 200 capacity. We have a 600 capacity amphitheater. We have a lot of great people performed already there. The museum started last year on 19th May 2022. We are just completing a year. And we had some 95,000 visitors last year in this very short time. And the museum is a very popular one. And that, I think, is one thing which I should mention. So basically, what we are trying to do is actually what you are trying to do at Bahudaji. Basically, we are a museum, but we would like to call ourselves as a facility. And basically, also thinking of this idea of museum as a learning resource. So how the museum becomes a learning resource, the first-hand learning, whatever knowledge you get from the books is definitely a second-hand knowledge. Somebody has studied and it comes to you as a second-hand knowledge. So we are trying to create some opportunities, some activities for the people so that they engage in different levels on different people with different people on different levels. So that's one idea we are trying to work with. And also we have some plans. We have a conservation lab, which is a full-fledged conservation lab because we need to upkeep the collection. And hopefully we are thinking of coming up with a conservation school in future. That's one thing which we definitely wanted to do. Activities like we are actually following you, Baudaji Lad. So we are planning a lot of activities. Right now we have stations where you can block print and other things. We are having some exhibitions curated by the guest curators also. We had some international exhibitions. There was an exhibition called Critical Zones by Goethe Institute. And there was one exhibition which I curated, which was a Biennale of World Textile Art. We had curated a India edition there, and hopefully we are planning to have another edition after a couple of years. Probably it will be an international event. And I would also like to take this opportunity to announce a project which we have initiated with Goethe Institute, a curatorial project where it's in two parts. The first part is translating. We have a huge Barwe collection. So translating Barwe's writing in German and Paul Klee's writing in Marathi. And the next part is going to be the exhibition of Barwe and Paul Klee together. So that's one big thing which is initiated, and probably you'll see that. I haven't got the presentation because I don't want you to see the images. I want you to come and see the museum. Yes, and we are actually learning a lot from people. We are interacting with people. We are learning a lot from them because we have a varied, huge section of people coming to us. And we have this collection which is around 50,000. So we keep changing the exhibitions. Every 3 months, there is a change in the gallery so that we can show the collections. And the curatorial idea is to tell the stories with these objects in different ways. Sometimes the objects also come again in different exhibition with a different perspective. So we are all trying to do all those things. So that's a bit I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sutar. Okay, so I saw the museum. I think it's a fantastic place. And there are quite a few galleries over there. And the number of people, Ruta, there were too many of them. So my first question is, how do you care for your collection? Okay. And simultaneously, I would also like you to talk about this museum opened in 2022, which means the work would have gone during COVID. So if you can talk to us about how this museum was set up, what was the idea, what were the parameters that you considered, and then we'll open it up. Yeah.
So
Thanks.
this idea of museum came with the collection was there, and we all were collecting. And one fine day when we were discussing, and when Ajit Gadgil said, he wanted to share this collection with people. And then his cousin, Mr. Dilip Joshi, also joined us. And we all thought, it should be like a place where you also show the collection, but it, like I said before, we should known as a facility rather than a museum. Then we also built a printmaking studio. We have a terracotta studio there, so that community studios are also part of this whole project, so that people can, from dabbling to you can keep like rent the museum, and there are workshops, there are courses also we are planning, so that people can learn those things and those techniques which were being used by the artists. So the whole idea was not just a museum, because I think we have struggled to find a parallel word for museum. We call it Sangrahalaya. So Sangrahalaya is archive, basically. So the word muse was very important for us from the museum. So we are trying to focus on that aspect of it.
Hello. I had a question about the World Textile exhibition that you curated. Can you give insights on the specimens that were displayed?
So this exhibition, World Textile Art, was celebrating the 25th year, and they wanted a few countries to host their own Indian artists. And I had opened a call, and people participated in that, and the works were all contemporary. from different regions from all over India.
So it was like specimens of clothing, just
No,
clothing,
these
or
are work of arts. Work of arts.
Okay.
Yeah, newly created.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Visited the Zapoza Museum in November 2022, and while I was there as a part of field visit with CSMVS's PG diploma course, I had noticed a lot of families along with young children there. So I found it quite fascinating because they felt very much at home while they were exploring the galleries and being there. So this is something that a lot of museums have been struggling to sort of make themselves relevant to larger families instead of just individual demographics. So could you maybe speak a little about how Zaporizhzhia has, maintained, like created themselves to be relevant places for all people from all backgrounds?
So this again, the credit goes to Mr. Ajit Gadgil. He's coming from the family of jewelers, and they have shops all over, and these guys, they keep interacting with people, and they actually they know much better what people want, and that was one idea. If people don't like art, or they don't, there's something which people, the kids specifically, don't want to go to the museums. So we have created spaces in a way that even if you don't go to the galleries, you can enjoy the space. So that I think has clicked, and most of the pictures on Google are of those outings rather than the artifacts.
I think your location is also beautiful.
That's gone.
Any more questions? Okay, can we conclude this session?
I can just tell you that
Sure.
we are open for internships, and you guys can, first you have to visit, and then please apply for internships.
More opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raju sir, for giving us this beautiful thought on Zaporizhzhia Museum. I have visited it and it's really nice. As Madhura added to it, the location is like a cherry on cake. Our next speaker is Ms. Vrunda Pathare. She is not present with us here, but we have a pre-recording. She is head of the Godrej Archives and had played her role in leading, in establishing this archives. And she is also, part of many different committees, and she's been trained as record manager from National Archives of India. So I request Vikas.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I would first of all like to thank Directorate of Archaeology and Museums in Maharashtra and KJ Somaiya Institute of Dharma Studies for organizing this wonderful event. And it is really unfortunate that I cannot be there in person as I'm traveling right now. But I thank the organizers for facilitating the recording of my session so that I can reach you in this way. So thank you, all of you. And now I would like to start my presentation. So whenever we talk about heritage, say in Maharashtra or even in India, we do not quickly think about the industrial heritage or the corporate heritage or even the institutional heritage as such. And it is really very important to revisit these definitions, because what has happened in last 40 and 50 years, if it does not get recorded right now or documented, if we are not documenting it right now, soon this memory would be faded, and then we would be suffering from the amnesia for last, for whatever had happened in the last 30, 40 years. And therefore, it is really imperative for every institution, every organization in our country to think about preserving their own heritage. And today I would like to present a case study of Godrej. But before that, let me start some of my, personal experiences as such. So whenever we see this building, means we all are familiar, especially those who are staying in Mumbai, are familiar with this Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus. And whenever we see this building, it really we feel proud about it. We are, we always like take a picture on our mobiles whenever we actually cross that. And this is also the UNESCO heritage now. So this is an impressive building, and there is no doubt that, we would pay attention to these kind of impressive buildings. And even a common man would understand that this is a heritage because of the style, because of, in which year that has been established. But when we actually look at these buildings, which we usually cross, while traveling in our city, we never thought that, this can also be heritage, because we sometimes feel that it has to be monumental, it has to be really aesthetically pleasant to be a heritage. So this is actually just the common notions that we sometimes really have about the heritage. But when you look at these kind of like normal looking buildings, may not be like always aesthetically pleasing. Lot of industrial structures, lot of textile mills that we see now, we cross that every day, but we never really thought about, that this has to be really not necessarily always preserved, but at least somewhere it has to be documented that these kind of structures are always there. And then, means I grew up in Prabhadevi area, and I had seen actually, a lot of changes that are happening, because when I was a kid, I used to hear a siren because there was a standard meals close by. But now if you see, this kind of on the left hand side photo, this triangular shaped building, this is actually on the lands of the standard mills. It's not that, that we really don't have to preserve every heritage in its original structure, but we have to think that can we really preserve these memories. Or for example, on the right hand side, the building that you see in front is actually the Hind cycle. And there used to be like, which was manufacturing cycles at one point in time. And it has a lot of interesting art deco elements in it. And this is actually really hidden, kind of a gem. And nobody has now, because Hinda cycles are Ganpati was really very popular in that area when I was growing up. But now everything is giving away to the real estate, and that's, I think, something which is inevitable. But if all these things that are disappearing, if we can at least have a kind of a plaque, a kind of at least information that this used to be there. I think these kind of things we really need to really now think about and look at, when we are talking about heritage. Or even these kind of buildings, like this building used to be the Came Company. We all know the Came's Corner, but this building used to be the office of the Came Company. And, and there used to be where you can see the VIP logo. That used to be one interesting factory outlet of Blowplast company and the Leo toys that they used to make. And for a kid growing up in 80s, this factory outlet of Leo toys was really very important. But and this has something to do with the childhood memory. So if somebody is really writing the history of childhood, these would be really very interesting things to really like look at area wise and document that these used to be these kind of factory outlets were there in these areas, which would soon disappear, and they would like change the meaning. Now of course there are like a lot of residential complex around, but and there are like a lot of new people now residing in these areas who may not be even aware of what really this area was all about, and how this is like changing and evolving over a period of time. Now we really need to think about whether we call this our history. What is a definition of history? What we consider historical, what we consider to be heritage. I think even the popular history, public history really needs to be looked at now. And these kind of industrial structures, these kind of companies who have like contributed in shaping the industrial past of our nation, I think needs to be really preserved. So because the memory is really very fleeting in a sense, and memory will be will keep being replaced, and that's a hard fact, and we can't really like shy away from that. But when these are like fading away, at least if we can create certain kind of uh, you know places or spaces where these memories can be cherished in a way, we really need to think about that. And because of the constant industrialization, deindustrialization, we need to keep tracking all the changes that are happening in our cities, our neighborhoods, and how we can preserve this public memory is something that we need to talk about when we are thinking about heritage. Because heritage is not just about these structures or keeping these structures, but also the memories that are associated with these kind of building structures. So for example, mills were actually, quite a great industrial heritage, and it's a hard fact that we have to accept that, there will be, the new changes will happen. But can we have like a small space dedicated to the memory of the mill land, or like textile history of Mumbai somewhere, wherever the malls are standing, at least in one corner, if we can have that, so that, the new people who are coming in, the new generation, is aware that, what was there before. This is just one thought that I had before I would, talk to you about the Godrej case study. But I also understand that, when I talk about institutions should come up and preserve their history, organizations should come forward and do this kind of things. I also realize that why there is this loss of industrial memory. One is basically there is an indifference on part of the organizations as well, because they are not really looking at preserving their history. Some institutions think that we are just 50-year-old, why there is a need to do that, and then people really keep thinking about that, when we will achieve a milestone, then only we will preserve the history. But I think, there is a constant change happening today, and we need to really start thinking about how we can at least document these changes, if not like preserving the actual structures. And then, of course, there are some institutions which also have budget constraints, and I really understand, because documenting, preserving, keeping records, archiving, everything really needs a budget. And then, of course, the changing technologies have really, have also led to the loss of memory, because there were devices which were preserving memory, like videotapes are like no more functional. Then there are also challenges of the digital world, that, because now everything is on WhatsApp, but there is no process of where we can actually archive these memories. There is no dedicated institutions where people can share their memories, or, send their records to. And therefore, there are like, all these kind of things. And then, of course, whenever the organizations are changing, there is always a loss of records and loss of memory. And we really do not pay much attention to also our documentary heritage, because there is so much is there in the records, and especially post independence. Because I was reading the preface of Dr. Ramchandra Guha's India After Gandhi, where he says that, for Indians, somehow history stops at 15th August 1947. And this is actually a hard fact, because after 1947, there are not many institutions which have preserved their archival resources. And therefore, it is really very much, that we actually think about that how every institution can preserve their records, and future historians then can actually go through these records, because these are also our documentary heritage, and a lot of things are already recorded in those documents. So it is really a responsibility, our responsibility, to really have a plan, to actually make institutions preserve their records, and also send it, if they don't have their own sources, even the government departments should send it to the state archives. And so archiving is basically, is really very essential when it comes to preserving the heritage, because archiving makes you, recover this memory, discover something new about our past, because every record has some interesting thing to tell. And so the business archives that I would be talking about is the Godrej archives, and I would actually use the Godrej story to see that how every institution, if they are preserving their records, can actually contribute to map the history of our entire continent. Because the organizations do not really work in vacuum, and their histories are connected with each other. And therefore, if every institution starts, so archives really help in, recovering and discovering about the past, And so what I will do today is, I'll quickly tell you about our archives and how we are actually, preserving the present, also the past, the industrial past of the Godrej. So Godrej Archives actually was thought about in the year 1997, when Godrej Voice was, celebrating its centenary. And obviously, at that time, the chairman Sorab Godrej, he actually thought that this is the right time to look back upon and try and learn from the history. And therefore, he thought that Godrej also should start an archive, so that whatever Godrej had contributed to the industrial past can be preserved. He also wanted to preserve the memories of people who have contributed to the success and have made it possible for Godrej to be a household name. And however, after the centenary, they were thinking about and planning about this. And Archives was formally started in the year 2006. And this is the department which is regularly and is collecting, documenting, and preserving the history of Godrej. So it has a dedicated team which is continuously after preserving not just the past but also the present. So whatever happens in the organization, and whatever the contribution, whatever the changes that are happening. Archives actually tries to record it, interpret it, and then also make it accessible for the researchers and the visitors, whoever is interested in understanding this organizational knowledge that Godrej Archives is preserving about the Godrej company. For this, actually, what we do is like we have a proper process, and every institution, whoever is interested in setting up the archives of, for preserving their own heritage, actually should follow all these processes, whereby, identifying the documents, identifying the records which are really historically important within the organization. We also do surveys of records at different departments, different businesses, if there are any historically important records. And if we identify that, okay, this is really of a historical importance, it should go to the archives. And then the records are transferred to the archives. We also, as I was saying, that we are also chronicling and preserving the present, because whatever is happening, even 2 months back is already a history, and before it disappears, if we can document it when it is fresh, I think it becomes easier for an archivist, so that after 10 years you don't have to search for all those details again. And therefore there is a dedicated person in the team which actually keeps tracking whatever is happening within the organization, and if we can get the right kind of records. uh, we also realize that not just the documentary heritage is important, but also there are so many people who have contributed to the success of organization, and oral histories of these people can also add as a source for the future history of the company, because not everything would be recorded in a file, and every people have like internalized a lot of knowledge while working in the company, and they can be a great source for understanding how the company has evolved over a period of time. So we also have started the oral history project right from the year 2006, and we have so far interviewed almost more than 300 people in the organization. Uh, and then once all these records come to the archives, there is a proper process for cataloging, there is proper process for storing these records, and of course the care and conservation care has to be taken of these records. So we also have a dedicated team to conserve and digitize these resources, so that we can make it accessible and make it available for people who can come, because all this preservation of heritage would be meaningless if it is not accessible for people. And therefore we uh, try and make it accessible for as many researchers as possible, so that there are like multiple histories can come out of what we are preserving at the organization. But today what I will be doing is I will just take an example of one product, and that while studying the history of that one product, how we actually realize that even if like Godrej was manufacturing this product called typewriter, how actually it is really connected with lot of stories of individuals in the city of Mumbai as well as in India. I would like to present that case study for you. The uh, uh, how actually we have realized that how histories are really connected. So in the year 2009, Godrej and Boyce decided to close the factory which was manufacturing typewriters, because the demand was actually dwindling, and there was no takers actually. Only few export orders were there, and it was a very difficult decision because this was a very kind of a important product for the company, because for the first time Indian company had manufactured the typewriter, and Godrej introduced the typewriter in 1955. So obviously it was very difficult decision, but then because there was no demand for typewriters, they had to decide that they have to close down this factory. So immediately the archives were informed that we are closing down the factory. Why don't you come and see it? So we rushed there, uh, and we actually documented all the machinery that was lying there, even the spare parts, how actually the whole process of manufacturing typewriter was. So this was actually in Shirwal, Pune, Maharashtra, and we went there to document it. And then we really realized, that some of these machines are really very important. Those were actually built in house by Godrej. And also the last typewriter was an Arabic typewriter, so the carriage movement was also in the reverse order. And the last typewriter actually was sent to the archives as well. So this was actually a very conscious decision that now that we are stopping this particular product, how we should be documenting it, and how that last typewriter should go to the archives. So this is actually the consciousness that is really very required in every institutions. Even though it's like the scale of the institution doesn't matter, even if it's a small institution or a larger organization such as Godrej, I think everybody has a role to play. And I think one must consciously see that if something is like closing down, if something is changing, can do we have a process of tapping that, and do we have a process for documenting it? So even these machines started actually speaking to us, and some of them were actually made, as I was saying already, in house by Godrej tooling. So this was actually the last batch of typewriters was lying there when we actually went to the factory, and these were all Arabic typewriters, as I was saying. And then, of course, we also tried, making one installation, which is now on our campus, using this last batch of typewriters, which was going nowhere otherwise. But uh, but then we also really like realized that there is a bigger story to say, because and then we actually started looking through our records, and then we actually found these kind of records, like when the typewriter was introduced in the year 1955. And this ad is actually from the magazine Industrial India. And these are again very fabulous magazines, which we actually found in one of our surveys. These are from 50s and 60s, and they really tell you the industrial history of India in those 2 decades, which is again one fascinating era as such. And for Godrej, it was for the first time Indian company like Godrej was manufacturing typewriters. So obviously, if you can see even on the ad, Godrej was proudly saying that we present the all Indian typewriter. And so obviously one has to really reimagine that era, that why this was really very important, because there was a whole, and from these Industrial India magazine and Engineering India magazines, we came to know that there were lots of industrial exhibitions happening, because we were actually newly independent nation. We had to develop our industries, and there were a lot of exhibitions, and one of the exhibition also had a tagline, India can make it. And if you see here, actually the second photograph where Dr. Rajendra Prasad is looking at the typewriter, and here you can see actually the line is there. I don't know whether you are able to read that, but it says India can make it, because that was the slogan that was used for that exhibition, which was the industrial fair. And so this is how actually the typewriter really entered the government offices. And this is really very interesting story, because if you see Nehru typing on the typewriter, because this is the just before the launch of the Godrej typewriter, when actually one of the branch manager came to know that Nehru is doing one Congress session in Awadhi, and I must show the Indian typewriter to him. So he actually rushed with the typewriter, showed him, and he also tried his hands on that typewriter. So this is that picture that we had. Rajendra Prasad had already spoken about. The third picture is MC Chagla, the first Chief Justice of India. He was also presented with the Indian typewriter, and then of course we have even the. So how actually this product becomes a kind of a lifeline of all the offices, because this was the only instrument that could actually produce records then. Now we have computers, of course, but then it is really very interesting history, because then we actually started going through even the records at the Maharashtra State Archives. And if you see like the 1894 record from the General Department files, it actually spoke about introduction of typewriters in government offices. So there is a bigger story that we saw when we actually started searching for see that in 1894 their typewriters were for the first time introduced in the government offices. So and there was a creation of a post of typist for the first time. So all these records are really very important, because they are telling you something about the nation, about the office spaces, how actually the modern office spaces actually emerge. So there are so many stories involved in it, and therefore then we thought that we need to do a book on the Indian history of typewriters, and that's what we actually thought about. So these were the photographs that we started collecting about the how the factory looked like earlier. And this is actually the test typing department on the left hand side that you see. This is a manufacturing unit in Vikhroli then, which was producing typewriters before it moved to Shirwal, of course. So these were the photographs we actually also started collecting. And then we also ended up acquiring one of the very important photographs collection, not just for the typewriters, but we came to know that Mittar Bedi, who was the industrial photographer of 70s, he was a very renowned photographer then. And his studio is actually just behind the Taj Hotel in Mumbai. So again, these spaces are also very important, not just the company, but the ad agencies, the photographers, the engineering colleges, they are all contributing to the industrial heritage of our nation and industrial past of our nation. So we actually just went to, check in his studios whether they have some of these old photographs. And we were really surprised to see that they have maintained a lot of negatives of his work. And we could acquire some around like 1400 negatives from that collection. And there was such lovely negatives of the typewriter manufacturing that was done in 70s, engineers designing the typewriter. And then you can see even the office spaces. So we also actually came to know that there was an industrial photographer, a renowned industrial photographer, Mr. Mittar Bedi, and his studio was there behind the Taj Hotel. And we thought that, because he had actually photographed for the HTA, which was the agency working closely with Godrej then, and he had photographed a lot of manufacturing plants in Godrej in 1970s. So we went there in the studio, and to our surprise, they had actually really maintained very well all the negatives of his work that he has ever produced. And we could actually see that there are some 1400 negatives which were like lying around, which were on Godrej. And we were able to actually acquire this, because it is really important that even all these kind of institutions may have so much to offer about our industrial heritage. And we found all these things, and these are some of the things that we have got on the typewriter. And of course, there are also other manufacturing plants of Godrej that we could get information about from these photographs. So you could see the manufacturing processes, you could see engineers discussing about the drawings. You can also see the offices where ultimately the typewriters were used, where the Godrej chairs, Godrej table are also quite visible. And then we also started talking to a lot of engineers who had worked on the typewriter. And then to our surprise, one of the engineer who was also a plant manager, he actually showed us this diary that he had maintained when he was sent to Germany for his training in typewriter. And if you could see, because this is my favorite page, because this is actually how the Devanagari has to be designed on the typeface. So there is an engineering history also involved here. And how the Devanagari and the language typewriters came into being is another history in itself. And therefore, we also have like a lot of documents related to standardization of language typewriters. And Godrej also was part of a lot of committees that the government of India had constituted to, really design the regional language typewriters as such. And then we also realized that there are a lot of other people who were associated with the typewriter business. There were typewriter mechanics, there was typing classes, there was training courses in the, at the Asha Commercial Institute, or here, sales and repair services. So there is a whole ecosystem for just one product. And there are like so many that we could actually see and document. And even if you see the history of typefaces, you can actually really see very interesting, logos that you could see over here. We also realized that there is also, the carbon paper, which was really essential for the typewriter. So the manufacturers of them, there are ribbons were needed, so manufacturers of that, and also the spare part dealers and the kind of furniture they had. So there is such a great ecosystem, and with one product, and we could document all those people as well. And then, of course, a lot of typing institutes that you can still see over here, like Kalba Devi Typewriting Institution, this majestic shorthand, and these are all from the area of Girgaon and Kalba Devi, and we could actually document that through our book. So there is so much that the city and the state offers as far as the histories of people is concerned. And I would like to just play this video to show that how people's histories also matter. I'm just playing this video. Yeah. So here is one film that we made using these oral histories, which actually tell you how important the people's history is also in any industrial heritage as well.
Mentally locating the keys and pressing them with a particular finger for which it has to work. That is a specialty of typewriting. Hello, I'm Ashok Abhyankar, proprietor of the Abhyankar Short and Typing Institute. We are running this institute for last 84 years, and this is the third generation going on. We have 45 machines and 250 students. You get a sound, you get a feel of touch to the keyboard, and you also get a bounce that machine that gives you. It's a pleasure. That pleasure, you can't get it on a keyboard. I met Sachin, I met Gavaskar, I met Lata Mangeshkar. My father told me, Chandrakant, unless you try to do something what you have already mastered, you will never improve. Once boss told me to type intercom list. So instead of typing that list in the usual manner, I type in the form of telephone. And that clicked me. And that time I thought, okay, I'll become artist through this medium. Before taking VRS, 1 day in advance, I met our chairman. And I told them, sir, I wanted to purchase this typewriter, but our administration department, they said it is not possible to sell you typewriter. So he was chief guest for my farewell. Then he said, okay, we are allowing Chandrakant to purchase typewriter for 1 rupee. So they actually gifted me this typewriter. And that typewriter is Halda typewriter. And now it's a family member of my, in our house. 62 साली माझं लग्न झालं. त्याच्यानंतर माझा टायपरायटरशी संबंध आला. तर जन्मभरात मेहनतही खूप माझे मिस्टर करत होते. मी माझ्याकडनं होईल तेवढी त्यांना साथ देत होते. तर सुरुवातीला आम्ही सुद्धा थोडंसं सर्व्हिसिंग वगैरे सुरुवात करून मग हळूहळू सेल परचेस वगैरे करून धंद्याचं पाय रोवलं. खूप माणसं आम्हाला गिरायकं चांगली भेटली. तुमच्याकडे किती जण मिरजेचे, सांगलीचे, इचलकरंजीचे, जळगावचे, वलसाडचे असे बाहेरगावचे बरेच लोक आमच्याकडे येत असत. टायपरायटरचं म्हणजे कसे टाईप बार कधी सोडवून ठेवलेले असेल तर कधी ते धुवून ठेव म्हणून सांगायचे. कधी प्लेटिंगचे पार्ट काढलेले असायचे, तुम्ही प्लेटिंगला नेऊन टाकायची, आणायची. पेंटिंगला मशीन द्यायचं असायचं. शिवण शिवत असे, मुलांचे अभ्यास मीच घ्यायची, सगळं घरात पण मीच करायचे, आलं गेलं मीच करायचे. ते कसं मी सगळं एवढं मॅनेज करू, ते हा मला आता प्रश्न पडतो.
So basically, when we talk about heritage, it is not just the the monumental structures that we talk about, but it is about the places. For the business history, even the products matter, even the processes, that how they have changed over a period of time, and most importantly, people, how they are part of this heritage. So that's why all these stories are really very important when we are talking about heritage. So if you look at a place, for Godrej Archives, where actually, Godrej started in the year 1897. We also started documenting the history of that place, which is in Lal Bagh. So all the old pictures from 1920s, we started, getting from the old Bombay books. We also actually have actually documented how the place was by photographing it. And then we also came across huge pile of records over there. And if these and these were actually some of the disposed of records, but when we actually started going through, we really found very interesting things, like how different products were introduced, how they were improved, or even like what trees were planted in Vikhroli. As you can see over here, a blueprint which actually shows how the Ashoka Tree Avenue was created in Vikhroli Industrial Township of Godrej and Boyce. So all these things are really very important to look at. So what you are throwing away can also be really very historical. And then also how actually, the places were built, through the photographs we tried and captured it. Or even these kind of letters that the gardeners have written about how the lawns have to be created in this industrial township, what kind of plants to be planted. So all these are really very important resources of history, of understanding the place or a business or organization as well. Coming to the product, I have already narrated about the typewriter, so I won't go into details. But this is one product, and these are the records that we found at Lal Bagh, and this is the ballot box that was, manufactured by Godrej and Boyce for the, elections, the first elections of independent India. Now, this is really like one factory in Mumbai producing certain things, but the history is actually quite a larger thing. Like, there is a first election is happening, and this is the way the company is contributing. Or even, these kind of drawings about the internal locking mechanism that was a patented invention by one of the workers, Nathalal Panchal. Or even the advertisements are very important source of heritage. Or even these kind of photographs, drawings about the products, because this is also telling you about how the office spaces were there. So the history of office spaces, even these kind of tables you will still see in the government offices, even these chairs you might find in government offices. So these are the things which we need to record to understand how ordinary people were leading their lives, how the office spaces were building up. Or even these kind of products that actually define the middle class homes, like Storewell, the Godrej steel cupboards, and the Godrej refrigerator. So all these things, together actually really create an interesting heritage and interesting stories needed to be told. And then, of course, there are processes which we also try to tap. For example, when the partition took place in the year 1947, we thought that how that might have impacted the company. And then we found this circular, and there is just one line, as you can read over here on the left. The inscription "Made in India" should be marked on each and every package exported to Karachi. Now, this was a significant change because earlier Godrej and Boyce had a dealer in Karachi when it was one nation. And now suddenly, because of the partition, now we have to stamp it "Made in India." So these are the little things that, your organization might have, but they are linked to the larger narratives and the larger histories. Or for example, these kind of processes, simple processes that informing that the financial year is now changed from calendar year to fiscal year. But this is so important because, suddenly you will see how actually a historian reads into it, is now traditionally managed company is getting transferred into a professionally managed company. So there is so much that these records can also offer, the how the leave records were kept, how the workers actually punched their cards earlier, how actually the factories were built, or even these kind of stories of how actually a lot of technologies were made in-house, when the client was like ISRO. And then these are the oral histories of like one of the technology called Expander that was actually made at Godrej and Boyce in one-fifth of the cost that US was offering for. Uh, because there was like a vision, there was also like a willingness to experiment, and ISRO also put the trust in the Indian industries that we can actually build all these things in house. So this is these are the stories of not just one organization, but they are connected with this kind of a larger story of how India was progressing in space arena. And then, as I was saying, the people are really very important. You have already heard few people talking about how their lives were connected with the typewriter. But then you also have these kind of stories. When the computers were introduced in the offices, what was the reaction of people? How these computers really looked like, and how very minimum kind of a space that they were offering. So how really the challenges were of the office spaces in 70s. This is very interesting thing to know about, or even these stories of the customers. Now, this is actually, they are talking about the product, but they are also telling you stories. For example, this is the Storwell that was bought in 1930s, and this actually, when the Khadakwasla, dam was like burst, and then there was a lot of flood in Pune. This cupboard was submerged, but then it somehow survived, and then it was transferred to the Godrej archives in 2019 by this family in Pune. Or even this refrigerator, when this came to archives, there is a story. The Dr. Weingankar used to keep medicines in this refrigerator, which was otherwise not made for that. But now in COVID, during the COVID era, when Godrej was manufacturing, storage, the refrigerators for the vaccine, you can actually see, how there are so many kind of links that you can actually find in history. And then this is one story from again the Maharashtra, which is actually from the village near Pune, which is called Padariwadi. And these Nauganis are almost like the fourth generation is working with Gojran boys. And this black and white picture is actually the first batch that came to Mumbai, because there was not, like the agriculture was depending on the rainfall. So how this community, started coming to Mumbai in search of livelihood, and they started working with the companies. And these Navganis were actually basically the loaders who actually shift the products, heavy products, from one place to the another, using very basic things like wooden blocks and ropes. But these are the stories are very important, because otherwise they are not recorded. So through the oral histories, we tried recording even their migration stories as well. And we also like did a little installation where we invited them to see that film, and this is available on the YouTube as well, and you can see it. And it's called On the Move. You can go to our Godrej Archives YouTube channel and see this film. But these are like, stories of the communities are also linked with the organization, and one needs to document these as well. And preserving the heritage is really very important. And this is just one picture of our Godrej archives. And that's actually, on that note, I would, really like to end, is basically, when we are thinking about heritage, when we are actually planning a roadmap ahead, we must understand that it is not just the tangible structures that are necessary, but even these kind of memories needs to be really taken into consideration. And if we cannot really, like, sometimes preserve these structures, but at least somewhere, if we can at least have preserve that memory through documentation, I think that would be a really great contribution in mapping Maharashtra's heritage. So I would like to end here. And I would like to also say that we must need to actually reimagine the history. And history doesn't have to be always a dead subject, but how actually history can actually be really sprinkled in the spaces that we are living today, in different forms. Like you can see here in the modern office spaces also, how we have tried to incorporate some of the historical material. Like here you can see old picture of the typewriter thing. You can see the old Godrej chairs given a new look. So all these things we have to really reimagine how, when we talk about heritage, it is not just about preserving a structure, but you can preserve it in all these kind of ways, in a subtle ways, whereby people can keep remembering these things as such. And therefore, this is, what we need must understand, that we need a policy where we can actually have, think about how actually all these kind of resources, documentary heritage needs to be really preserved, how we can engage in these kind of meaningful ways whereby people are aware about what really heritage is all about. So that's all from me, and thank you for giving me this time. And of course, I won't be able to take questions, But please write to us if you're like really are interested in knowing anything about the Godrej archives. Thank you.
I think that was a very informative session. We've all been educated in a different way. And I think we've also realized that it's not just looking at histories from a very traditional realm of art or archaeology, but looking at these recent histories, oral histories that are very important and are very much a part of our daily lives. What was the question that you had? You had a question? Yeah.
You. My name is Namrata Ganeri and I teach undergraduates at SNDT, Women's University. I have one reflection and maybe one question or a suggestion, particularly in line with the theme of the conference about retrospection and roadmap. So currently, internationally, there are lots of debates about restitution of objects, especially in museums all over the world. So I was wondering if there's some such discussion happening in the glamour space in India. And perhaps the representatives from the government can speak about it. But even otherwise, I was just wondering if we can hear about some of these discussions, heated debates, and extremely controversial topics that are animating the museum and gallery spaces all over the world. So that was one. And the second one actually has been going on in my mind since yesterday, but it was sparked particularly by the current speaker, Vrinda Pathare's presentation, when she was suggesting that we should have spaces for exhibiting industrial heritage. And perhaps inadvertently, she said that, perhaps in a corner in the mall, we can exhibit something about the industrial heritage of that place. And I was wondering, these projects are also intensely political projects. This whole discussion about having a museum for Maharashtra. I mean, I was just wondering, since precisely because there are students present here, we tell them the messy business of collection, exhibition, and actually putting things into galleries or not putting things into galleries. So what comes across to me through these 1.5 days is we are also looking at things in a very smooth, manner. It's interesting, but we are sort of shying away from some of these contentious questions. Dr. Pushkar Sohani indicated it in his presentation yesterday, but I was just wondering for the organizers if you could also get a glimpse of these kind of questions, which will be also, for the students to sort of learn from and grow with. Thank you so much.
So I just mentioned the Biennale World Textile Art. The curatorial note was Thread to Freedom, which started with Gandhiji's Khadi and everything. And this was particularly done thinking of 75 years of Indian independence. And especially it was happened when Queen Victoria was, Queen Elizabeth was not around, and we had lowered our flag as a country. So that was a big question for me, and I actually tried to pose that question to the artists, and that was the reaction in the show.
Just to quickly answer a little bit of what Vrunda was trying to suggest. What she was trying to say is that art need not be restricted within art, or in terms of her perspective, industrial history need not be restricted to any space. It needs to come out. And while I understand that it can be controversial or it can be a tough decision to curate, to display, to store objects, keeping the politics aside of it, I think there are stories that are very important to be presented to the public without thinking about the politics as well. And sometimes you also need to draw a thin line between how are you going to curate the show. I mean, I'm sure Dr. Garge will be able to kind of also elaborate a little more. But while we understand that there are politics of every issue of displays, there are creative ways of always engaging with the public. And I think that is more important, because ultimately, what is it that you wish to convey to the public? Is it, while controversy is, while it is on one hand the reality of things, on the other hand, there is far more information that has to reach to the people. So I think as museum professionals, we always try to kind of, wander through that whole exercise, and we are, I mean, sometimes you have to be careful, but like sometimes, nudity is a problem, right? So probably in a government setup, that may be an issue. Like I'm sure, Ruta, we have had in the past that Sita and Ashok one diorama. And we've had issues with the people, but it's also on the museum and us as employees to also take a stand. So that is my view, and if Dr. Garge would say.
True. And if you look at history of museum movement across the globe or even in India, there are very few projects of museums which are of political initiation. Well, recently there is a huge project in Gujarat which is initiated politically, and people certainly have questions in their mind about success of that particular program. I'm talking about Lothal Museum. And if it is initiated from the top brass, and if you want to implement it, there are all sort of resources, and there are all sort of questions to whether we are making it meaningful or not. So it's really important to raise questions. So I definitely welcome these sort of questions who would force students to think that how actually these processes they take place. Well, I know the creation of state museums looks pretty smooth, as I have put in my slides. Well, it is not. But if you're propagating, if you're teaching, you should always present an ideal scenario. Well, when kids are growing up, even in our home, we try to teach best possible ideal scenarios or patterns of behaviors, which we term as sanskaras to our children. We don't teach them to abuse, fight, though that could be necessary in the real world. But ideal scenario is always ideal prescription. And of course, the controversies are there, and one has to deal with them, and one has to come over them when you present that project to public. And it's a constant process. Rather, I would put it in a way, it's an evolving beast. And it will take its own course depending on so many scenarios. So one has to accept the reality and go on with the project. But well, if there are controversies and if there are political interventions, or if we are playing gimmicks like Chief Minister's Gallery, but those are the selling points of the museum. Unless you do that, you can't have, because ultimate, the political authority is the ultimate thing in this country. Nobody can deny this. You have to have the sort of blessings, fundings. The ultimate decisions lies with political authority. And I don't think they will intervene to that level that your entire character of the museum would change. If there's a right-wing government, and if they're expecting us to create museums dedicated to 16 sanskaras only, then it's problematic thing. But that is not the reality. That is not happening yet. So still there is a hope, and still I'm expecting that there will be an ideal scenario where two ends can meet. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm going to say something that's going to sound really crass, crude, vulgar, gauche, and all of those things. Everything, honey, is about the money. Everything at the end of the day is about the money. You ask one museum person whether they would like more money, and if they say no, I want whatever they're smoking. Okay? Let's be very blunt about this. Every single museum in India is understaffed. Every single museum in India does not have the money it wants to spend. And they might be private, public, partnership, whatever combination, permutation, McDonald's Happy Meal that you're looking at. It doesn't matter. Everything is about money. And along with money come a lot of piggybacking riders. Okay? I want this to be a vegetarian institution. I want this institution not to talk about women. I want this institution not to do X, Y, Z. It's ultimately up to the institution to decide whether the money is more important or whether whatever they feel their morals are. All morals are elastic. There are degrees of elasticity. Ultimately, you want to do something good, yeah, you're going to have to take it in the chest a couple of times and in the back once or twice, okay, to get your objective through. There is no free lunch. There is no perfect world. It doesn't exist.
With that thought, our next speaker is Mr. Paul Abraham. He's not present with us, but we have his recording here. He's a banker by profession, but an art patron and collector of historical artifacts, modern and contemporary art. He founded Sarmaya in 2015. Sarmaya serves as repository of his private collection, and Sarmaya aims to foster So, okay. No, sorry for the, disturbance. We'll just take Kuru sir's first with his thought in continuation. So, we break for lunch because he's going to speak on the food archaeology, which is his favorite topic, where he blends archaeology and food archaeology. So, over to you, sir. Yes, culinary museum, but yes, and it all starts from the food archaeology.
Are you giving me a laptop here or a remote or something to advance slides?
So Dr. Dalal is going to speak on the idea of a culinary museum for Maharashtra. So.
Not on the archaeology of museums. Hello? Can you hear me? Lovely. This way, that way. No, that's okay. But do I point there and click or point here and click? Okay, this is going to be acrobatic. Okay. At the onset, I'd like to thank the Department of Archaeology and Museums and Somaya Vidyavihar for asking me to come here. And I would like to thank you all in advance for listening to me and apologize in advance for making you listen to me. Right? So I was asked to speak specifically on a museum of food for Maharashtra. Now, what is the museum basically of food? What is the contributor going to do vis-a-vis a museum of food? The question that you need to ask is very simple. Each and every one of us needs to eat to live. You might live to eat, that's a different issue altogether, but you have to eat to live. There are three things that every individual human being has to do to survive: breathe, It's completely involuntary. Believe you me, you can't stop breathing because you want to. You might have enough willpower to pass out, your hindbrain will take over, and you'll start breathing again. Sleep, ditto, same. Okay, you'll pass out, your body shuts down. Eating is the only voluntary thing. You can not eat and kill yourself. There are some beautiful euphemistic terms for it, salle khana and others, but basically taking of samadhi is the same thing, starving yourself to death. It's the one surefire way of killing yourself. Jumping in front of a train is not guaranteed. Not eating, guaranteed death. It might take some time, but it will happen. So the point I'm trying to make over here is, despite this, none of us studies food. With due apologies to Somaya Vidyavihar, I would like to ask them whether they have a Department of Food Studies. They don't. Nutraceuticals is not food studies. You have a Department of Biology also. That's fair enough. But that still doesn't cut the mustard. Right? So for reasons that are completely bizarre, the entire teaching establishment in this country does not study food. And that includes catering colleges. Catering colleges teach you about ingredients, recipes, techniques, presentation. They don't teach you about food. They don't teach you about the archaeology of food, the history of food, the anthropology of food, the sociology of food, the fact that every single thing that you eat is political. You can list anything and I will tell you about the political implications of that. Every single thing you eat is political, but we don't talk about that. None of our political science departments have even a separate head in one paper called the politics of food. We just ignore the study of food in our country. And what's really tragic is there is perhaps no other place on this planet that has the variety of food and the consumption of different ingredients on the scale that the Indian subcontinent has. And despite all of this, we do not study it. There is no paper in the history of food. There is finally, I am told, in 2 sociology departments, a brief attempt to study food as an anthropology of food. I see that as some kind of hope in the study of food. The study of food is something that we just completely shun. And the reason for this is that we don't really showcase food. And this, more than anything else, is why you need to have a museum of food. Now, if there was to be a museum of food, where would you logically think it should be? Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata, Delhi, right? When India finally opened its first museum of food, it's in Thanjavur. Has anybody here visited it? People have been to Zapurza, people have been to BDL. Has anybody been to the Food Corporation of India's Museum of Indian Food? No. Effectively, it's a waste of money then. Right? So, we have a museum of food. It's a pretty decent museum of food, but it doesn't have the footfall to compensate for the kind of money that's gone into it. It's just come up. Maybe there is, everybody's having a post-pandemic hangover and we'll get around to it. So, essentially, a food museum is a space dedicated to showcasing preserving food and associated paraphernalia, both tangible and intangible, in their original physical forms as replicas, photographs, digital reproductions, smells, sounds, so on and so forth. Now, how do you eat? Somebody in this crowd, stand up and tell me how you eat. Come on, take a chance. Gentleman with the red headphones. How do you eat? No. No, you don't eat with your hands. You first eat with your ears and your nose. Because you smell the food. You hear things frying, crackling, corn popping. Okay? After that, you eat with your eyes. When you look at that food. Then, touch comes into play. Be it, I mean, I don't know anybody who eats with their feet if they have hands. So that's being very sensitive about people who do not have hands. But we all eat with our hands, whether we eat with spoons, forks, knives, or just directly with our bare hands. Right? So touch comes in next. Taste comes in last. The last place that the food is eaten by you is in your mouth. And yet we keep going on and on and on ad nauseum about the taste of the food. Where we don't realize that the hook, it's the monsoon time, you're passing your chai wala, you smell that chai brewing, you hear him stirring that chai in his little brass container, you hear the sounds of him pouring it in the glass, you're already hooked, you already want a cup. The guy next to him starts putting bhajiyas into a kadai, you're sold. Right? So what I'm trying to say is that all of our senses, we engage with food. Every single one of them. And yet, we don't study food. We don't showcase our food. Can you imagine? Bombay goes on and on ad nauseum about the damn vada pav. Why don't we have a museum of the vada pav? Why has Bhaudaji Lad Museum never put up a display called the vada pav? Seriously. You know, if there's one thing that unites everybody in Mumbai, it's the vada pav. 99 out of 100 people love vada pav. I mean, 1% probably just disagree on principle. But never mind them. Right? So what I'm trying to get at is, it's about anything and everything that has to do with food. The kadai, the jhara, the gas cylinder, the gadiwala, the little kopcha somewhere, the paper in which it's packed. Just like Vrinda was saying, you know, it's about the entire paraphernalia of food. And all of it can be showcased. The history of the vada pav is beautiful. It goes back all the way to the 1970s. Oh my God, it's 70 years old. Does that give us enough for it to be archaic and put in a museum?
As per government of Maharashtra, anything more than 50 years old can be put as antiquity.
Including myself. So, why don't we have, I'm serious guys, think of it, I'd love to visit a vada pav museum. It could be just one room. You could have the whole history of the vada pav in a room and a small vada pav stall outside. That vada pav wala would sell more vada pavs than anybody else in Bombay. Right? So, a museum can be devoted to the food of a country, state, city, region, food group, specific commercial product, a soft drink, a spice, a commodity, anything. You name it. You can build a food museum comprehensively, in individual groups, in groups that you decide, sets, subsets, and even one-off items. There is one attempt at a utensils museum in Ahmedabad. It's one of the most horrible things for anybody who has even a modicum of understanding of a museum, where the problem with the private space is the gentleman wants to put in as many objects as he can into the square footage that he has. This is one of the nicer displays over here. And there's a room full of locks for some reason in the middle of nowhere. But there are noodles about everything. One of the most amazing noodles in the world is the Kappa Noodles Museum in Japan. This is the Kappa Noodles Museum. Not only does it have everything to do with Kappa noodles, you can make your own noodles. It has activities for children where mothers and children come together and make their own noodles. It has entire noodle stations where, you know, you have this whole thing. Oh my God, don't bring food into the museum. Yeah, this museum is about Please eat while you're looking at the exhibits. It'll keep you from getting hyperacidity. So, things that you can't do in any other museum, you can do in a food museum. This is the Atlanta Coca-Cola Museum. It's got more things Coca-Cola than anywhere else in the world you'd think. But there are actually individual collectors who have more things Coca-Cola than the Coca-Cola Museum has. Because by the time they thought of building a museum, other people were already collecting stuff left, right, and center. They have an entire world beverage choices wall. They have all kinds of museums. The Americans love museums. The Europeans love museums. They're great places to go and spend time. This is a museum of mustard. Just mustard. That's all that this museum does. One Jewish gentleman who loved mustard so much that he decided he was going to create a museum of mustard. You see that entire display? There is not a single duplicate bottle of mustard in that entire museum. The only duplicate bottles are in the tasting session, where you can sit and taste mustards, where he'll do a master class in what mustard is for you, where he'll help you identify what your favorite mustard is going to be for the rest of your life. So, the mustard museum, can you imagine that? This is the udon museum in Japan. I mean, there's a ramen museum. There are, I think, about half a dozen ramen museums in Japan. But there's an udon noodle museum. Because what the hell? And those are all the bowls from all the parts of Japan where udon is served differently. This is the Indian Food Museum at Thanjavur. And if we need to look at all the different aspects of human life, I would love to have a museum of breathing and sleeping. I would volunteer to be an exhibit in the Museum of Sleeping. But yeah, a museum of food, something that we can't do without. We cannot consciously do without food. So a museum of food is just like any other museum. If you have a museum for the fine arts, if you have a museum for sculpture, if you have a museum for industry, why not a museum for food? It's a huge part of our identity. It defines who we are. You know, you're from the Konkan, if you're not a Brahmin, you eat fish. It's virtually taken for granted. You come from the Desh, you eat vadi. Whether you like it or you don't like it, you eat vadi, whether you're vegetarian or non-vegetarian. You come from Gujarat, you eat bajro. You might be very snooty about it, but you'll eat bajro. Ringna nu શાક ને બાજરાના રોટલા. Ultimately, that's what speaks to the soul of a Gujarati. It's like jalebi and fafda for breakfast. It's like the vada pav of the streets. It's like the omelette wala, hatgadi wala, the boiled egg wala outside the booze shop. So on and so forth. So, a museum is the perfect solution where people can come and learn about their culinary heritage and that of others. Food unites and divides. You have an option to come to a place where it unites. This is the Culinary Museum of India. These are some of the exhibits that they have over there. And I'm sad to say it's a really small museum. I wish it was bigger. I wish it had scope to expand. I wish those walls were around a much larger plot. But it's a beginning. Let's be honest about it. This is the first place. Hopefully it'll get better. They have a lot of VR display. You can put on these VR glasses that are on that interesting looking sculpture in the front, and they virtually take you to the food. Now, a classic food museum in its perfect state would not be 3D. It would be at least 5D. You would have smell and sound thrown into it. Imagine a museum where you can taste exhibits, where you got little pieces of blotting paper which you can tear off and taste Malwani masala, as opposed to, Goda masala. That's the difference. You know? It's not impossible. The technology exists to do this. Are we willing to do this? Do we have the vitamin M to do it? These are the questions we have to ask. So food museum is essentially a space dedicated to showcasing, preserving food, associated with paraphernalia, both tangible and intangible. The food we eat is a product of an enormous chain of events and systems, starting with farming and ending on our plates. Different communities have different diets, different ways. This is a typical Maharashtrian village home with a tiny little chula on which milk is being boiled. On the top is a Maharashtrian Khanawal in Baroda, because the Gaikwads went from Maharashtra to Baroda. At the bottom is a beautiful Khanawal in Nashik, where you still sit on the floor and eat. You're only given a stool if you're handicapped like me. Everything around us impacts our food. So, for example, when you look at this map, the terroir of Maharashtra, the coast, the hills, the plains, you have the Saputaras on top, you have the Sahyadris in the middle, you have the entire Konkan coast, you have the different fauna and flora of the Konkan on land and at sea. And all of this keeps changing. Every single community in India has a fat of choice. And no, that's not the kind of fat we're talking about. Okay? So, traditionally, the whole of North India ate mustard oil. The whole of South India ate sesame oil. Coconut oil was not really very popular out of Kerala. In the Northeast, they used fat in place of fat. It was all animal fat. Souring agents. Every single cuisine has its own souring agent, very often changing every couple of 100 kilometers, like on the coast of Maharashtra. From the tamarind to the kokam to the bilimbi. Just the length of the coast of Maharashtra. So your choice of spice, your choice of flavoring, your choice of starch, all of these things define you and your community and where you come from. And all of these depend on your terroir, on your geology, on your geography, on your archaeology, your anthropology, your sociology, your politics, every single thing that has to do with human beings. Every single subject that is studied in Somaya Vidyavihar, I can link to food. Every single subject. But none of these subjects teach food. The roadmap ahead is education. There was that lady over there who was asking what the roadmap was. The roadmap is education. And you showcase that education in a museum. So, what should we have in a museum? Well, you want to showcase the food of a region, because if you had to showcase the food of the whole of India in Thanjavur, in 4,000 square feet, there would be a lot of arguments about why you didn't showcase my food and why you didn't showcase her food and why you didn't showcase his food. Right? So if you want to do justice, these museums have to be regional. These museums should preferably have small local museums scattered across the length and breadth of the area that they represent. Okay? And what is very, very important is that these museums must have interactive displays. You have to be able to see, touch, smell, and taste. Unlike museums that say, please do not touch the artifacts, a good food museum will say, please touch the artifacts. Please fondle our potatoes. We change them every week. I'm serious. Okay? We'll have 3 expert chefs showing you how to slice onions and become a master of it. When you leave our museum, you take a skill set home. Simple things like this. How to wrap a modak. Every time we looked at a modak and said, oh my God, this must be damn difficult. Have somebody doing modaks. Next time you're at home and your mom is making modaks, you say, Mom, move over. I'll make modaks for you. Blow her brains out. Right? And make her proud. Especially the boys. Right? So the idea is to look at things. Now, since I'm an archaeologist, that's a scene from Sanchi. That's one of the most least shown images of Sanchi that I know of. That has, okay, a four-legged koan over here, another four-legged koan over here, and it has people winnowing over here. And it has people pounding over here. The entire process of chapati making is here. And the Buddha is here as the umbrella, but never mind that. So what I'm trying to say is that you have no idea where food is represented, because the Buddha also had to eat. His last meal was pork. And when he had really serious indigestion after eating pork, yes, oh my God. Only in India we believe, no, it was mushrooms that tasted like pork. I've eaten a lot of mushrooms, guys. No mushrooms taste like pork. Everywhere outside India, everybody is very content with the fact that the Buddha's last meal was pork. Remember, Bhikshan Dehi, whatever you put in his bowl, that he will eat. Right? His last meal was pork. He died of indigestion, poor old man, at 80. And he told Ananda, he said, don't blame the guy who gave me the pork. It's not Chunda's fault. This was my karma. Chunda did me a favor by making me suffer before I died. So I wiped off any karma that I might have collected. So we got to be grateful to the man for feeding me bad pork. I wouldn't have been that kind, but then I'm not the Buddha. So just look at the progression from there to rotary cones. If you follow Sankalya's Nevasa excavation report, the rotary cone probably comes to India from outside. And it's the Romans who bring it to us. We adapt to it like it's going out of fashion. It's soon everywhere. In Maharashtra, we even have a rotary cone that's made out of mud. And we use a rotary cone specifically with our millets. When we want to turn our vari into variche tandoor, we use a zaatar that is made out of clay. We're forgetting how to make it, by the way, guys. And then, of course, here's Usha doing all the stuff for you today. So all of that is still food history. You know how much women have been liberated by simple things like the gas stove, the mixer grinder, as we call it in India, the mixie, the washing machine, the refrigerator. It's given women time. Of course, I've had people give me the counter argument that now they watch really bad serials on television with that time. But that's their time, and nobody else's business what they do with it. So we need a pop-up space where chefs and home chefs can come and showcase cuisine from all over the country, so that they're not just regional. You need workshops, research spaces, a cafeteria with a menu that changes. This month, Parsi food. Next month, GSB food. Month after that, we got food from the Adivasis of Nasik. Okay? Bring them in, give them a fully equipped kitchen, ask them what they want in advance, equipment that they need to bring, they can bring with them if we don't have it, and they can sell it to the museum. So we then have it. And the museum grows that way. A museum shop where visitors can buy select ingredients. Imagine going to a museum shop and coming back home and saying, Mom, I went to Bombay and I went to this amazing museum of the food of Maharashtra. And this is this amazing Maharashtra masala called Goda masala. And your mother, probably North Indian, will say, what? Goda masala? Masala for what? Cooking horse? And then you explain the whole thing because it's on the back of the packet. And it comes stamped with the Department of Archaeology and Museums logo. And it guarantees you purity. So, Dr. Garge is going to now start thinking about buying up shares in a masala factory and how to explain that to his minister. Ingredients, rare things, so much food that we stopped eating, so much food that we adapted to, so much food that came to us and came to us historically. I mean, Pushkar is right there, and he could probably give you a 5-hour lecture on the food of the Sultanate period. Okay? And drive your stomach muscles into a frenzy just listening to him. The impact that the Sultanates had on the food of this region is phenomenal. I went to this little town well, it's in Karnataka now, but kind of Greater Maharashtra. The Kannadigas can hate me for it. Called Gulbarga. And we asked our driver after a really, really long conference where we could get a bite to eat. And he said, "Sir, do you eat meat?" And we said, "Yes, very much." So he said, "I'll take you to a place, you sit in the car, you don't come out because it's a bit grungy type of place." So we were like, meat, tasty, and grungy. You hit all the buttons. That's where we want to go. And I had the most amazing chicken samosas I've had in my life. Chicken samosas. I hate chicken. Beautiful, large Punjabi samosa looking samosas full of chicken and garlic and onions and pepper and salt, nothing else. Super yummy. Who'd have thunk? Right? So, this is a place called the Food Library, and for some reason, Food Library is an incredibly popular restaurant name in India. If you Google Food Library, you would probably get about 40 places called Food Library in India. This is a place called Food Library, where there's a library and a bookshop just stocked with cookbooks and books about food, and various people collaborate with them and come up with products, and these products are then sold at the Food Library as a kind of social service thing. More and more and more museums all over the world are opening up spaces to do with food. This one over here is very specifically in France, and they're talking about chocolate and bread. This is one of those places that is on my bucket list. This is a pilgrimage place for me. It's called Books for Cooks. The entire shop is only full of cookbooks and books related to food. It is the #1 place in the world that people researching food and chefs and people who love food go to in London. And they have their own little counter where they serve really delicious stuff, and they don't mind if you use grubby fingers on their books. They think it only adds to the value. This is one small shelf of cookbooks. They do special tasting lunches with chefs who have come and used their place, learned so much, applied it elsewhere, who come back and showcase what they learned at Books for Cooks. So it's a very snooty club of people who get in. Well, they announce it. It's normally booked in about 5 minutes after they announce a lunch. But they even have their own cookbook called Favorite Recipes Books 1, 2, and 3, Books for Cooks. This young lady is doing a demonstration at the Smithsonian Museum. She's teaching food at the Smithsonian. Cooking Up History, presented in the Wallace H. Coulter Performance Plaza in the museum's innovation wing, which features a fully functional demonstration kitchen, the first of its kind at the Smithsonian. This, ladies and gentlemen, is in 2018. Can we dream of doing this at the BDL or the CSMVS? A fully functional kitchen space where we can showcase food heritage. A space for interactive cooking, live demonstrations, a living museum where you talk about communities, their history, over their food. People who eat together don't kill each other. It's a fact. Think of all those different things that you could showcase. The Kohli ladies of Bombay, the cold drink making history that is Maharashtra's amazing hidden secret, vegetarian fish that the Parsis make. Vegetarian fish and Parsis. Yeah, it's a mithai. It's called Mawadi Boy. The amazing kebabs that otherwise you probably wouldn't even know about from various parts of Mumbai and their history. The amazing farsan that Gujarat and Kutch have brought us. And well, ladies and gentlemen, a great place to spend the day with your family. Cooking, eating, learning, and just having fun. The Maharashtra Museum of Food.
So when do we come to eat, sir? So when do we come to eat?
The moment the museum is ready.
The moment.
first meal we'll call you. All of you are invited. Right, sir?
Thank you so much for the insightful talk on food. Does anyone have questions here? You have?
When is lunch? That's the question they're asking.
Well, yes. So we'll break for lunch after this session ends. Yeah, we'll have questions. We'll have questions and
Yes,
then we'll break
the
for
young lady
lunch.
over there.
Hi, thank you for that. Now the thing is, I'm Shomi Chatterjee.
I know.
So what I did was we exhibited the food of the Indus Valley. It took about 4 years of work, etc. And then there was a fiasco.
Yes, I remember.
I'm famous for the fiasco. So no one wants to do the exhibition and they don't want to do it in a barge pole length. But I hope I find space here because you said non-veg. Thank you very much. We have reached here if we were all vegetarians, unfortunately. But there's one sad thing which I saw. I also trailed other food journeys. So I went down to Jharkhand. I wanted to see whether the Jharkhand Bhavan will exhibit their own food because every Bhavan have their own kitchen. The saddest thing is we're embarrassed of our own food.
Yes.
We're embarrassed how the food looks, how so-called messy or dirty it is behind the picture. That's one problem. The second problem is I went towards this Gurez Valley, Chitral. I keep looking for own food, as in local food. It doesn't matter how messy the kitchen is, I'm still going to eat that. So they've stopped making it. Why? Because we want to please the tourist and fit in. So I think...
So you make Maggi noodles.
That's whatever I was fed was very horrible in the name of Maggi noodles also. But
I feel you.
if you were having this museum, please get in touch with me.
Done.
I have a
So-
chef who's done the
So I have done a few meals from the Indus Valley also, but curated for people that I know. And I feel your pain for that beautiful exhibition, which would have been something remarkable, which didn't happen at the National Museum. I'll tell you this. There is a very, very strong narrative in India. The narrative, sadly, is a Ganga-centric narrative. And for some reason, we are made to believe that Indians are vegetarians. The government of India's own specifications, government of India, not me, says that 73% of Indians are non-vegetarians. Government, not. But we still believe and we tell the world that Indians are vegetarians. Do you know that the Indian language didn't really have a word called vegetarian? In Bengali, for example, there is a word called non-vegetarian. I mean, that's the only way I can describe it in English. There is Amish, which is what everybody eats, and then there is Niramish, not Amish, which is vegetarian. Of course, it is more than just vegetarian, but for argument's sake, what I'm going to say here is that we have shamed people with their food. I worked at a village called Chandor, about 120 kilometers south of Mumbai. Medieval excavation, we figured out what I was saying yesterday about how this village is broken up into 7 different units, which make up the group Gram Panchayat, and it's been 7 units for 800 years. We understood the dynamics of spatiotemporal positioning in Maharashtrian villages, and we proposed a model now. It's up to other people to see whether it works elsewhere or not. The Chambars and Mahars in that area have stopped growing nachni because their children stopped eating it. And their children stopped eating it because they were told categorically that they were low caste people, they were dark, and their feces were also dark. Because when you eat nachni as a diet, because of the high mineral content of nachni, you have feces which are dark. So those children stopped eating nachni, saying at least then our shit won't be dark. It'll be like everybody else's shit. Sidhu was there. I remember both of us looking at each other like they'd grown horns or something. So this is the kind of problem that we have in India, where we have a greater tradition, a specific narrative, which very often overrides all other narratives. And then by doing so, it shames people with their own food. So for example, if you go to Kolhapur today, there is no restaurant in Kolhapur where you can go and have a meal of rakti. which is one of the most popular dishes in medieval Kolhapur. Blood that's cooked. I mean, the British wax eloquent about a black pudding, right? But we can't talk about it in Kolhapur because it is the food of poor people. See, we all aspire to more, show me. And if more is what the general tradition wants, then that's what we do. It's sad, but it's true. Anybody else? Mr. Jain.
So पीछे से जैनालों का comments आया. So see, you mentioned that there's a pain point that the museums have, that they don't have money. But the directorate already has 13 museums. And a place where you can earn money is the cafeteria. No matter how poor you are or how rich you are, if you go to a cinema hall, you'll buy a 250 rupee popcorn. So maybe you can have regional museums showcasing food in their cafeteria, the local cuisines, so you also preserve and you also make money out of it. And as you mentioned that I'm a vegetarian, but when we do events at Sopara, we offer chicken bhujing. But why it's a non-vegetarian dish, we also specifically make paneer bhujing for the vegetarians. So at such museums, you can, some form of innovation wherein the non-vegetarians can also enjoy, the vegetarians can also enjoy, and they can come together. Maybe at a loss of authenticity.
No, it's not a loss of authenticity. There is always compromise in food. That's what food is all about. Somebody in the house doesn't eat prawns, you put potatoes into the gravy.
And in fact,
there's nothing wrong with that.
And what happens is, today people would want to go to the mall and buy a 50 rupee sweet corn. But 10 rupees ka butta koi nahi khayega. So at the museums, if you present it that way, maybe people can, and it's a win-win situation.
So I don't know how many of you all know, but corn has been in India for about 250 years. But there are an entire branch of corn varieties that are grown by people in the hills of Maharashtra. And by selection or whatever, they grow a lot of red corn. Beautiful red ruby-colored corn, which rarely comes out of the hills. So Triple O Farms has been working with them with the seed bank. And I'm very proud to say that I know them and enormous respect for Shailesh and his work. They've introduced this red corn to parts of Gujarat, which are having a drought, and they can't grow their regular corn. And this corn is taking those villages by storm, because it's a much hardier corn used to much less water and terrible conditions in the hills of bad soil and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of stuff that we can showcase. There are at least 3,000 varieties of rice in India. At least. I'm being very casual with that number. Okay? I know people who have recorded more than 1,200 varieties of rice in Western India. And that's not the rice eating belt, right? It's south and east. Do you know that till the 5th century BC, nobody in South India had ever eaten rice? They only ate millets. It's the year of the millet this year. What a fabulous year it would be for Maharashtra to start off by showcasing a temporary Maharashtra museum of food with millets. I mean, our Prime Minister has been pushing the agenda of millets. His party is in power in Maharashtra. What a good idea it would be to do a demo run of the Maharashtra Food Museum by putting up a temporary museum showcasing millets and everything that you can do with them. But we don't teach food, so people don't know we can do this. The roadmap, teach food.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Are all the senses gets information from the hypothalamus? So the thrusty, the center of the hypothalamus is a very important playing role in a human body. And second thing is, sir, which type of food selected by the people, actually the huge number of the foods and their segregation and classification given by the Ayurveda 5,000 years ago. So we should select the particular things according to our nature. So different peoples suffering from the different Vata, Pitta and Kapha dosha. Was the opinion in this particular things?
So let's put it this way. At a time when there was no other system, Ayurveda was a brilliant system. We can push it back to about 2,700 years ago. Perhaps it definitely had its genesis earlier, but organized Ayurveda from about 2,700 years ago is a more viable date. When there was nothing else, it was a great way to go. It's also a holistic way of life, which tries to tell you that you are not, your illness is not your illness, but is the manifestation of your illness. Contrary to allopathy and blah blah, and we've argued that argument to death in India. The fact is that today we have far better means of knowing what you can digest and what you can't. And whereas a lot of Ayurveda is amazingly good, what Ayurvedic scholars tell you to eat in winter in Delhi is not what you should be eating in winter in Kanyakumari. So Ayurveda also has the problem that no two Ayurvedic practitioners will agree that you're suffering from the same ailment or give you the same cure. And I'm sorry, but sanitization is the only way forward for, well, medical cure. Ayurveda is a phenomenal treasure which we refuse to allow into a scientific system, because then it will take the glamour away from it and the money away from it. A lot of Ayurvedic advice is very, very good advice about what you should eat and what you shouldn't eat. Sushruta and Charaka, the great Ayurvedists, this gentleman probably tell us, will tell you not to eat red meat. They will say, please eat less red meat. It's not good for you. Spot on. That's what all our doctors are telling us today. But Sushruta and Charaka will also tell you the moment you're recovering from a bad illness to have beef bone soup. Beef bone soup. B-E-E-F. How many of our Ayurvedic brothers are going to have, Vaids are going to have beef bone soup or prescribe it today? No. Beef, which was something that was commonly eaten at one time, is not commonly eaten in India today. Fair enough. But does that mean that Sushruta and Charaka were wrong about it? Because then they'd be wrong about everything that they said. It means that we adapt. Sadly, we are not willing to adapt anymore in Ayurveda. Ayurveda, which talked about bhasmas of metals, today talks about only vegetarian products. Ayurvedic doctors say some really bizarre things like there are no side effects to Ayurvedic medicine. I've seen people admitted to the ICU with liver failure and kidney failure by using and abusing Ayurvedic medication. So every system has its own thing. You should eat seasonally, you should eat hyperlocally, you should eat as much as your body requires and not end up like me with much more than your body requires, right? But then we also have the problem of being Indian, Hindu and Maharashtrian and thinking that Ganesha is all about prosperity. And saying really lovely things like, oh, your son is so prosperous looking. Say he's fat. He's fat. But then we can't say Ganesha is fat. That would be insulting to a deity. It would be. We can't say things like that. So then these things reflect on us and on our behavior. Such a healthy child, sir. I'm so proud of him. To each their own.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we'll close this session now. We'll take a lunch break until 3 and we'll come back. There's one more presentation that's remaining and then we'll do the final closure of this session. Thank you.
am so delighted to be here at the invitation of the Somaya Institute of Dhamma Studies. And it's fascinating to know that you guys are doing this conference on the whole subject of culture, history, and, our years of heritage. We at Sarmaya would love to take you through a quick journey of ours. Sarmaya is, as we wish to call it, a museum without boundaries. But essentially, Sarmaya is a repository of Indian art, culture, heritage. We have a very, very interesting genre of collections, which is housed in an archive in Mumbai. And we use these objects and artifacts to tell stories of the wonderful heritage of this land we call India and our home. It's, something that I started, the journey many, many years ago. I was set off on this journey by my father in some ways. I grew up in Delhi, but for now, more than a couple of decades, I am in Mumbai. Delhi was a city that was full of visible and tangible history all around you. And my father had moved there from Kerala, which was my home state, way back in 1948. And when he moved, when I grew up to be a teenager, he gave me this little bottle, which you see on the screen, a Vaseline bottle with a few coins of Travancore, which was the home state from where he had come, as a reminder of my legacy. And that set me off on this journey of, being interested in history and being interested in objects and artifacts and things like that. Today, of course, the collection has, coins, it has maps, it has 19th century photography, engravings, rare books, indigenous art, and modern and contemporary art. We are a museum that follows a hybrid model, which means basically that we have a very active digital presence, and we also combine that with events. We are not a museum space in the conventional sense, because we don't have a physical display space of our own like the traditional museums have. We do have the ability for people to come and visit our archive, and we are essentially looking to cover audiences both digitally and through events which are held outside of our physical space. We speak to a range of audiences. We speak to young children, we speak to young adults like yourselves, and we speak to more senior audiences, and we try and mix and match the focus of our engagement accordingly. So just to reiterate, Sarmaya is a digital museum with a physical collection that represents the diverse history and artistic traditions of the subcontinent. Our aim is to set young Indians like yourselves on the path towards discovering your cultural inheritance through a critical and, very importantly, a compassionate lens. Using our collection as the starting point, we create online and on-ground programming that sparks curiosity, invites dialogue, and fosters a deeper engagement with our shared heritage. So there are a few crucial things in there. One is, it's our heritage. India's heritage is our heritage. The diversity of this heritage is incredible, and we need to learn and understand that. We need to be always mindful of the fact that history can be seen through multiple lenses, and therefore while you critique it and you understand it and you learn about it, always try and be compassionate about the other's point of view. And we also want to set you off on this journey of curiosity. Very important that you get engaged, you feel the need to, learn more, and you feel the need to go and explore. And it's multi-genre. Remember that in our country, the culture manifests in various shapes and forms, whether it is through sculpture, whether it is through living traditions, whether it is through architecture, whether it is through coins, whether it is through tribal art. There are many ways we manifest our culture. And it would be fantastic if we could spark that curiosity in you to learn more. Okay, quickly about the Sarmaya collection. And if ever you are interested, please do write in to Sarmaya. We have, people come into our archive and engage with these collections. Okay, we have, like it says there, over 9,000 objects of art, history, culture, represented through the various genres. A lot of them you see on the screen. There are maps, there are, prints and engravings, there's modern art, there's rare books, there are very interesting coins, numismatics as it's called, and of course, 19th century photography and modern art, So it's a wide range, and, we have all these objects documented. A lot of them are available on our digital properties, which I'll talk about in a moment. Okay, how do we engage? And why do we engage in the way we do? Our approach is essentially, Sarmaya is a museum that comes to you, okay? Partly that has come as a compulsion because we don't have a physical space, of course. But more importantly, we feel that there are audiences in places in this country where the privilege of accessing physical spaces like we have in cities like Mumbai is not there. So rural India, for example, where would they go if they want to see the kind of stuff we have in our collection or the kind of stuff that is showcased in our traditional museums like CSMBS and Bhavdaji Lad and things like that. So we find the need to provide access driving a lot of the way we program. And we use digital very actively, as you can see on the screen. We have films, we have spotlights, we have social media, we have talks which are digitally available, free to access. We have collaborations, we have exhibitions, and so on. And a variety of other properties. And a lot of this is available to be accessed from any part of the country, any part of the world, because it's digitally provided. And the reason for that is we find that we cannot have a, binary structure to the way people access our art, culture, and history. Either you come to a museum or you don't have access at all. That's not on. Maybe standing in front of an object is, a wonderful experience which cannot be matched, if you are looking at it digitally. But the converse, that there is no access if it's not a physical access, is not correct. Because we feel that people out there who cannot make it to, the big cities typically where some of these conventional museums are available, we feel that we need to get to them. The second and more important thing, to my mind, is that you can layer your stories. In a typical museum, you go there, you see, you read the metadata, and then you're finished. After that, if you want to stay in touch, how do you do that? So in our case, we have layered storytelling. We have things like Instagram, we have things like websites, YouTube, or all these channels. You engage not just once, you engage as you want to, at your pace, from your own location, and we are able to tell you the story in short format, in longer format, in visual format, in written format. So our approach is that we want to follow a hybrid model of programming, and we want to give access through multiple properties that we use so that you relate to what you feel comfortable with. So, just to talk about one of the properties that we have, which we call spotlights. Now, a spotlight for us is like a magazine feature. So every few weeks, we pick up a subject and we go deep inside the subject with many formats of engagement. So you'll have long form articles that address various facets of the subject. So if we talk about the thing on the screen, for example, the Sea of Stories, it talks of all the ways which we, engage with water. Our coastlines are famous for the number of ports that colonial India and before that used for trade. And they all became cities, like Cochin, like Chennai, like Pondicherry, like Dabol, like Surat. And we also have a lot of places in the country where historical cities have come up on the banks of rivers, next to big water bodies and things like that. So we explore the whole aspect of water and our history and how the two are related through videos, through talks, through big articles. So it's like a magazine feature of the old days. You pick up a magazine and there is a cover story, and the cover story is told to you in many ways. In our case, we have many ways of telling you the story. So this is one of our very interesting properties, which I would urge you to view on our website, and then from there you are directed in many different directions to go and explore. We also have, like you can see here, many other properties. We have YouTube, where you will listen to and see talks, movies, short snippets, animated cartoons and things like that. We also have exhibitions. So Echoes of the Land was an exhibition we had recently in Delhi, where we engaged with the issue of climate change and art. How art and artists respond to the issue of climate change. How some see this as a spiritual connection, how some see this as a connection of the land, how some people feel frustrated that some of these things are not working for them. And also on YouTube, if you see, there are a lot of, movies, talks, and things like that, which you can actively engage with. Some of these are people who are, serious academics in the space, and they can, talk you through a lot of depth in the subjects that you want to engage in. Very importantly, I want to talk to you about education. We want to reach diverse groups of children, and also we want to reach diverse groups of young adults. Okay, and the reason is that we feel that in this day and age, language literacy and numeracy are very important to master, but really the challenge is how do you build, emotional strength in people. So EQ is based on understanding our heritage, our history, our culture. And those are the soft inputs that make for strong citizens. We feel more secure when we know of the incredible wealth that this country has. We feel proud of our country. We feel proud of ourselves. We feel happy in our diversity. We feel, we go back a long time. There's so much to learn from our history. We feel that we have culture being practiced in the form of living traditions, in the form of tribal art, and in the form of our textile traditions, our craft traditions, which are hundreds and thousands of years old. So it is something that gives us solidity, gives us pride, and we love to engage, and we have very active presence with partners which go into rural India and cover thousands of children. And we work with organizations like Pratham, Learning Links Foundation, and these are, modules that we build for them, digital content, training programs, and they reach over 1 lakh children and across a variety of socio-economic backgrounds. And this content is provided free and it is available for all to access. So if there are teachers who want to use some of this content in developing their own engagement strategies with their students, you're most welcome to use it. It's on our website, it's on our YouTube channel, and there are multiple resources. There are quizzes, there are worksheets, there are stencils, there are movies, there are animated cartoons, and you can engage with one subject itself in multiple formats. So that's something that we are very, very happy to do and continue to do. And if any of you want to work with us or help us develop this content, we would welcome that. We really look forward to this whole subject of art, culture, heritage, education being revitalized in our country in such a way that it becomes an inherent part. Under the new education policy, arts are a crucial input into young minds' development and well-being, and it is now more or less compulsory to be a part of the curriculum. So we really look forward to inputs from people like yourselves about what could be done, how we could engage more, and active engagement and feedback on what we are doing is also welcomed. Another thing that we do regularly is to have exhibitions, and these are exhibitions on ground. They've been held in multiple cities, in Mumbai, Goa, Delhi. We also have digital exhibitions in partnership with various international organizations. We also do stuff where we are having panel discussions with international museums, live streaming of their exhibitions. So we, in some senses, have the ability to create the physical space, but we always try and make sure that it is in engaging with a theme that is contemporary. So we did a photography exhibition which was harking to identity. We did an exhibition about the city of Mumbai at the Jahangir Art Gallery. We did an exhibition in Delhi on climate change and contemporary responses of artists. We did a thing on erasure of identity, which was done in Mumbai, and so on. So there's a bunch of exhibitions that have, been done. We'd urge you to sign up so that we can inform you about these exhibitions as and when they happen. So these are physical exhibitions, and they are often using our collections across genres. So it's not just painting, or it's about coins, it's about photography, it's about contemporary art, indigenous art, rare books. We mix and match. And it's a wonderful opportunity for all of you to really, in an exciting way, engage with contemporary subjects. So I would urge all of you to, stay in touch, register yourself, so that we can send you the, information, and you can, stay in touch with us on a regular basis, and, keep engaged. Okay, now I am kind of reaching the end of my brief presentation. Before I go, I want to introduce you to another one of our properties, which I would love for you to, go and check out and give us feedback, and also give us ideas on what are the kind of properties you would love to see on Sarmaya's platform. These are movies that we made on some of our living traditions. So the one on the left is called Tolu Bomalata, which basically is the dance of shadow puppets. And this is an art form that is prevalent in many states of southern India, but most actively in Andhra Pradesh. There are variants in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Orissa, and Telangana. And the one on the right is a wonderful, art tradition called Mithila or Madhubani paintings. These are from Bihar, and these are from a district, the district of Madhuban, which of course is particularly of relevance to us in our country, because this is the state from which, the district from which Sita is, supposed to have come. And a lot of these art traditions have been in existence for hundreds of years, but literally came to light only in the 20th century, when somebody went and traveled to this place and discovered that such an art form existed. And imagine walking around in a town, in a village, where all the walls are painted, there are stories behind each painting. It's so culturally alive and fascinating. So please do go and see these films. They are beautiful. They give you a good sense of some of the art forms that exist in our country. And certainly, I would welcome you guys taking time and interest and reverting to us with some ideas and your feedback on what you think of Sarmaya as a platform and the various properties of Sarmaya, and tell us what more we can do. And that brings me to the last slide. This is just to give you an overall sense of what we do. We have had in these 4-5 years of our existence, we officially started in 2015. The collection journey, of course, started a few decades ago for me personally, but we set up Sarmaya officially in 2015 and got active largely from 2017. So in 6 years of our existence, on average, we do 100,000 children every year. We've had, multiple virtual exhibitions where we collaborate with international institutions, local institutions, to bring digitally and bring alive collections from elsewhere to our audiences. We've hosted 47 Sarmaya talks. Each of those talks typically has 2 very senior speakers, and they talk about everything from art, culture, language, stories that will really be, diverse and exciting. And I'd urge you to, follow us and, keep track of all of this. Everything is available on the platforms for you to access freely. We have more than 10,000 books in our library. pertaining to a lot of these subjects across our genres. And if there is ever something you want to refer, write into us, and you can have access to some of these books and publications. We do, like I said, spotlights, which are like magazine features. They address subjects in a very, very deep and engaging way. We have more than 8,500, almost 9,000 objects. And of course, we have a very active viewership across our platforms. And I urge you all to be part of this journey. Thank you so much. It was a delight being here today. And I would say that, for me personally, I was a banker. And the journey into art, history, culture has been so rewarding, because in India we have tons of stuff to offer. Tons. Take my word for it. We are a culturally alive and rich country. We have such diversity across. It takes multiple lifetimes to understand everything, but let's make a start. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Somaya Institute of Dhamma Studies, for inviting me. I'm sad that I couldn't be there in person, but I'd love to come and join you one of these days. Many, many thanks.
We'll conclude the session. Thank you to all panelists for generously conversing with us and providing valuable insights into each of your museums. Thanks to the audience for being so attentive and patient and interactive during the session. Dr. Garge, we hope to visit the State Museum soon. Just for the sake of students, I think I would like to focus a little on the definition of ICOM in my conclusion. In its 26th General Conference, ICOM approved a new museum definition. A museum is a not-for-profit, permanent institution in the service of society that researches, collects, conserves, interprets, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage. The other keywords that they list out are accessible, inclusive, foster diversity and sustainability, participation of communities, education, enjoyment, reflection, and knowledge sharing. All the people that represented their institutions today touched upon each of these aspects mentioned in the museum definition, probably in ways unique to their institution. Their approaches may have differed based on the demography distinctive to them. However, the goals have remained the same: to be inclusive and accessible, and to provide varied experiences for education, reflection, and knowledge sharing. In Paul Abraham's presentation, we saw how museums can engage with audiences when not bound by physical spaces and approach them digitally. Vrunda Pathare spoke of the importance of documenting recent histories that may not necessarily fit in the traditional realm of a museum or a collection, but is vital to understand the city, state, or country's history. Thus, documenting and digitizing information is critical to any museum or cultural institution, and is often the primary source of information that professionals or students can use to dig deeper into the subject. By being creative with their outreach activities, by carefully studying their audiences, museums can find unique ways of engaging with them. Dr. Bhavdajilar Museum demonstrates this by making its 19th century collection relevant and engaging with audiences with programming molded perfectly within the museum's setting and its mission. We also see this with government museums and Zapurza, where the visitors become central to all activities. Dr. Dalal's presentation showed us the possibilities of experiencing tangible and intangible heritage together and making museums an interactive space. Lastly, collaboration is critical to this entire discussion. Museums must have a dialogue with each other that can be fruitful and mutually beneficial to one another by making meaningful partnerships that can help build knowledge systems and open their doors to newer audiences. Thank you.
Madhura, I request you to wait here. Request you to felicitate all the panelists of the. It's okay if you can. Yeah.
नवीन काढा. And Madhura, we request Pallavi ma'am to felicitate you.
All right, we're going to begin with our next session. I hope everyone is nicely fed because we have a long but very exciting session coming up. We'll begin with our moderator, a person who needs no introduction because him and his team, along with Somaya Vidyavihar University and the Institute of Dharma Studies, have worked tirelessly to bring this conference to life. I would like to introduce Dr. Tejas Garge. Dr. Tejas Garge is the present director of the Directorate of Archaeology and Museum, Government of Maharashtra. He specializes in Harappan civilization and in firearms. He also works in the field of museums and exhibitions, Indian art and architecture, forts and fortifications, marine archaeology, heritage management, and legislation. Introducing our panelist, Mrs. Abha Narayan Lamba, unfortunately could not be here. But in place of her, we have Mrs. Kruti Garg. We next have Mrs. Tejaswini Aphale. Next, along with Ms. Tejaswini, we also have Mrs. Somi Chatterjee. Our fifth panelist, Dr. Shekha Jain, could not be here, so these are our four. Our first paper of the day was to be presented by Ms. Abha Narayan Lamba, who is the principal architect of Abha Narayan Lamba Associates, which is a leading architectural firm in India, specializing in architectural conservation, building restoration and retrofit, museum design, historic interiors, preparation of urban and regional level conservation management plans, conservation assessment studies, urban signage, and street furniture. The firm has won 9 UNESCO Asia Pacific Awards for conservation projects and has been listed among the top 100 architects of South Asia 2018 by Architectural Digest. Ms. Lamba has a master's degree in architectural conservation from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, with over 2 decades of experience in the field. She has won numerous awards and has been a consultant to ICCROM, UNITAR, World Monuments Fund, Global Heritage Fund, as well as the Archaeological Survey of India. Unfortunately, Mrs. Lamba couldn't make it to the conference, and therefore we have Ms. Kruti Garg, Director Projects at Abha Narayan Lamba Associates, who will present Ms. Lamba's paper, which is on World Heritage in Mumbai, a case of successful implementation and future possibilities in Maharashtra. Which is yours? This one?
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible to everyone here in this room? Yeah. My name is Kriti Garg. I've been working with Abha for the last 17 years and been an active a conservation architect myself. Today, I'm just going to take you up through the journey of how Mumbai got inscribed on the World Heritage List, a city that we all love, we all are proud of, and something which probably was always a miss when it came to heritage. Normally in our country, a lot of the heritage is put under a bracket of what we consider ancient, monumental, temples, religious sites, cave sites, etc., which it is. But what this paper and what this journey also talks about is how when we are into 20, 30 years of working in conservation in the country, how modern heritage becomes essentially important, and a dialogue which is very, very relevant in today's time, that yes, we have our India is a land of vast culture, vast history, ancient history, but we also need to embrace 19th and 20th century architecture, which our city sort of exemplifies in its form. So what we have here is, I'm going to take you through this journey in 2 ways. One, a little about, talk about what is the site that we are discussing and what is Mumbai's World Heritage. And 2 is how we got about, and it took 15 years for us to be able to put this area on the map of World Heritage. This is just a little timeline of how it all began in 2003 when Abha presented a paper at a conference on modern heritage in Chandigarh. There were only 2 sites and 2 presentations. So while there was discussion on Sydney Opera House, there was talk about the Shanghai Bund, you talk about the Indonesia's Bandung area. 2 papers which spoke about Indian context were on Le Corbusier's buildings in Chandigarh, and Abha presented her paper on modern heritage, which is the Art Deco buildings fronting the Marine Drive in Bombay. Back then in 2003, it was still Bombay, and in 2004, it went on to change its name to Mumbai. After that, so there's a certain process that UNESCO lists when it comes to inscribing sites and buildings or structures or cultural heritage as part of the World Heritage. So they start with making a tentative nomination. So what you have to do is that you have to prepare a list which is approved by the government, and then it goes and it's submitted to the World Heritage Organization, which is in UNESCO heads in Paris. And after that, once it's accepted by their advisory committee, then it goes on to becoming the submission or a nomination by the central government, which is there's a central advisory committee at the center, at the country level, where they submit it officially as their entry for subscription or inscription to World Heritage. Then it takes another year. You have a mission, an ICOMOS mission, which comes, it sees the site, it understands. So whatever you have written or whatever you have presented, they come and see the on-ground reality. They take care of, they look at the management aspects of the site. They look at how and what you're doing to keep this heritage in check, and then go on to inscribing it in a convention, which in our case happened in 2018. So all the way from 2003, when we started a dialogue, it took around these 15 years, and 2018 in July, which we just celebrated the anniversary just a couple of days back, is when Mumbai got nominated. These were just some validatory letters which were produced, signed by the Chief Minister, then Chief Minister of Maharashtra, also Shri Amitabh Bachchan, reinforcing the need to inscribe our city as a World Heritage Site. So what it does, what we're going to see now is what is the site actually that we're talking about. So there are two aspects. It's called the Victorian and the Art Deco Ensemble of Mumbai. So the Victorian architecture is what we all know as, if you're driving past Oval Maidan or Azad Maidan, so Victoria Terminus, the Bombay Municipal Corporation, the High Court building, the University of Mumbai, and the buildings along that line form the Victorian edge of the ensemble. And across the other side of the open spaces, which is towards the seaside or the seafront, is the Art Deco stretch. And we all know that Mumbai is the second largest city in the world to have a concentration of Art Deco buildings after Miami's Ocean Drive. So, and in Asia, it's the only city which has such a large concentration of Art Deco buildings, and it almost forms an urban language and speaks about a shift of time and dynamics in the early 20th century. The people, and very importantly, any project and any, whether it's an on-ground project or whether it's preparing a dossier such as this, always comes together with the right people at the right time, with the right team. And in this case, these were the institutes, the individuals, along with the government, who've been instrumental in having taken this journey together to inscribe this site as heritage. We have the government of Maharashtra, completely indebted, the UDRI, which is an NGO, the MMR HCS body, the Oval Residents Association, and the list, and our office. So this is what we had submitted. This is just a series of maps which show you, so what in your World Heritage language, there's something called the core site, which is, or the property, which is what you see in the red line, which is the main site that you're talking about. So the main key structures which belong to the Victorian the Victorian style, and the red line which you see along the face is what Marine Drive is. And the blue line is the buffer, as we call it, which is the area surrounding the main core site, which also needs to be in, in a larger management framework, which aids to the conservation and, to the entire vision of the heritage property. So this is how it was in detail. The little bit of revision that we had done. And this is what it forms today. So there are 94 buildings in the property, and for orientation, that's the Marine Drive. So you see that stretch, you have the stadium, you go along the stretch with the Art Deco buildings on the western edge of Oval Maidan. You have the Church Gate Station, the old Western Railway headquarters, and along the front of what was the Esplanade, you have the High Court, the PWD buildings, University, the City Sessions Court today. Earlier it was the old Secretariat. The NGMA buildings, the museum, which is the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, along with the DG Maharashtra State Police Headquarters, which was earlier the Sailors' Home, and the Circle, the Regal Cinema, which is also an Art Deco building. And this is what is inscribed as part of World Heritage. The compelling reasons are therefore then established by way of making a nomination dossier. So after presenting that, yes, this is the case, there's a certain way we have to go about it. So there is a certain process that has to be followed. And the World Heritage Committee or the convention establishes that by a series of guidelines, which are, by which you have to adhere to certain criteria for selecting your site within those 6 criterias. And if they fall within those 6 criterias, either any one of them or a couple of them or more, you and justify that this is how your site is important and it meets those criteria, they take the case forward. And in our case, so this is the Victorian Edge, the stretch that you can see, and the Art Deco buildings. So these are just some, this is just a historical lineup, because one of the criteria that we presented this case was its criteria 2, which basically says it's an exchange of human values and adding to cultural exchanges between either internationally or nationally, and how it aids to the architectural language. And in this case, both these stretches that we're talking about independently have heralded a movement in the city. And so when we talk about the Victorian Edge, which is this one, so this comes around at a time, so Bombay being a fort town in 1860s, we have the governor breaking down the fort walls and then opening up the city to the sea, creating that entire esplanade, which is now broken up into 4 open spaces. You have the Cooperage, you have Oval Maidan, Cross Maidan, and Azad Maidan, which comprised of the esplanade after the demolition of the fort walls. And then there was the need to establish a new language for the city of Bombay, then by the then governor, Bartle Frere. And what he did was that, so there was Calcutta, and you had a huge classical language which was being used as a medium of expression for architectural buildings. And he wanted to break away from that language. And therefore, the Victorian Gothic style, which sort of imbibes from the 14th or 15th century Gothic buildings in Europe, and merging it with the Victorian style, also along with indigenous elements which are very strongly, which come from our local, because you have, the masons were local, the craft people were working from here. The material was local, so we have 3 or 4 types of stone which we were building in. There was the profuse need to establish an architectural front which would be robust, which would be speaking of a shift and saying that, okay, this is what power means and this is where the city is going to do its job. And that's when you have this language coming up. So you have the buildings become, so even if you see the town hall building, if you remember how it looks, it's more, it's a white building, you have colonnaded pediment, it's very classical in its design approach, to what we see here, which is an amalgamation of the buff stone, which is Malad stone, the Porbandar, which is the limestone, and how it accentuates its Gothic details. This exact phenomenon then happens, so this is 1870s to the 1900s, and then the same shift happens at a time, but then on a larger international level, and Bombay becomes the base for using this expression in this side, in our country. So what happened in 1890s or 1880s to the Victorian Edge now comes with the Back Bay Reclamation, as we call it, where there was lands reclaimed from the sea, as good as about 550 acres of land which was reclaimed from the sea, to be able to create a language in sync with the international styles. So we have the exposition in Paris, which leads to the establishment of Art Deco, and it's a move in lifestyle. So you're talking about newer materials, you're talking about newer construction, you're talking about the Industrial Revolution giving rise to use of steel, concrete, everything which was not there at the time when the Victorian Gothic buildings were being constructed. And with that came a different in the way they're expressed architecturally. So with that came a certain system of height restrictions. All the windows are at one level. There are these sills, there are these bands which accentuate. There are these corner plots which are being treated differently. And at the same time, you have the Egyptian Tutankhamun's tomb getting found, and those expressions start coming on into the architectural language. You have them in jewelry, you have them in furniture, you have them in cars, you have them in automobiles, and everything, and in architecture. And that's what Bombay's Art Deco did on the map of the world. It took that movement, it established itself, it contextualized it to the local form. It juxtaposed itself with an already existing edifice of the Victorian Gothic stretch, and without taking away from it. So when the fort walls were demolished, okay, you've broken something, you've done something new. What this is doing, it's celebrating what was there and adding an element, adding a layer to it. So, I mean, almost re-representing Bombay as being the gateway of India. So these were the compelling reasons which were put forth in the dossier, which is a documentary report which has to be prepared by the state, by the people, and submitted to the authorities. Some examples of what I've just spoken in terms of visual language, and what you can see together, both the edges. So this is where you are. And this is the stretch that we talk about. So while you also have, within the way we move forward, you need to make comparisons and to say that, okay, there's something happening abroad, how do you justify its important to this country? So these are a series of examples that you talk about. Gothic architecture in Melbourne, you talk about Durban, Shanghai, the US. And these are the two criteria that I was discussing, under which the cities, Victorian and Art Deco, have been inscribed. So it talks about interchange of human values, vibrant cosmopolitanism, it talks about architectural development. And then what you do is create a statement of outstanding universal value, which is clubbed with the statement of integrity and authenticity, establishing the same details that I just gave. And also talks about protection and management. What helped the case in our city when it comes to protection is that in '95, Bombay was one of the first cities in the country which sort of created a system of heritage listing, where the first step to be able to save your heritage is to be able to acknowledge it, to be aware about it, and then to follow a process by way of listing it within BMC in this case, and you prepare a list, and then there's a committee called the Heritage Conservation Committee, which gets formulated to take care of how these structures are therefore being safeguarded. So with that protection and management in place, it helped the case for the Kamas mission when they came to be able to see that yes, it's a great example of how these two architectural languages and systems work together and juxtapose together, and how well they are being managed, in spite of some of them being owned by the government, some of them being owned by privately as residential apartments. In spite of having different uses and different forms and different functions, they still work together and they're still protected. So that's how, because it's also the Marine Drive, which was proposed as if it was a precinct. Yeah. Just to run you through this quickly. So these were all the series of detailed documentation work that was done by the office, which went into the domination dossier. Apart from that, what happens, just keeping it here. Apart from that, so like I said, so with Abha being the forefront of driving this thing, we did have to go through a couple of hurdles along the way. 15 years, it was not just, okay, one fine day, the report was ready, and then it went on. So there were, while the government is supportive in a lot of ways, it does need a lot of convincing. We do need to go door to door, step and take baby steps to find our way through having them come on board with our own vision and see it through. So while the document was prepared in 2014, it was on the list in 2011. The only nodal agency which can submit your document to the World Heritage Convention is the center, which is through ASI. And they have a central advisory body. And that committee completely kept rejecting the need for Bombay. Or they didn't think it was worthy enough to be World Heritage. So a lot of times, we would go for meetings, we would come back dejected, saying that, okay, this is not okay, we're not going to send this document to ahead. And most interesting part about this entire exercise was that it was not just one individual, it was a series of residents' associations which got together to make this happen. So while UDRI became the office where meetings would happen, Okra, which is Oval Maidan Residents Association, or Kala Ghoda, they became, we raised funds from the MMRDA, so their Heritage Conservation Society, gave us some money to fund the air tickets to go to Delhi to make presentations, for the printing of the books that we had to do. All of that. And finally, with after 3 years, so 2014 to 2017, so 3 years, we kept going back and forth and back and forth. So the one year, they said that, okay, now Delhi is what we will send ahead. And the next year, you have Nalanda, which is going ahead for World Heritage inscription, and so on and so forth. And finally, with the help of Shaina NC, Abha got a meeting with the Minister of Culture at that time, went to Delhi, convinced him about why this is so important. And he sort of then gave the mandate, and in February 2017, Mumbai was the official submission to the World Heritage Convention. You have the ICOMOS mission, your Japanese expert who would come to inspect the site, and he was being taken around, and not with the government officials. Normally, when you have an international, officer or an expert who comes in, you have a government, like people from the government taking him around and all of that. And that was completely done by the citizens, completely. And finally, when they all met in the office of the then Principal Secretary, Urban Development, Nitin Karir, and Prithviraj Chauhan, then he was the one who commented that this is the first time that I've been shown around the proposed site by citizens and not by government officials. And to that, Mr. Karir said that this is the first time that this nomination has been prepared by the citizens and not by the government. And that is the story of how Mumbai finds itself on the world map today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kruti. We're going to be having our question and answer session towards the end of the session. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mrs. Tejaswani Afale. All right. So we'll introduce our next speaker, Mrs. Somi Chatterjee. Mrs. Somi Chatterjee is an architect with specialization in conservation studies. She is the principal conservation architect at Creative Footprints, an interdisciplinary consultancy. Founder director of One Stallion Million Stories, which is the business of experimental storytelling, and the founder trustee of Trust for Regeneration of Indian Settlements. Besides working on heritage management and interpretation, she is also visiting faculty at the School of Architecture and Planning, New Delhi, and the Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi.
just go next. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody's had good lunch and you're awake. I'll start. Our presentation is in two sections. Now it's stuck. So Tejaswini and I will be presenting on behalf of our consortium, which also has Nisargayatri and Rock Outcrop Network, somebody from Biome. Now, roughly we'll be having two parts to this presentation. The first being that I'll talk about a little bit on World Heritage, our specific potential with respect to the site of Konkan geoglyphs and World Heritage in general. Thereafter, why is it that we are definite about geoglyphs as a standalone and a special category of rock art, and why should these Konkan geoglyphs have a special mention on the World Heritage list? And then some bits of way forward and how, of course, universities and different stakeholders can definitely participate to make this work. So what I'll give you, Kruti has already given some bits with respect to Mumbai. Now there's been a change in the system of World Heritage and the whole nomination. So I'll come to that. So now, basic facts. You have something called UNESCO. That's name number one. The second fact is UNESCO encourages, doesn't compel, state party, that is, say, India, and for the time being, for context, state government of Maharashtra, that to identify, protect, preserve heritage with, and have a special list for sites with outstanding universal value. Now, when we look at our heritage, everything for us is outstanding. Sometimes because we are passionate about it, sometimes plainly because we don't know enough about it. Both happens. And sometimes because why not? I mean, the belfries are otherwise a grade 2 heritage if you look at the whole of European list, but ours also could just make, depending on how much we know about our properties. Now, in this world as of today, we have 1157 World Heritage properties, of which India has 40, which means it's an appreciable number. And if for any particular World Heritage site to be put on the list, it has to have outstanding universal value, which is so exceptional that it transcends. I mean, it's international. It's heritage for everybody. It has to have something called meet the 10, one at least of the 10 criteria. I'll come to the criteria. And then it has to be have integrity. Authenticity means it is a true representation, so no replica, no copies. It has to be the truth. And of course, a very big part of it is about protection and management. So some fundamentals which actually, whether it's somebody from UNESCO or something that we are hammered at, we need to understand is UNESCO only acknowledges and enlists. It's almost like an office bearer. But it is up to us, which means the state party, the responsibility is on us to be able to identify the heritage, to be able to clearly articulate why is it World Heritage, why is it that it is heritage for everybody. So responsibility is on the country. The third and the very important thing is, you said it's World Heritage, heritage for everybody. Therefore, we have to commit to protecting, maintaining, managing. It's not like UNESCO takes off a site out of the list by default. There are certain commitments we make, then there are commitments that we break. So there's a bit of an introspection needed here. Now, moving forward, there are two types of convention, and one is for tangible heritage, that's on your right, which India has 40 sites for. And there's something called an intangible cultural heritage list, where India is doing superbly. In fact, the Kumbh Mela, I think 2017, thereafter, there are sites related to Vedas, there are dance forms. We've been doing brilliantly on the other list as well. But for today's discussion, we'll stick to the tangible World Heritage list because we'll be looking at the Konkan geoglyphs. Now, our focus is that we have 10 criteria, all right, of which 7 to 10 are natural criteria, and 1 through to 6 happens to be cultural criteria. And the Konkan geoglyphs fulfill criteria 1, that it's creative genius, criteria 3, that it is an exceptional testimony to our culture and tradition, and criteria 4, which talks about stages of humankind. Now, specific information of which Tejaswini will be discussing, and I will just open up about the property. So there are 2 types of properties which are generally accepted. Like Mumbai, this will also be a serial nomination, so which means we will have 9 different properties ranging from Ukshi in the north, if you are able to place one of the red highlighted letters in the north, and Pansaimal straight down to the south, that's in Goa. So it's going to be a task to manage. Every bit of task has to be equally attended to across all of this coastline, across any municipal requirement, across any master plan, development plan, any requirement. It has to be consistent maintenance management regime that has to be followed. Now, normally what used to happen till last year is that you have a tentative list prepared, goes on the World Heritage tentative list. 1 year it stays on the list. Thereafter, we submit a draft nomination dossier, which takes roughly about a year minimum, year to 3 years, optimally 3 years. Thereafter, it's 1 year of evaluation. However, 2023 onwards, there's going to be something called a preliminary assessment report. So everybody who's doing a doctorate, I've heard a lot of people complain while they do their doctorate that it's never ending. This is now going to become a never-ending process, because year 1, when we submit our tentative list proposal, thereafter, we have to submit after a year something called a preliminary assessment report. Now that is going to be assessed for 1 whole year. So which means not before year 3 do we get to know whether or not our site can go ahead for World Heritage. Now from year 3 to year 4, that's the soonest that we can prepare a nomination dossier. That dossier gets evaluated for 1 whole year. So that's the 4th year at least. Now this is not the end. This is where we've just submitted to the World Heritage Committee that we have something very super special. Our evaluation really begins after that, because we have to submit something called a management plan, site protection management plan. Now, Dr. Garge sitting here will be taking lead of that site protection management plan for all of those 9 properties across the Maharashtra and a bit of Goa coast. And every year we have to file something called a, every 5 years that's periodic reporting, and every year a state of conservation report. So we'll be assessed, it's like an annual exam we will keep giving for perpetuity. That's World Heritage for you. Behind all the glamour, glitz, all the tag, it's just sheer hard work. Now, we'll talk about, that's the easiest timeline that I can put, just so that everybody can understand. Now, we have 9 properties. There are 3 things that we will have to talk about, since our previous presenter already introduced to you what SOUV is, quite big. So SOUV literally will tell you why is it this particular 9 site is distinct. Now there are about 1,700 clusters all along the coastline. Out of them, 9 have been selected because these are representative properties. I'll come to the details later. The second thing that we have to be able to demonstrate is that between each other, between these 9 and between the 1,700 odd sites and thereafter, all the other geoglyphs around the world, how is it that these 9 properties are so distinct that it has to be on the World Heritage list, that it has to be 1158th site on the list in I'm forgetting the counting, maybe 5 years later. The third thing that we have to do is prepare a site protection maintenance management plan. Now, the pictures that we will come to for each of these properties, you will see that these are open grasslands. So what could go wrong? There's no development. It will seem like that. But then, we'll come to the kind of development pressures that are possible even in open land. I'll give you roughly how we ascertain that why geoglyphs alone and the scopes and challenges. So technically there are 4 different types of rock art, if I may. Tejaswini, would you like to pitch in here? So we have petroglyphs, which are on the rock surface, but much smaller in scale. You have pictographs. Then you have petroforms, which are almost something like a positive geoglyph. And you have something called the geoglyphs, which are on the bedrock. So I'm just putting this simplistically. So you're scooping out material, and you're creating these art forms on the bedrock. Right now, these are on the lateritic plateaus, on the Sada plateaus. And of course, if I have to look at the characteristics, these are huge in terms of scale. And you can only view the entirety or the distribution of it in terms of if you're at an elevation. So we really wonder how they got around making it in that scale, because there was no other way to see it. They had no Google Earth. And another thing is that it actually demonstrates bits of tool-making technique, ability to manipulate laterite, and the awareness of the local bedstone, how to manipulate it. Otherwise, they could be spending lifetimes trying to make these huge canvases. So this is a site called Cote. Presently, it's not on the UNESCO's list. We are wondering whether or not this could be on the list as well. So if I were just defining it, then these are prehistoric rock art. And these are some other rock arts around the world. You have the Peruvian, you have one in California, you have one in Chile and in Peru. And then you have Konkan geoglyphs on the Sada Plateau. That's the whole of the Sada Plateau. If you can see where the blue arrow is, that's where the Ukshi, the elephant, in its form and in its details lie. Now, one of the questions which has quizzed anyone studying geoglyphs around the world, and thankfully nobody has really come to an answer, is that why did they make it? Why were huge outer-scale drawings made? Why were these compositions? Whether we can even use the word composition, because there's no correlation between different drawings. Were they hunting maps? Possibly they could have been. They could have been species calendar, that they are maintaining the count of how many fertile, how many species passed, what can be hunted. They could be navigation map, because once when we do go down to these geoglyphs and we start measuring whether or not it's in alignment, they do show alignment, and especially during equinoxes and solstices, you could note the shadow and direction. Then, well, human need for art is a well-read subject. So were they just about art? Or were they totems? Was it to indicate some kind of a route and to kind of map a route for perpetuity? Or was it related to cults? But what we do understand is, additionally, what it can tell us are that there used to be some endemic flora, fauna. Maybe they just documented. So we get to know that, yes, this is a group that either have seen rhinos in this area. This is from a place called Deud. Probably they saw a double-horned rhino in the area. Or if they migrated in bands, they came from a place with double-horned rhino. So probably it helps us piece together greater narrative. We could study the cognitive evolution, how strokes, how drawings, how artistic expressions evolved. This is still a gap. Some of the, while we do not see floral depictions in our geoglyphs that we have selected, but we could be open to looking at different floral forms and the geometric shapes. Now, again, nobody has pointed it out that, okay, this is it, and this is why they depicted a certain kind of geometric form. Then we look at different types of tool-making behavior through these properties. It is also possible to study different evolution of skills of carving and manipulation of laterite. Another interesting fact is when we do see certain symbols, and of course I understand that picking up a symbol out of context is problematic. However, when these symbols were studied, labyrinths specifically, there is a certain commonness across cultures of different spaces. Now, whether all of these people met at a point or did not meet ever is very hard to tell. So that's this figure 69 is actually what is there in Pansaimal, and then you have a figure 23 in Kudopi. You could look at the last line. These are all comparatively similar depictions across these disconnected places. Now, some of the challenges to studying these landforms, or rather some of the areas of work which we would like to source more information on, are definitely about the changing geomorphology, that unless we understand how the landscape changed, it might, rather if we understood how the landform changed, we might be able to trace who were these people, how did they come, why did they come, and what was the intention behind making these art forms, perhaps. The second is, we wouldn't be able to right now pointedly tell anything about the composition, properties of this composition. Were these that somebody just drew a perimeter of an elephant and somebody years later came and said, okay, let me just doodle some other figures in it? Or was it done together in terms of an interrelated composition? It's still up for debate. That's the image of the actual geoglyph. Now, this is in Pansaimal. Again, it's a flat canvas. It's along a river bank. It's got many different types of figures. I'm sorry. Oh, this does zoom in. So, yeah. So, if I were just about showing these canvases, it might just look like a hunting map, or maybe talking about species migration. But your guess is right now as good as mine, because there's no full stop. Okay, can you help me fix this? The other thing that it's a little difficult to interpret as of right now is the intent. One is the composition, and then the intent of making these art forms. So that's the actual figure. Now, if I look into the figure and try to put meaning into it, the crosses that you see do sit along cardinal directions, but it would be a little premature to put a full stop and say this is a very beautifully carved out compass. That's a little, or it could have been a compass. Then, I don't know how a narrative like a fish met a jellyfish and a tiger would really sound sensible, but there must be a reason why people drew these figures together and in a certain distance with a certain level of detail in these figures. This is a figure that I find very interesting. In fact, once we started looking at the site, and we looked at a parallel narrative where speciation was being studied through rock painting. If you do notice figures inside the boar, and you notice the stomach, the belly of the boar, it's possible that there's a teat and that there are smaller figures inside. But again, I'm not a specialist in being able to decipher this. Perhaps we need to sit with a specialist and understand these figures better. Tejaswini? So Tejaswini will give you more specifics on each of the properties, and I leave you with questions and a little bit of information on World Heritage.
Well, Shomi, I think questions still remain. A lot of questions. इथे कातळ शिल्प किंवा पेट्रोग्लिफ न ऐकलेले किंवा न पाहिलेले किती लोक आहेत, न ऐकलेले. सो आय थिंक राईट नाव कातळ शिल्प किंवा पेट्रोग्लिफ्स हा आपल्या सगळ्यांसाठीच बजवर्ड आहे, राईट? सो what Shomi said, that there are a lot of questions, and how we started for our project was, okay, there are 1700 petroglyphs in 95 clusters on 95 sites. Each has a lot of repeated animals, a lot of repeated abstract patterns. There are some animals which are only once or twice depicted. There are some patterns which are only once depicted. But then it was very difficult task for us to choose which is going to be on the World Heritage tentative list. So out of 1700, we chose number 1 as per OUV, which will satisfy OUV. One, OUV, human genius, but for that we need to know the entire picture, so integrity has to be there. So we need to have that, that petroglyph well preserved, the best preserved amongst them. We need to have that is better protected, and why we'll come to that later. And also we needed to have the site which will tell us more about how geoglyphs were carved, how geoglyphs were, what was the intent of it, what was the composition of it, and how it is going to show us criteria 3 and criteria 4. So these were the properties, these 8 were the properties which are in Maharashtra, Ratnagiri and Sindhudurga district. Sindhudurga district is only one, Kudopi. Pansama is in Goa. Goa has 4 other geoglyph, petroglyph properties as well, but this is the best preserved and it can tell us more about geoglyphs. So one, Barsu is a cluster, we all know Barsu. I'm not going to go in that, but largest cluster with 62 geoglyphs, and more people studying the area, more people, rather researchers going in that area are finding more geoglyphs. So right now we have 62. You might come up with more geoglyph numbers. Kasheri is right now the largest one, as she showed the elephant. It is an elephant figure by almost 12 meters by 13 meters, and 52 smaller animals are depicted within that elephant, and there are more animal figures depicted around it, and there are cupules as well. Devache Gotne is a single human figure, but it has a magnetic field around it, and it doesn't go like entire Sada, but it just have almost 150 meters around it. Fourth is Rundetari. Rundetari actually just showed it has an abstract pattern and a jellyfish and a shark and a tiger. Ukshi is just one depiction of an elephant, but then it is a stylized elephant. It's not like Kashari has more natural one, and this is a stylized elephant. Jamrun has a combination of human, animal, abstract figures, and there is one particular depiction which has, it doesn't have cupules per se, but it has properly carved circles, and those circles are making an arrow. And that is not been seen anywhere else. Kudopi again has, it's a large plateau and many figurines. It's etched and scooped figures of animals, geometric patterns. Devi Hasor is an abstract carving, and there are some more geoglyphs we are finding surrounding it. Goa again is a Pansama. It has very shallow carved, shallow aged animals. It has peacock, it has human figures, it has gore, and some scholars are calling it a bull. We are working on that. So while doing that, all the geoglyphs were, barring Devache Gotne and Ukshi, all the geoglyphs have multiple figures. So right now our job is to just focus on documenting it first. Then, and documentation doesn't mean entire cluster, but documentation also means each and every figure we have to document. And why, if you have been to any geoglyph, you will realize that there are some etchings and then there are some lines. And many times, it's very difficult to identify a natural feature and a carved line. So we have to be very careful doing that. So what we did was, we started with technique, how they are carved, and we came up with 3 patterns right now. One is scooping. Scooping means actually, so if you see in Devi Hasor, the first figure Scooping is deeper scooping, and then etching is just like pencil, if you do pencil etch or just stone etch. And third is taking material out. The Devache Gotne has just a figure, and then just they have removed material out. It's not really a deep scooping or just a etching. Then it was also important that each of these figures were documented in that way. So how the Kashari has cupules which are scooped. Kashari has etching, which is a larger elephant is etching, and then Rundetari has both. Scooping also, main abstract pattern is scooping, and then there are etching as well. And Barsu also has both scooping as well as etchings. Devi Hasor has main abstract is scooping, but here there is a difference between Rundetari and Kashari. Devi Hasor, Rundetari is very minor etching, rather minor scooping, very flat scooping, and Devi Hasor is a deep scooping. So Jamrun, Kudopi, Ukshi, so we went on doing that. Second was content. What exactly is content? As Shomi showed one of the Deud sites. Deud has a rhino, also has a hyena, and other animals as well. So what exactly is a content? If there are animals, then there are some birds, human, abstract figures, and then there is entire human figure, or sometimes there is a kind of mother goddess depiction. Then there are sometimes half legs are shown. And again, identifying each and every figurine and going, categorizing it is difficult, but we have to do that. Then what is the manner of depiction? As Shomi told us, if it is composition, if it is a narration, if Devache Gotne is just a single figure, what we see today, but what exactly they want to show. Ukshi also, it is a single figure right now, but then there are multiple figures 1.5 kilometers beyond that. Then again, what is the relation between abstract and a tiger and a fish? What is why Pansai Moor has multiple bull figures? If it is a composition, if it is a narration, or it is they have just shown multiple individual figures. We are still working out on that. Then continuity. Right now, Devi Hasor is the only site where we see some rituals. But if you inquire around in local area, nobody knows what happened before 100 years. So if there is a continuity in worship, we are not sure. And we are also working on if there is a continuity in ethnographic way. If, tribals, Mand or Sauk, or, in this way, if there is a continuity, if we can find continuity. And one more important thing is right now, Ratnagiri and Sindhudurga district, ethnographic population or ethnographic demographics, we don't find any tribal communities which have these continuity. We can see that this continuity. Again, as we said, most important was state of preservation. If we see integrity has been retained, we can't have half an animal and then go for World Heritage. So if integrity is retained, and what we are doing it to preserve that. So the Pansai Moor is protected site, but Pansai Moor also has plantation nearby. Ukshi also has plantation nearby. So while obviously going to sites was very important, and while working on those sites, we did drone mapping, we did sketching, we did our site discussions were important. We also found stone tools. And with the help of state archaeology, Koroshi excavation was also important in this. We are finding Paleolithic tools in this area, and Dr. Garge is helping us in that. Dr. Chauhan will be helping us in that. site visits carried out before that. There were some, state archaeology had carried out, what we can say, a seminar in 2018. That was very important. Their findings were very important for us. Coming back to site conservation, protection, and management requirements, there were some limitations. All these sites are on Sada. As she said, they are on bare grounds. One, these are not structures. So how to conserve that? As a conservation architect, it's a huge challenge. Second, these are on Sadas, and Sada changed their looks, to be precise, because when in summer there is no grass. If you go right now, many of the sites are inaccessible. World Heritage sites, all World Heritage sites are accessible, but other 1700 sites are not. Every site is accessible. Second, they have the grass cover comes up. The Sada itself has a very peculiar biodiversity status for themselves, and many times every Sada has their own biodiversity areas. Second, as I said, Devi Hasor has continued worship, which is a good thing because community participation for us is very important. But again, if you apply cow dung, if you apply paint, if you apply mud over that, those features are getting eroded, those features are getting weathered. So are we actually going to retain that? And then that time, how we are going to have that worship as well as community participation, as well as we are going to preserve our geoglyphs. The right one, the photograph is from court. That site, we are discussing if we are going to include that site or not. But that entire site is in use for cattle keeping. People have constructed their huts. Those are temporary huts, but not on the geoglyphs. Third and most important rather management issue is these geoglyphs are located on the laterite Sada. सगळ्यांना लाल जांभ्याच्या घरात राहायला आवडतं. किती सुंदर दिसतं. ते सगळा जांभा येतो इथून. So when these are laterite mines, and many of the geoglyphs have been rather disappeared because of laterite sites, laterite minings. Nivri is one of the sites, but it is not included in the UNESCO list because of the same thing. And so what is the way forward? Way forward is definitely through talking to people, because all the sites, 100% of these sites in Maharashtra are on private lands. Somebody is owning that land. So we have to talk to these people. We have to talk to people staying there, why we have to preserve and what is going to, because many times, if it is going to be World Heritage or protected, people feel that it is going to government is going to confiscate their land. So state archaeology and then even local organizations like Nisargayatri, who is our consortium partner, and Biome, these people are doing a very important job where they are talking to locals. They are also getting heritage tours. They are getting local colleges. They are talking to even government officials and explaining the importance and explaining what we are going to exactly we have to do and how they are going to benefit or how they are going to participate in this. State archaeology also has one, state archaeology has one project where site development of 17 sites have been initiated, and so most of the sites now are having more and more visitors. Ukshi almost got 10,000 visitors as per local numbers. Let's not go into numbers, but Ukshi, Bhagwati Nagar, all these sites which are kind of now in focus, and they are getting more and more visitors. And very importantly, many times because these are not structures, people walk over it. So we have to kind of protect those sites, but we have to show people, we have to let people enjoy that site as well. So we are going to, we as Tejaswini Afray Associates, we are working with state archaeology for site development and providing tourist infrastructure for that. And tourist infrastructure is not going to be a very big thing, only fencing and some platform where people can stand and look down on the geoglyph. And then there will be some toilet or shed away from the site, not on the site. Kashay is one such site where a small platform is not going to be enough, so we might have a tower there to enjoy that. Yeah. So as I said, protection, these sites are privately owned sites. So, but state government has initiated a protection process for that. Some sites does have preliminary notification. 2 of the sites have got final notification. They are state protected sites now. Goa, Pansai Mall is protected. 2 of the sites are still under the process. Yeah. And with this, yeah, thank you so much.
Today time is also short and we don't have our third presenter here. She was going to talk about serial nomination of Maratha military architecture and guerrilla warfare. Then Dr. Shikha Jain is also working on coastal forts of Maharashtra nomination. Unfortunately, she is not here, but we'll be having her recorded presentation which we'll put on YouTube. So that our understanding about World Heritage processes in Maharashtra is complete. Of course, Ajanta and Ellora is old story, and we can't keep talking about inscription of Ajanta, Ellora and Elephanta all the time. Now there are new horizons to catch up with. So I will take couple of short questions if there are any. Yes, please.
Will be for this Ukshi sites. I had gone to these sites by car and I thought that something should be there, म्हणजे तिथे जाता जाता आपल्याला असं काहीतरी साईट ती आर्किओलॉजीची साईट किंवा जे प्रोटेक्शन असतं ते असेल असं मला वाटलं आणि आम्ही असंच जातो आणि एकाने सांगितलं ही बघा ही बाजूची आहे ना हेच आहे. So the site is not preserved and conservated properly. That's my concern because it's just next to my native place and I thought that I will go and visit this site. दुसरं एक आहे की ह्या साईटच्या जी एलिफंट आहे त्याच्याच बाजूला 10 मिनिटाच्या अंतरावर आणखीन एक आहे बट दॅट इज नॉट समथिंग दॅट यू कॅन आयडेंटिफाय. द आर्किओलॉजिस्ट or the other experts must have identified. I am not aware of it, but it is different. Some images are there and I went there आणि ते खडूने असे त्याच्यावर काढलेले होते. So it was not there for that elephant. So is there like the same place, only just 10 minutes away from each other, different images? One is animal image and another some small images I saw.
There are hundreds of these and we are still in a process of identification, location, recording. So it's still ongoing process. Since I think 1990s, people are reporting petroglyphs. They are coming to knowledge of expert domain quite late. I think after 2010-11, I think after Dr. Gokte and team reported from Deccan College, it got serious attention of academia. And it is ongoing process. We'll keep getting new and new figures, new carvings. So we'll keep adding to our numbers. At present, it is about 1200, and I think we have explored about 147 villages, and this number will definitely increase. And regarding Ukshi, that design was created by a conservation architect in consultation with Nisarga Yatri, and by taking NOC of the state archaeology, it was done by the Nisarga Yatri. So it was done by the people. Still, state archaeology hasn't ventured into proper conservation of these sites. So it is done by the locals, but we are on the verge of doing that project. It is submitted in Mantralaya, and once we get our financial approval, I think after any season we'll start working on it, and you will see all these 17 sites fenced with proper platforms and with proper signages. But I'll just make a short this thing why there are not too many signages. For Ukshi only, I recall we were trying to identify locations for putting up signs. Ikda hai, barn, so turn right, left, so you don't find anything. So we found a chai wala and we said, don't put anything. I said, why? But people need to know. Sir, त्या निमित्तानं लोक थांबतात, एखादी कप चहा पितात. And he said, I used to earn like 500-600 rupees a month. But now on weekends, I take 2,000 rupees home. So there's no signages. But that is not an excuse. But this is just to show how it has brought change in economic life of the people. Simple archaeological discovery can make this change. And definitely we'll be putting up signages and proper conservation measures and information boards, most importantly, in coming future. And we need to do a lot of research. This for the first time we are trying to attempt absolute dating of these sites. It is coming around 3000 BC, but it is too premature to talk about it at the moment. A long way to go. Thank you. Anybody specifically interested in World Heritage? I'm sorry, please.
Hello. Yeah, when we talk about conservation here, first thing is this is not a structure. So conservation means here is regular cleaning and surrounding area should be, as you said, signages should be put, and there should be a fencing, and yeah, there is not going to be like conservation as we see in in structures. Second thing, as Kriti also said, in case of Mumbai, it is a citizens' effort. Even here, because these are private lands and people want to make them protected, people want to make them come for, people are coming forward. So this is also going to be a huge citizens' drive, and with the help of state archaeology.
Hello. No, I've gone through Tejas's article also and all the references, whatever he has given. But I was just eager to know from Tejaswini की datingचा काय problem होतो का याच्यामध्ये datingचा आणि association, do we get some associated things where we can relate की as a dating approximately circa what we say in archaeology आपल्याला असं काय करता येईल का की 10,000 years, 15,000 years, one thing. And secondly, one more thing, whatever you said in continuation of that, स्पेरोडल वेदरिंग जिओलॉजीमध्ये मला असं विचार, स्पेरोडल वेदरिंग होतं आहे का तिथे, म्हणजे बिकॉज ऑफ विंड ॲक्शन, बिकॉज इट इज ओपन टू स्काय, आय थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ देम आर ओपन टू स्काय, अँड लॅटराईट इज नॉट दॅट हार्ड ॲज ग्रेनाइट और बेसाल्ट, सो तिथं काय वेदरिंग ॲक्शन होतं आहे का तिथे? अनफॉर्च्युनेटली आय हॅव नॉट सीन दिस साईट.
No, number one, as I said, we have attempted only one absolute method of dating, that is rate of microerosion of laterite. That was number one. Secondly, we are getting a lot of associated material in form of Mesolithic stone tools. But the question is, are we getting these Mesolithic tools in stratified deposit and are they dated? These are questions. So, and Mesolithic could be a long lingering technology. At certain places it has coexisted with iron technology in early historical era. Real question in Konkan is, if at all these are carved by iron implements at some point of time. I believe some of them are. So what would be the date of introduction of iron in Konkan? So this is what we are looking at, new directions of research forward, one has to find lacunas, look for the problems and try to work on it. So if anybody can work on the introduction of iron in Konkan, I would be more than happy. And well, you can talk about status of conservation or.
Also, you talked about laterite, right? If it is getting eroded or not. So we talked geomorphologists who have extensively worked on laterites. As per them, it's not getting eroded as we feel that it's eroded. But again, there is no particular study has been done about geoglyphs or if that particular erosion is happening. So if that study also has to be done.
Yeah. Hi. I just want to ask the laterite that you are finding the petroglyphs. I think some experimental work can be will be helpful to actually understand whether there are the petroglyphs are they made using iron or they are made using stones. So that someone can maybe take the study. Another thing I would like to highlight here is, see, many of the the prehistoric painting, whatever you find in the particularly Europe, so these sites actually have some also mobile art. So what you exactly find in the painting, similar kind of art objects are also found in some of the sites. So if there is a possibility, if someone is actually working on broadly in these areas for the prehistoric sites, so someone should also keep a note about the kind of the mobile object that a possibility to get it. So that also may also add to the maybe the dating of this some of the sites. Thank you. This is just observations and additional comment.
Thank you. Actually, time is very short. You could be very quick. Please give a mic. It's almost 5 o'clock and I see other presenters also. Bharat is here, Tejas is here.
Yeah, actually my question is, which was rightly pointed out, I guess, by Ms. Saumi, that we see double-horned rhino and other sea animals, they have been pointed out. I am not a history student, so this may sound silly, but then when we say Vasco da Gama was the one who landed on the port of Calicut, but then these animals, I suppose, were not a part of flora and fauna of the Indian land. So how do we get to see them? And of course, the size of these geoglyphs is so wide. Then again, the view is a question which was again pointed out in the presentation itself. So maybe a student of literature just had imagination that I have. So maybe they climbed up on the shoulders of the other humans they have, and then they could see those figures that they created. So this is just a matter of imagination that I had. So I just want to know, are we actually working on it? Because this is really interesting.
It doesn't matter whether you're from literature. These are little experiments which are possible from any of these universities such as yours. It just takes a lot of iterations.
And that is going to be the last question. Yeah, please.
Hello, myself Shravani Amrute from Sate College. So I had a question that, as said, people don't know about the geoglyphs normally, so they walk upon it and they don't know what is or what is on the ground. So and they might get eroded or they might disappear in due course of time. Do we find any examples that earlier, a few years ago, there were geoglyphs and now they are not?
In fact, the whole exercise has started from that site. Well, I'm forgetting the name, but in 1990s, somebody reported that site, and now half of the site is under the construction of the road. So, Newry Fata. So, Newry Fata was the first site ever reported to our office in 1990s. And unfortunately, half of it is under construction of road. And many of them have definitely disappeared. There's a book by Satish Larit, and he has documented few petroglyphs and which are underwater now. And many of them are destroyed. So true. Well, Of course, as you mentioned, that it remains quite speculative, the interpretation why they were carved. But if you go scientifically, try to see that art in the later period is mostly applied for religious purpose. This is very well in public domain. This is, I would still say, this is public art. This is not a personal art that something you carry in your pocket. And this is not something which you have created just for the sake of your amusement. It has got a greater purpose. And why somebody would put so much of community effort into creating these larger pictograms? There has to be a better reason, right? So good luck and thank you very much. I thank all the participants. They made us understand scientifically what World Heritage is all about. And I wish Dr. Shikha Jain was here. We would have had a complete picture of World Heritage in Maharashtra. Thank you so much.
Before we all leave, yesterday we had performance by Krishna Maske, Pinguli art. It was too late, so we wish to felicitate him. I request Krishna Maske and his team to come on the stage. And I request Tejas sir to felicitate. It was a wonderful performance.
Thank you. I will also request Tejas sir to felicitate our panelists for this session. Ms. Kruti. And the team of Mrs. Somi Chatterjee and Mrs. Tejaswini Afale. On this note, we bring the session to a close. We will be having a quick tea break. So it's 5:30 is when we come back. 5:20, okay. We'll come back at 5:20 because we have to start our next session immediately. Hello. Good evening, everyone. We'll start with our next session for the day. We have a panelist on the dais as well as a moderator. I'll begin with our moderator, Dr. Shrikant Jadhav. Dr. Shrikant is a field archaeologist and has specialized in the area of art and architecture. He has 17 years of teaching experience in post-graduation programs. Dr. Jadhav is also a former superintendent of excavation in the Department of Archaeology, Deccan College, Pune, and has served as Deputy Director, Directorate of Archaeology and Museum, Government of Maharashtra. Our other panelist, we have Mr. Tejas Diwan, who is the founder of 3D Creations, Mrs. Mrudula Mane, a PhD scholar from Center of Heritage and Conservation, CEPT Research and Development, Dr. Hemant Dalvi, Senior Research Fellow, Mystic Society, Bengaluru, and Mr. Bharat Gotaskar, founder of Khaki Tours. Our first presenter for the day, Mr. Tejas Diwan. Mr. Tejas Diwan is the founder of 3D Creations and co-founder of Curiosity Oven and Cremagen 3D Labs LLP. His presentation will be on 3D digitization. Let's step into the future.
Hello, good evening, everyone. So I'll just give a very brief introduction about myself. So I'm Tejas Diwan, I'm a founder of 3D Creations. And I have a little bit of history with KJ Somaiya College. So after my 12th, I joined in for engineering, but then I dropped out after 6 months because I found my calling somewhere else. And then I did my BMM from St. Xavier's College, Mumbai. And then I went to Singapore for MBA. And once I came back, I founded my first company, Cremagen 3D Labs, wherein we started, exploring the field of 3D scanning, 3D printing. So today I'm going to talk about how digitization can, help museums in a lot of ways. So what is 3D digitization? So 3D digitization, like how 2D digitization is about taking pictures, 3D is about using 3D scanners and creating 3D models of the artifacts, basically. So there are mainly 3 different types of 3D scanning technologies. The first one, which we mainly use for most of our work, is photogrammetry. So what photogrammetry is, basically we take n number of pictures depending on the artifact, and then we put into a software, wherein software matches points between two 2D images and runs algorithm and creates a 3D mesh. So I'll just show you a short video. So this is basically an array of cameras surrounding the. So this is they are doing 3D body scan. The data collected from this process is generally used for movies, for CGI, to create digital doubles. For movies like Fan, Shah Rukh Khan was also 3D scan. And then this goes into a software, and then you can see the 3D mesh has been created. And this is the plain mesh, and you can see the colors on it as well. So photogrammetry really helps capture minute details in terms of the mesh, and it also captures the color very well, basically. The second method of 3D scanning widely used is white/blue light 3D scanner. So white light 3D scanning was done long time back, and blue light 3D scanning is just that with a little more advanced technology. So what it does is, as you can see in the photo below, it projects, there's a projector inside, projects 2D patterns on a 3D surface, and based on the variance of the pattern, the software understands the 3D model and then recreates it for us to play around with. So I'll just show you a video of it in action. So here you can see the projector is constantly projecting different 2D patterns. And in real time, the 3D data is being generated on the software. So this form of 3D scanning is mainly used for engineering parts, wherein meticulous dimensions are very important, wherein there's fitment involved, and precision is something that you really want. And then this kind of 3D scanning is used there. This can be used for sculptures as well, but we generally prefer photogrammetry for our purpose. And the third one is laser scanning, also LiDAR scanning, which is light detection and ranging. So in that, basically there are different points. So laser points at a point and comes back. So based on the time taken for the light to travel back, the approximation of the 3D point is calculated, and a cloud mesh is generated using laser. So laser is generally used in big areas wherein you have to scan big factories, big monuments. In those scenarios, laser scanning is very helpful. But generally, I've noticed from my experience of over 10 years, is many a times at least 2 different technologies are used in conjunction to give you the best output possible. So this is just some examples of our work that we had done. So we had scanned Dhoni for a CGI commercial. This is just that you understand the details. Again, for this, photogrammetry was used. Then we had scanned Malaika Arora's Khan for, now not Khan, sorry, Malaika Arora, Kapoor. So we had scanned Madhuri Dixit. So we had scanned Madhuri Dixit for a Marathi film, I forgot the name. So we had scanned her in various outfits, and then the project was about 3D printing her miniatures, like a mini Madame Tussauds, and then they were going to give it to the fans and all. And here I think we have Malaika Arora. So this is, once we have the 3D data, there's something called 3D printing. And in 3D printing, there is a printer which prints fully in color using sandstone as a base material. And it's basically how your 2D printer has CMYK colors. This printer also has CMYK colors, but it's just layer by layer. There's sandstone powder, and you get full color, hyper-realistic figurines. So once you have the 3D data, you can create mini Madame Tussauds as well. Again, once you have, so basically we just scanned one shoe here, and then we just mirrored it, and then we created this video. So this shows that, for photography, once you have 3D data, you don't need to hire a very fancy, expensive photographer for your catalog. You can create digital catalogs using 3D scanning, and then you can put your products in any environment of your choice, and you can have as many videos and photos that you want to create with it. So in that case, then your creativity is your limitation. So why 3D digitization? Like, we should be happy with 2D digitization that we already have. So the world that we see around us is 3D. So why should we digitize in 2D? And now the technology has developed so much that we can easily use it to, make digitization, make the entire process of restoration very good. Because what happens is, when you have 3D data and something breaks on a particular sculpture, for example, you can easily refer to a 3D data which is very accurate. And in case of any damage, and if you want to restore it, you can just 3D print a small part of it, and then just stick that and restore your sculpture very quickly and very accurately. And with 3D data, anyone, anywhere, sitting anywhere in the globe can have access to your 3D library. They can see your, sculptures up close, and they may not be able to come to your museum per se to see the sculptures, but they can be sitting in their office, they can be sitting in the house, and they can have a very good look at your sculptures. Teachers, who teach history, especially can use this technology very well. Only if because when I was a kid, I really liked history a lot. So whenever they spoke about some weapons or some, bowls or something that they used in Harappa, Mohenjo-daro civilization, only if I had a 3D model or only if I had a 3D, printed part or at least a 3D viewer to see it, I would have had a much better understanding of the part that the teacher was talking about in the class. And so many times even when you visit a museum, there are certain parts which are invaluable and they're kept behind a cabin, so you can't really go very close to it. But with a 3D data, with a 3D model, you can zoom as much as the 3D viewer allows you to zoom. So that's also pretty nice. So how 3D digitization has been done globally till now? So Smithsonian Museum, I'm sure everyone must be aware of their collection. They have like 154 million artifacts. So I was just watching the documentary about how they digitize, and they said they'll take a million years to finish the entire collection that they have. So they are hell bent on digitizing each and every artifact in their collection, and they have developed an in-house team which is responsible to do that. And you can go on their website, and they have integrated as and when the 3D models come, they keep on uploading on their website, and you can check it there. Then the Petrie Museum of Egyptian Archaeology at University College London, they also have a very good example wherein they have scanned certain models in their collection and they have put it on their website for you to visit. So in Japan, the Buddhist statues of Komatsuji temple, which are around 1300 years old. So what they did is they 3D printed smaller versions of that, so tourists could buy and take a piece of history back with them when they go back home. National Museum of China has been 3D scanning a lot of their artifacts. And Ukraine, after the war with Russia, they rushed to 3D scan their artifacts, because it's been known that if they have the 3D data and one of Putin's rocket falls on their collection, then they can use that data to restore the collection. And that's happened in the past as well. Even I think in Turkey, they had 3D scan data, and when the earthquake took place, don't quote me on that, but I think I'd read this somewhere, that they had used that 3D data to restore the collection. So why is India next? So we have heard a lot of panelists talking about how great, even the first gentleman that we had today, he even mentioned that how diverse the culture of India is and how great our history is. So we have a lot of artifacts, and people around the globe need to see what we have. So everyone may or may not have the resources in terms of money and time to come visit each and every museum that we have and the great collection that we have. So using this technology, we can 3D digitize each and every artifact that we have, or at least the ones that are of great and immense importance, and we can take our collection to the globe, where it actually, they need to see what we have. And whenever in the past technology and art has come together, it has always created wonders. And this time it won't be different, because this technology has the potential to take art to non-art people as well. Because like me, I have a lot of friends who are not interested in museums. So whenever we travel abroad, I make a point to go to a museum and see the artifacts and see what they are doing. But everyone's not interested. So if they can see the museum artifacts because everyone's on the Instagram, Snapchat, whatever. So we make it that easy for them to access this data. So then I'm sure they'll get intrigued by it. So next time when they're in a particular town and there is a good museum, then I'm sure they'll come visit the museum. So benefits of the museum, what benefits does a museum have using 3D scanning? So first, obviously, you can have a virtual 3D library instead of just having 2D pictures. As I already mentioned, you can use it for restoration purposes in case of any damage already mentioned. So, and 3D database is much more, beneficial in terms of archiving than 2D images. So students, not only students of archaeology, students in general can benefit a lot from 3D scanning, because the moment you have 3D scan data, then if you add a layer of augmented reality to it, and now kids born in today's generation are so like used to mobile phone. My kid is 2.5 years old. He plays games as if he learned playing games while he was in his mother's stomach. Like it's like there was no learning curve at all. So there is no they'll enjoy this. So if you in a history class, if you use AR and you give them a target image and you say, okay, now this chapter has this particular collection of artifacts from this period, then they can just pop up their phones or whatever the tablet the school is providing, and they can see it right in front of their eyes. So they don't have to visit a particular museum, they can see it in their class. And the moment you see something in 3D, the recollection and the effect it has on you, it's much better when you're trying to remember it compared to when you see it in just 2D. So what are the benefits for the visitors? So as I already mentioned, it creates some inquisitiveness to visit a museum. A non-museum person can turn into a museum person if you have the right pull mechanism, which is this in this case. Then again, we can use 3D printing for the 3D data that we create using 3D scanning, and they can take back home a beautiful piece of history with them. And with use of AR, something, if I'm not sure if you know, like Snapchat, how many people use Snapchat here? Okay, so Snapchat has lenses. So with the lenses, what they've done is, like they've done it with Gateway of India as well. So they had scanned Gateway of India. SciArc, there's a company called SciArc who had scanned Gateway of India. And so when you would open the Snapchat lens and you would just point at Gateway of India, you would see a lot of animation in and around Gateway of India. So that's possible when you have the 3D model. So when we scan a particular artifact in a museum, if you want to show more information, then the place does not allow you to do it. You can put X number of lines only. But with AR, if you just open your phone, open an app, and just point at a sculpture, then you can show animation, you can show videos, you can do a lot of things. So using AR in conjunction with 3D scanning can really make a sculpture come to life, literally. So we had a great experience of scanning some about 90 artifacts in museums across Maharashtra. So we took about 3 days to complete the scanning, and after that we put it on our app. So unfortunately I cannot mirror my app, but I have a video that I'll show you, so how the app looks. So this is just the renders from some of the work that we have done. This is a Buddha statue from Aund. So again, instead of doing photography, once we have the 3D data, that I could put it in any virtual environment, do any kind of lighting, and I could create a photograph out of that. This is the Sharad Ritu statue from Museum of Aund. This is Mother and Child by Henry Moore. These are all 3D scans. Like they might look like pictures, but they are 3D scans which are rendered. So now to create this image physically, you would have had to put this glossy, platform, and then put the sculpture on it. You had to do a lot of work. But 3D scanning, once you have the data, again, creativity is your only limitation. This is the app that we have made. Let me see. This is the augmented reality part. So you can view the object in your house as if it was actually there. So we're using target-based AR as of now, but you can do without any target also. But the one with target, make sure that the stability is much better. So one of the key problems that the world is facing in terms of 3D scanning is ethics. So what happens is, for example, iPhones have a LiDAR scanner, iPhone 12 and up. So there are many apps which allow you to 3D scan using iPhones. The quality may not be up to the mark, but many people what they've started doing is they go to any of these locations where there are sculptures and all, they scan it using the phone, and then they put it up for sale. So now the question comes there, who owns the IP to that sculpture? Because no one's stopping you. You can obviously just go around anything and just upload it. So that's a problem. I've seen a lot of people selling digital assets which do not belong to them. So the jury's out there right now how to solve this problem, but this is one of the very big problems. And one of the things, so basically to counter this, there have to be pretty good guidelines and protocols that have to be followed to ensure that at least in the museums, when people come in and if you see someone doing a little, scanning activity, then obviously you have to stop them. The future technology is pretty interesting. So with LiDAR, 3D scanning will get democratized, but the quality will not be obviously at par with, say, what professional photogrammetry does or laser scanning does or white light scanning does, but it will get democratized. So people will be scanning a lot of things, and 3D scanning will get them interested in probably sculptures in some way, and they can come to museums. So one connection of that sort can be established. AI, obviously now everyone knows ChatGPT when you talk about AI. So AI, many people have been working on AI in terms of 3D modeling, wherein you just input one image from front and the AI model creates the entire 3D data for you. Obviously, it's nowhere close to what we 3D scan, but that's also happening, and probably 10 years down the line, who knows, 3D scanning could get redundant and AI could just take over. Like it could take over in many other fields, but that could happen in future. And 3D assets will play a very crucial role because in metaverse, if metaverse becomes what Zuckerberg and other people wanted to become, if metaverse becomes that, 3D assets will play a very big role in the metaverse. And you could probably, mint a NFT with a very famous sculpture, and you could sell that. And Apple's new glasses have also come. So in that also, if you have any AR game or any AR asset that you create as a museum or as a state, people could really, kids specifically, could really interact a lot with museums, which they would otherwise not. So conclusion is this. So 3D technology as of now is revolutionizing the way we digitize and we look at museum landscape. And preservation, accessibility, engagement, and collaboration are enhanced through digital replicas. And museums can now provide a much more immersive experience than just someone walking in, seeing it by themselves and walking out. And 3D scanning, we can embrace this technology and make museums, turn museums into hubs of innovation and knowledge. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you so much. Just one more thing to add, sorry. There's one very cool upcoming technology called volumetric capture. So I can just show you a quick video on that. So basically 3D scanning is the object is still. What volumetric scanning does is a moving person can be, basically it's a video, 3D video. So you just see it for yourself, and then I'll just talk about how it can help museums. So it's similar to 3D scanning, but it's full video in 3D. So imagine walking into a museum and you have a person, dressed as a person from a specific era, and you volumetric capture that person, and he is like your guide, and he walks you through the museum using AR, like Pokemon Go. If people have played that game, you can use similar technology, and that this person is guiding you through the museum. How cool would that be? Like, why would you not go to museums then? So yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Questions afterwards? All right, we'll be having the questions at the end of the session. Thank you, Mr. Tejas Diwan. Our next speaker is Ms. Mridula Mane, who is a conservation architect and PhD fellow at the Center of Heritage Conservation and is pursuing a PhD from CEPT University on challenges in conservation of forts, focusing on the coastal region of Maharashtra, India. She aims to explore how technological advancement can improve the representation, management, risk preparedness, and conservation of heritage assets situated in complex topographical conditions.
Murdula, we're just requesting you to be very, very precise and to the point. I know everybody wants to say more and more, but then very short and brief. Okay, thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Well, thank you for this opportunity, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. And thanks to actually Tejas that he has already set a platform for me in terms of technology and various aspects. More or less, my explorations are also similar. It's just that at a different scale. While in case of museums, the objects are mobile, and there is a lot more flexibility in terms of capturing the information. In our case, our objects are stationary, which are basically historic buildings. And for last few years, we have been exploring use of 3D laser scanning. So I'm just going to share some of our explorations and also probably few questions that how to take this technology further for improving heritage conservation. In case of heritage conservation, actually, our question starts from why do we even want to document? And there is a lot of precedent in terms of, there are many guidelines which have already set this requirement that why we need to document. Right now, I'm just talking about the basic documentation, regardless of whether it is manual documentation or digital documentation. But basically, documentation is required to create that baseline data for informing us that what is the present condition of the building, and then accordingly develop our strategies further. So that is the first starting point. And based on the reason that why we want to document, then we decide that what to document and even how to document. That's where the various techniques come into picture. Regarding key principles of documentation, one foremost requirement is documenting as per the existing condition when it comes to conservation part of it. And while undertaking that process, we usually go from whole to parts. We start from the larger context and then we move towards details of the building. And then there are these other requirements as well, which is another aspect is that giving equal weightage to all time periods, not being biased to any particular era or any particular aspect of the building. Of course, precision and accuracy is required to come up with accurate analysis. Yeah, so I'll, I think, skip this part. also, while starting, we try to define what will be the level of recording, what kind of details we aim to capture. So accordingly, also technique can be chosen. So these are certain basic requirements that we follow. When we do this manually, so conventionally, these are the kind of expectations are there regarding building. So this is one example of manual documentation, where building should be represented with all its present distresses and deformations. It should not be presented in a very idealized manner. Usually, unfortunately, that is a practice which is already set in India, where buildings are represented in a very beautiful manner, as if how they would have existed at the time of its construction. But for conservation, that is a very misleading information. So these are the kind of drawings which are expected, where all the distresses are truthfully represented. And conventionally, these are the equipments that we used to carry. However, when we do all this manually, there is a lot of subjectivity. Like the way my observations would differ from someone else's observation. So now in 21st century, that now we are moving towards this whole digital technology. We have all these options available: GIS, 3D LiDAR scanning, drone mapping, photogrammetry, even photographic reconstruction. So they are improving our ability to kind of redefine our approach and eliminate these inaccuracies and inherent biases, at least during data collection stage. So this is a very important change or kind of a good thing for built heritage. In terms of methods, as I mentioned, these are presently available methods, and the counterpart of all these methods are these softwares. So just tools don't work in isolation. We also need to be equally aware of all these softwares, and what is important to be mindful about is that there is a constant change in all these softwares. So even if we collect the data, there are chances that it can become absolute if we are not constantly updating the software. So in that sense, there is that requirement of constant upgradation of knowledge as well as the infrastructure. The last part, which we are also still exploring, which comes about integrating this data from different resources and different formats in softwares like HBIM. So HBIM stands for Heritage Building Information Modeling. So BIM is already used for design purposes. Now they are modifying that software for heritage building. So these are the possibilities. Also, there are publication softwares, publication in terms of digital publication, not the hard copy publications like Sketchfab. So many initiatives are being taken to share this data in an effective format. Regarding selection parameters, that although we have all these techniques available, it is not necessary to stick to just one technique, or neither it is required to always go for any digital method as well. We can still opt for manual techniques, but basically it's the purpose that defines these choices, as well as the scale of site or building or asset. Also, what kind of accessibility we have. So sometimes even if I might have a 3D laser scanner with me, but if in case that space is only not accessible, then it is of no use. So scanner can also see what our naked eyes can see. Although it is called scanner, it can't see anything which is behind this surface. It can only see this volumetric space. So these are a few other points to keep in mind. I think I'll skip through this technical information. Presently, we are using this last phase terrestrial scanner with the range of 70 meters. So scanner is able to scan everything which is in 360 degree within the 70 meters of range. And the accuracy level of the scanner that we are using is approximately 2 mm for 1 cubic meter of volume. So that's the level of accuracy we have presently. Principally, I think Tejas also already explained that principle, but the scanner imitates the pulse and it hits the surface, and then there is a receptor built in the scanner and it is received back, and then later on it is processed through software. So that's the basic principle of scanner. Our starting point for using 3D laser scanner was through this project called 3D for Heritage India, which was funded by Arts and Humanities Research Council in UK. And also there's this website, we constantly update whatever we are doing with the community on that website. It is a bilingual website. It is a Gujarat-based project, so that's why it is in Gujarati. But you can explore further information as well. And main objective of this project was to document domestic or document traditional domestic built forms in seismic prone zone. So it was more part of the disaster risk preparedness, having this data ready, and then it can be used for different purposes in case of disaster. And for that, we identified this village called Bela near Dholavira in Kutch, which is within 90 kilometers of range from the 2001 earthquake. So that village have already faced a lot of damages, but despite structures are still standing. So our objective was to see how structures are behaving despite these earthquakes and how digital technique can give us better insight. This was the methodology followed. As I said, from whole to part, we scanned the core of village. This depiction, the colors indicate which part we scanned. Also, prior to scanning, there is a lot of preparatory work, which is entirely non-digital, which involves actually a lot of interaction with community. So because these are residential buildings, these are not monumental buildings, we had to be very mindful about when we are going, how we are scanning, and their personal space as well. And they should be informed. They just also highlighted towards end that the ethics of documentation. So when we are scanning someone's personal space, all these requirements are also very crucial. And also understanding their cultural, social, and economic association with the built form. For that, we designed different activities and we informed them through different brochures. Also, we took kind of 3 stages. We took consent in 3 stages because very often they don't know what these digital technologies mean. So after data collection, again, we went back and showed them that data to tell them that this is how we have scanned their houses. And this was the workflow for field data collection. First, informing them. Then secondly, scanning the lanes and the open spaces. Then the threshold scans to be able to integrate outdoor space and indoor space. Otherwise, each house would kind of remain in isolation. Then the detailed scans, and then also most of these structures were single-story structures. So in order to capture the data of sloping roofs, we also did some drone mapping. And final stage was about going back and sharing that data with them. Just to give you some basic statistics, so for that entire village, this is the data that we managed to collect in 5 days, which would have taken approximately 3 to 4 months if we would have opted for manual methods. And then although we think, although the field data collection time is very less, the processing time is still very substantial. It took us almost 3.5 months for post-processing. But the field data collection was very quick. It was within 5 days. And this was a medium range data, neither very high resolution nor low resolution. Here are some of the results. And this is only dense point cloud data. We have not opted for creating mesh because then that becomes very heavy or very heavy models to even manage. So as of now, this kind of results are sufficient for us where we are able to do geometrical analysis, structural analysis of the cracks and deformations. This is a plan view of one house, and the circles that you see there, those are the positions of the scanner. So there is a way to eliminate those circles as well, but we keep it for our own understanding that how many scans were required for each space. So these are the kind of results that you get from initial processing. This is another example. This is a closer view of one house which is in a very dilapidated condition. Under normal circumstances, you don't want to put your human resources also at risk. So in that sense, I just need to put the scanner in that space and I can just come out and then scanner will do the job. So that risk is also reduced. Similar work we have been doing in pole houses of Ahmedabad, which are these very densely packed neighborhoods. Again, we are working with students as well as communities with these methods. There is another town called Dharmaj in Gujarat, similar results for very dilapidated wooden structures. And we keep sharing that information with residents through various activities. In this particular structure, we still don't have roof data because of inaccessibility, but we had to do another requirement for us was to safeguard the structure before scanning. because it was that unsafe. So these kind of requirements are also there in case of digital documentation. This is another example. This is a site school model where we take students and we teach them on site, and then during that only we collect information. So in that way, community also get benefited, and then students also get to learn on actual site. This is again a very, I don't know if I can, yes. So again, this is a very preliminary registration. You can see positions of the scanner, those blue boxes. That's the scanner that we are using. It is the model is Faro. It's a company. There are two models, two companies, Faro and Leica. This one is preferred for our purpose. So as I said, that we keep even the gaps as it is. We don't try to refill the gaps, because then that tells us that what data is actually lacking. And this is a very preliminary unprocessed data, just the basic registration. Sorry. Yeah, similarly, we are exploring other techniques as well. One is GIS, where like for landscape studies, these are more important tools for geospatial analysis. I'm exploring tools like viewshade and hillshade to juxtapose that with the archival research to understand how these spaces evolved and what was the role of the aspects. So these are some of the visuals from that study. I think I'll skip through this part. Also, it can be basically used for different comparative studies without having to engage, like without going to the site much. So this is all satellite data processed in a manner that it is measurable. So this is not a Photoshop work. This is actually measurable, quantifiable data. Coming back to, we just had the session on World Heritage Sites, and coming back to the geoglyphs. So this is one another exploration that we are doing presently at Center. We have received grant from Department of Science and Technology from Cultural Ministry, and through them we will be exploring these digital methods for documentation of geoglyphs in Konkan, and also for documentation of rock art in Madhya Pradesh. So these are some initial trials for geoglyphs. This photo, this is a normal photo just to give you an understanding of the scale, that how large the site is. Sorry. And so this is a very preliminary line drawing which is made by manual observation. And this line drawing is traced by the drone image. And now you can compare this with the very low resolution photogrammetric data generated just from the 58 photos. So you can see how much variation is there. So these are some advantages of the methods. Some further information about how processing can happen. The texture models can tell us better about different challenges in the morphology itself. So yeah, just to give you some glimpses of it. This is a more refined model generated from close to 400 photos. So let me just also show you the actual model. Sorry. So the distance from this ear to this tail is approximately 6 meters. So that's the size. And to be able to capture this information, almost close to 400 photographs were taken and processed. But we are able to see this depth, all the carvings. And this is a medium range model. This is not a very high resolution model, but still it gives us a fair idea about depth and other deterioration patterns and these aspects. And mainly the very precise line drawing can be generated from this one rather than just from the manual observations. Yes. So this is Ukshi, elephant. This is another comparison. So the lower image is the actual photograph with contour gauge replicator to show the depth of engraving, and the upper image that you see is actually extracted from photogrammetric model. So we can get this much realistic data, and then this can be used for further archaeological investigation in terms of color variations of the stone and also deterioration and other stylistic analysis as well. This is a closer view of elephant's eye, just to show the texture of lateritic plateau. This is another stylistic depiction at Barsu. Similarly, close to 300 photographs were used for processing of this image. These are some closer shots. The top corner image will actually show us depth of the carving here. So this information is possible to capture through very close range photography. It was not possible. So earlier when we the drone images may not give us this kind of information because these are very shallow carvings. This is that model. Second. Yeah, I just have 2 minutes to complete my presentation. And this is still only a point cloud data. We are facing some problem for generating mesh for lateritic surfaces. So there might be some technical issues that still needs to be explored and resolved. But these are the possibilities. And again, if surface is not very clean, then here in this corner, we can see the data is actually smudged because of a lot of grass. So that cleaning also needs to be defined, that how much cleaning is acceptable, how much we can leave it as it is. So these kind of things needs to be explored further. Since we are talking a lot about the technology, this is the basic equipment that we carry on site. And there is also a lot of care that is required in terms of transportation, also actually on-site usage of these tools. This is the scanner I mentioned earlier. You can find more information about it online as well. Again, there are restrictions related to the temperature, dust environment, also in what conditions you can use the scanner and how operator also should behave while using the scanner. We need to be mindful about all these aspects also. And the advantages are actually, one main advantage is related to the accessibility and also the reduced subjectivity and like better interpretation. Time factor is, we already discussed the time factor. And one last important point is that it gives us the dynamic data set. So whatever data that I have collected last year, that doesn't become redundant. So today, if I go and capture further information, I can still add that data to the previous data, and it can give us more periodic monitoring. It is possible to do the periodic monitoring through continuous data collection. So that is one major advantage of digital technologies. But it's not all rosy picture. There are many challenges as well on field as well as post-processing part. One is actually related to the informed consent. When we were doing all this documentation, I think residents were absolutely unaware of what we are doing. Weather conditions are problematic. You can't use these in very high temperature and also during rainy season. That is not possible. So you have to work in staggered hours. All these other issues are there. Movements are absolutely not desirable. It messes your data. So having most of these techniques need to be used in a very controlled environment. So working in urban space becomes very challenging. Managing curiosity of the people is another challenge. And in terms of post-processing, you need to have a very high-end digital infrastructure. So in that sense, there is that very obvious or very prominent digital divide. All these technologies are not very easily accessible. Also, as well as because many people are involved in the processing part, the copyright issues, and there are no clear guidelines internationally as well as nationally regarding this kind of data set. So this is my concluding slide. So the possible way forward for this is that now, of course, there is this major component of digital techniques being non-invasive. So that's another major advantage, that you are neither doing any harm to the building, neither you are putting your team at risk while using these techniques, and that's and while getting very accurate data set as well. And that's why it is also being termed as digital twin. So it is no longer just a data, it is a digital twin, almost like a replacement of the original asset. And that allows us to actually share that data with many people. So different people from different discipline can actually analyze that data from their perspective without having to go on site and without having to do any destructive testing on site. So those possibilities are very, very charming actually. And also the realistic visual form of the data is very effective in communication with different authorities, the communities, and other stakeholders. But in order to actually achieve all this, as I said, that we also need to address the digital divide that we presently have. And for that, we actually need to formulate various strategies to use digital tools to create a comprehensive repository of this knowledge, which is accessible to all. Presently, what is happening is that even if I create a digital data, who will access that? And if that data is not accessible, it is as good as not having any data. So maybe we can work towards that how it can be made accessible for improving the heritage governance. And probably I feel that museums being public institutions, they can play important role in that. The way we are, this morning we were talking about the museums, we were talking about catalog publications, probably the digital publications can also be part of the museum's role, and through this facility, this data can be more widely available. So just some thoughts. Thank you. And yeah, if there are any queries, I have given my email ID at the end. And we are also, at the center, we are also going to float call for internship and fellowship, where if people want to come and explore these techniques, they are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mane. All right. Our next speaker is Mr. Hemant Dalvi. Mr. Dalvi is a senior research fellow at the Mystic Society, Bengaluru, since 2016. He has also worked as the archaeological coordinator as technical assistant with the Department of Archaeology, Government of Maharashtra, the Aurangabad division. He has a master's degree in history from Garwale College, Pune, and a master's degree in archaeology from Deccan College, Pune. He is currently pursuing a PhD in archaeology at the Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune. He has also conducted digital archaeology workshops at the Indian Numismatic, Historical and Cultural Research Foundation, Nasik, and Goa University, Goa. So I would like you all to welcome Mr. Dalvi.
ये फ्रीज कर दो। ये निकालना पड़ेगा। Wait, I'm doing freeze. हाँ, अभी के लिए फ्रीज कर दो। एक सेकेंड। आपको करना पड़ेगा।
Kindly bear with us, we're facing a little bit of technical difficulties. No.
Good evening to all. So
Uh, Thank you for organizers for inviting me, having me here, and giving opportunity for this subject. So we'll shortly start with the digital archaeology. So many earlier speakers have mentioned already. So traditional archaeology with the digital technologies. So we have to use in the uh, present archaeological understanding. So what basically we do, we do the collect the data, collection of the data, analysis of the data, and visualization of the data. So these three basic things we have to basically we are doing in the digital archaeology. So in the digital archaeology, three separate sets are there: satellite digital archaeology, aerial digital archaeology, and ground digital archaeology. So in the satellite archaeology, there is the remote sensing and other tools are there, lidar, and there are different data set collection tools are available. So through that, we can do the analysis of the data. So in the satellites, there are several data sets are available from the 100 meters to the 15 centimeter data sets are available. But all the cases, it is not available. So we have to see the area and the location which we are working, and based on that we have to capture the data. So these are the basic for the understanding of the how GIS data can be captured and how we can make use of that data. So there are different filters and different mapping we can do based on the satellite data. So that data can be processed in the GIS softwares like ArcGIS, QGIS, and some other applications are coming now. That's web GIS also it is there. So I will skip this part, technical part. So aerial digital archaeology, in that airborne lidar technology and UAE. So my friends already mentioned about the lidar technology. So I will UAE also it's mentioned. So I will just see the. So like this, unfiltered data and filtered data. We can see the. So filtered data and unfiltered data. We can see the how we can create the DMU models. So in the Mayan city Tikal, in the present day Kumtala, so they have captured this lidar using based on the using of the lidar technology. They have captured this area and they have proposed this model based on the lidar technology. So this is the UAE aerial vehicle. So I will just give the just glimpse of those one. Can you somebody tell this which is the monument? This which monument? Pattadakkal. So it is a ASI protected monument. We have done the survey and I was just giving the. In the ground digital archaeology, ground penetrating radar, GPR survey also before excavating any site or any archaeological remains, whenever you go to for the exploration or other things. So that time we use the GPR survey. So then total session survey. This image is not visible, but we have done it at the Rajgala in the Sri Lanka. That is site protected by the Rajgala's archaeological project. So they have documented the site, and there are almost 700 archaeological localities they have found, and they have mapped them with the help of a total station. So 3D this 3D scanning. So I will not go into this detail. So just skip this part. GIS. So GIS also is helping tool for analyzing, interpreting, and for analyzing the spectacle data. In the GIS, used for the mapping archaeological site, analyzing landscape changes, and create interactive maps. I am going to show you some interactive map in the GIS, how we can present the data. So these are the fields this GIS applications they are using for the GIS data. So I will show you some of the case studies. So we have done some ground plans for the rock cut caves, and we have mapped based on the some digital tool. So this is the distometer. You might be knowing about these tools. This is the line laser and angle meter, and again this is the line laser only. So these are the softwares we have used. The Leica provides one software with the distometer only and AutoCAD. So we have Tri Lakshmi cave in the Nashik. So we have mapped the cave with the affordable whatever the instruments are there. These affordable instruments are there. Always we cannot use the digital scanners and high technology for the documenting the cultural heritage. So these affordable tools we can use for the documentation of the cave. So this is the site, as I mentioned in the earlier, that is the Rajgala in Sri Lanka. There is almost 700 archaeological localities are there, and in that there are so many partially rock cut caves are there. So such like these caves are there. So we are, based on that earlier I have shown that instrument. Based on that with the help of that instrument, we have mapped means we have documented the caves. So these are the team members. So case study GIS mapping. So Mythic Society have conducted one project called Gazetteers of Prehistoric Sites of India. So we have collected almost 10,000 sites of prehistoric sites. I am mentioning again. I am repeating that 10,000 prehistoric sites are reported still now in India. So this data set, it is not available anywhere. So it is, we have collected this data and we are going to present this data shortly. So I will just give the so you can see the this category we have made: upper Paleolithic, rock art, middle Paleolithic, Mesolithic, lower Paleolithic, and other sites. So likewise, if you click on the site, it will pop up all the whatever the details we have collected from that particular site. So such a way we can create a database for the other sites also. So these are the all prehistoric sites we have collected and we have presented in this manner. So another place we have done the experiment in the rock art sites of Karnataka. So my friend Dr. Mohana, he has worked in this region, and he has collected he has studied all the rock art sites of Karnataka, and we have made some of the zones of the sites. And this is the earlier we have prepared earliest time we have prepared this map, geomorphological map, and we have made the zones. But in the GIS, how we can present those data, same data we have reflected in the GIS. So it will be easy, it will be showing the clusters, immediately clusters we can see here, and we can easily analyze this data also. So you can see, if you click on these circles, it will show you how many sites are visible, located there. If you more click there, so if you go on exploring that region, so it will be helpful for the analyzing and visualization, and for more understanding, it will be very easy. This is again Tungabhadra, only one cluster we have. So in the one cluster only we have plotted different localities are there. So in the one side there must be 4 localities, 5 localities, 10 localities. So for analyzing that localities also, it will be useful, this data. So this is the one site is there, Aregudda. So it has different localities. So there are almost 6-7 localities are there. I will just show. This is the one of the locality, and Dr. Mohana is proposing this as the ancient map it is depicted on this rock art. So I will just show you that demonstration. So this is the area, and these white dots are the different rock shelters are there. So this is the one rock shelter I have shown you the earlier photograph that is located here. So if you click over here, so you can see this round thing, sorry, rectangular like thing. So it is a, if you close to this, so you can see the dots. So that dots are matching with the shelters. So according to that, and it is the not happened in the one period. So it is happened in the 3 different periods. So here early historic, historical, Mesolithic and upper Paleolithic, that chronology is there. So if you click here, so this is the earliest painting. So likewise, this is the third, this is the later period this map has happened. So you can see. So likewise also we can present our data. So you can see all the okay. So case study 3. So we have at the Mythic Society we have the 3D digital documentation of inscription in the Bangalore. Presently, Bangalore is covering of the 3 districts, earlier 3 districts, and that city. So we have documented almost 600 inscriptions, and earlier some inscription have been documented, some inscription newly we have found, but that preservation status is very bad. So what we have taken the project that we can at least digitally conserve those inscriptions. So we have the team, dedicated team for the documenting this inscription, and we have brought up this scanner, and we have set up the whole lab for this inscription scanning project. So like these results are there. So we can see all the each and this is the granite. In the granite, on the granite we cannot see whatever the letters are there. We have to see in the different lights. So that can be done with this help of this instrument. I will just show you that demo. See, this is the village called Chalike. So in that village we have found this inscription. So if you can zoom in, zoom out, and we can see the different lights also this model. So it will be very easy to read out the inscriptions. And shortly we are developing the OCR for these inscriptions. So we have a lot of data. So based on this data, we are creating the OCR for this Kannada inscription. So we have almost 600 inscription, almost 300 inscription we have already documented, and some more 300 we are going to document. So these are some new advanced things we are doing at Mythic Society. So this project is heading by our PL. I am not remember his name immediately. I will tell you his name. So I'm acknowledging the Rajgala Archaeological Project, Archaeological Survey of India, the Mythic Society, Dr. Mohana R, Dr. Shrikant Ganvir, Uday Kumar PL. His name is Uday Kumar PL. He is heading that project, and he is documenting this inscription, and he is planning to have the project. All the data can be available to all. Anybody can access those data. We are building one website, so from there we can freely access those data. So whoever interested in this inscriptions or epigraphy, they can access easily this data. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hemant sir, for that presentation. Our next speaker, Mr. Bharat Ghotoskar. Mr. Bharat has studied mechanical engineering and business management, but he actually wanted to be a conservation architect. Mumbai city's heritage and history has been an abiding interest in him since childhood, and that has made him give up a 16-year career in sales and marketing with corporate houses to pursue his passion of, as he says it, #heritage evangelism through experimental travel. Sir?
Zadav sir has warned me I should only take 10 minutes, so I'll try to stick to 10 minutes. Originally, I was told about 20 minutes, so I have shaved off half the slides. Simple, right? Like Mr. Diwan, I also studied in Soma Engineering just across the road. The only difference is I completed my engineering, right? And then, of course, I went in the same flow of doing my MBA. What I'm going to do is tell you about the path least trodden in this city is what I have taken over the years. And I'll just give you a brief introduction that when I started conducting walks, I think so my third walk, Dr. Kumud Kanetkar landed. I said, if somebody of her stature comes for a walk, then I must be doing something right? So that I wasn't even sure whether I should continue doing what I'm doing. From that to last financial year, where 18,000 people walked on the streets of Mumbai with us, right? That shows a sea change in the culture of doing walking tours in Mumbai, right? And Dr. Kurush Dalal was here some time back. When I started this, he said, Bharat, vaya ghalu nako. Nobody is going to come for heritage walks, right? So heritage walks, and we had all people talking about technology. I'm going to talk about the oldest technology known to man, that is storytelling, right? And I'm not going to waste much time. I'm going to deep dive. Every year we do a program which is called Ambassadors of Mumbai Training Program. All those who host walks for us, and people hosting walks are as diverse as plastic surgeon and venture capitalist, right? Now, these are not people who come from academic background. What they have is a great passion for the city, and they're trained for it. This program lasts for 6 months of training. About 150 people apply, 40 people are taken for training, out of which only 6 or 7 pass every year, right? I'm going to take out a bit of gist out of the storytelling modules that we conduct. There are 7 storytelling modules which happen. I'm just trying to take out what are the important things. So in the journey that Khaki has done, some of the, and this is at the University of Hard Knocks, right? That we have learned by making mistakes. Those who would like to curate walks are free to use any of these. Somebody actually asked me, why are you revealing what is Khaki style? The way we conduct walks. I said, I bloody train 40 people every year, and not many pass out of the whole thing. So it doesn't matter if I show it to people and people use it, well and good, right? So the first thing I would tell people is, look at what are the windows which are open in people's brains, okay? Don't try to talk something that is too complicated that they are not going to understand. You might be an archaeology student, you might be a history student, the person in front of you is Aam Aadmi, okay? I did some 100 videos with Lok Satta. Today I get letters from dabbawalas and taxi drivers saying that they appreciate Mumbai's history, okay? I think so, before Khaki took this initiative of taking it to the masses, history and heritage in the city was discussed over wine and cheese in South Bombay drawing rooms, right? So that has changed a lot. Another thing is, avoid the temptation to give everything that you know. You might be the fountain of knowledge, but the person in front of you cannot take everything that you know. Okay, so make it concise, small, relatable, whatever he can chew or she can chew. Don't impose. Don't try to show how knowledgeable you are. Your mission is that maximum number of people understand what history and heritage is all about. Counter the narrative. If people know a particular narrative and it might not be true, challenge them at the very start. A very common thing when people start walks in Mumbai, especially in South Mumbai, ye sab अंग्रेजों ने दिया. So how can you counter that by getting aspects of what are the Indian contributions? I'm just giving examples, and it will change from city to city, state to state where you're conducting these walks, but these principles can be utilized across. Most important, customize it to their requirement. If it's a child, make it simple. If the person doesn't have English as his first language, is from a foreign country, make it simple. Don't try to show that you have gone through all the dictionaries in the world, Wren and Martin and everything, not required. The pace at which you do, the duration that you conduct for, the interest that people have, the language that they speak in, give them breaks. You might love to walk for 5 hours, and that's a mistake I have done initially, but people who are walking with you might not be in a position to walk that distance. So think through, make it palatable, break it down, make it simple. Use visual aids, it helps. Print out, use maps, because it makes, I have realized this, Indians are very good at arithmetic, they're horrible at geometry, majority of them, right? Especially 3D, impossible, right? It just doesn't come to them naturally. I don't know why. It might be genetic. But when you have visual stimulus like this, and of course now with all these ladies and gentlemen here enabling, it will be at a different level. But small tools, and what people love the best is then images. Ability to do a then and now, because some part of the building would have gone, some part of the building might be there, it would be modified. People just love this, They take a lot of photographs of when you just hold out an old image saying that imagine this is where Subhash Babu gave a speech in Mumbai at the entrance of BMC. And people, literally I'm telling you, get goosebumps because they are recreating what is there. So that is how you, if I may, Dr. Garge is here, if I may use to, he allows me to use the word, add a bit of sex appeal into history. Use wow statistics which will make things relatable, right? When I say wow, people don't understand. My dad used to say, हजाराच्या वरती कोणाला आकडा कळत नाही. So you have to make it relatable that your population is equivalent to population of entire Australia. That is when people understand. All Mumbaikars understand land is how many times of Shivaji Park is that land. Because Shivaji Park is the only relatable thing. So use statistics in a way that people can comprehend and can understand, assimilate, make it easy. Dramatize. Whatever you do, use a lot of, move your hands, use gestures, move from one place to another. If you want to give a lecture, give it in an auditorium. Don't give it on the streets. This is a walk where people are going to enjoy. They'll take something out of it, change your location, move from one place to another till you talk, till you break up your stories at multiple places, bring in things. That's how you make it interesting and engaging. Use humor, but let humor be subtle, be politically correct. Don't mention current political situation in Maharashtra when you're doing. So these don't offend sentiments. You are allowed to make fun of yourself, but not of others. So you have to be, but humor works. And I think so. Dr. Kurush Dalal does that amazingly well in many of his lectures, walks, whenever he does that. Personalize stuff. Add your experiences. When I was a child, when I went there, always remember the best storyteller was your grandmother, right? The way she would say, how did the fox come and ate this and whatever. Use your experiences. Ask people who are around to co-create. Ask them to talk to you. Okay. Show connections to their, whatever they are working. If they are doctors, if they are architects, use whatever they do in their life to make it relatable to them. And connect to their part of the world. If you're talking about Gateway of India and you talk about L'arc de Triomphe, and then what is the function of both of them, it is easier for them to comprehend because you are personalizing it to who they are. Court attention. People should only be looking at you, not be looking at their watches or their mobile phones or other people in the group. You should court attention, and that is the key of a successful walk. Current connectors. So one of the most beautiful examples that we give is currently we are having problem building metro in Mumbai, right? Because you don't get space. You have to go underground or you have to build it on top of the road. That's exactly what happened 150 years ago when railways came into Mumbai, where people had to reclaim land from the sea to build all the railway lines. So from Sandus Road to VT and from Churney Road to Churchgate, everything was on reclaimed land. And the penny drops when you make it relatable to what is going on currently, right? And don't forget that this is a performance. This is not a lecture. You are on the streets doing a performance which people are going to appreciate, remember for a long time to come. Yeah. As Charles Mingus famously said, making the complicated simple is true creativity. Yeah. It is very commonplace to make simple things complicated, and many a times in academic circles it happens. Yeah. But here you want to engage with common man. Why do you want to convert the converted? You want to convert those who are not converted to be interested in history and heritage, and the only way you are going to do that is through storytelling, which is the oldest known tool to us. And with help of all these ladies and gentlemen, we can always make it better. All I'm saying is, we started on a least trodden path. I've created a path for a lot of people who are interested in history and heritage to actually take up their passion and not give up their passion because they need to earn something. You can engage yourself in various ways. Tourism, I mean, this was an idea which was there for a long time. When I did my MBA, my final year project was how can we convert Jawar into a tourism location where marketing can help conservation, right? Tourism is the tool, and if you go to Cambodia, you go to Turkey, so many places that have been around the world, it is evident that if you get tourism, you will be able to conserve and put and instill a sense of pride in the locals as well as the visitors, right? So with that, I thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I hope this would be helpful for all of you. Thank
So
you.
any questions? Very nice, very nice. It was so nice. Thank you. So any questions? Please. Tejas sir, can you give some advice to these students? You have ample, I think. They must be getting bored. Vicha, with your kind permission, just for 3 minutes, I would like to add something for the students of St. For Somaya and Xavier are also here. So I am fortunate that I am a part of this institute just teaching one paper after my retirement. Though I was on a small post because it was of my mistake, changing jobs from one place to the other. This is for the students I am telling, not for my senior friends and Kumud ma'am and Supriya ma'am. But first of all, let me congratulate all the participants. Whatever they said was a simple truth. And one more thing I would like to add. At random, I am going to say that it is a very tedious job what these people are doing. Like, for example, Murdula and even Diwan, it's not a simple thing, that it's a very highly technical thing. I joined as a photographer and landed up into teaching, but I'm not a technical person, but technically it's very difficult, this 3D, whatever they said. But accuracy, I would like to say, like mobiles, a simple mobile and an iPhone, it differs in photography also. So the accuracy depends on the equipment also. If I'm not wrong, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. So I was fortunate to work with a Japanese scholar, Yaguchi Naomichi, who was in Somaya also for some time. He passed away last year. So I was not a technical person, but he had to affiliate with some institute. So I was the key person to give him permission, to get the permission to bring his machine, that is GLS Topcon 1500. In 2011, the cost was 80 lakh rupees. And in India, there is only one machine that is in ASI, which is in the cupboard, locked since many years. It is in Archaeology of India, New Delhi. That machine cost 80 lakhs in 2011. So it depends on the equipment also for the accuracy. So I was just assisting him. So we did Ajanta, we did Kuda Caves and Bedsa. And believe me, the software is 7 lakh rupees. 7 lakh rupees is the, so we can't afford. Like Tejas sir, he can afford. His institute, his department can afford. Like suppose if you are hiring any of them, they're going to charge you a lot of money. So if you have your own equipment and then you hire somebody, that becomes easy. On mobile, what you do, what he said, what Devan said, there you won't get accuracy. There you won't get the dimensions. To take one image, I'm proud to say that my nephew, who is 26 years, Sumit Jadhav, if you put it on Google, you'll find what you call, कशात टाकले दिसतं ते माहिती मिळते आपल्याला Google मध्ये ना हाँ Google मध्ये Sumit Jadhav, if you put, so you'll see 26 years he's doing professional work for CSMVS. He did for Tata Management. He's doing for many restaurants. These young generation boys now, they do. You students also can do it. I can't do it now, outdated. But then what I mean to say, it is a tedious job. To take one picture of a sculpture at CSMVS, whether it is small or big, it takes 3-4 hours. And then you put that data and then you make the accuracy. And for Kumud ma'am also I would like to say this, how it helps you also ma'am. If there is a Shukanasika at the Ambarnath temple and you want the exact measurement, or if I want a measurement of Ajanta cave number 7 pillar with Bhaja, if I want to compare it, I can take a string and do it. But some 20 years back, David Effort, I know you are getting bored, just half a minute more. So David Effort wanted to know the height, Valchandra, he wanted to know the height of Karla cave from floor in the veranda. That is about 40 feet. You know what we did, ma'am? You know, small children, they play bow and arrow and they have a rubber in front. Then आम्ही दोरा बांधून आम्ही उडवलं वरती. And from that thread we could measure how much was that. It's about 20 years back. But now with laser you can do it. Accurately you do it. So those days are gone. And plus even Hemant, what he said, different methods for archaeology is very easy now. Even in a house also you can do that laser, the small thing like a mobile. It gives you exact length and breadth, height, whatever. Even if you want the height of a building also, trigonometry, you know. So with the right angle triangle, you get the height also. So accuracy also. And what she says is very difficult in the field. What she shows is very good to look at. But to work is very difficult. And I request even Tejas sir also ki they should have this equipment and they can do it for all the forts. No need to give an, what you call, I'm sorry for you all, but he can, I mean to say, he should not assign you to work for them. They can hire us, like people like us, we can work for them. Like they had 2 crore rupees, University of Kashmir had 2 crore rupees, and they said, you come, Mr. Sumit Jadhav, you come and work. He said, why should I come and work? You give me this work, you assign me. So in short, that is all fine, whatever I said, even what he said is good. Thank you, but any question would have been better. Please. The accuracy depends on the equipment. Am I right or no?
Hello.
Yeah, thank you.
So it is both equipment and also the workflow and the discipline actually. So yeah, it needs practice. So one model that I showed, and we were just discussing.
But we are very fortunate that she said, "Ki you can come and learn. Nobody teaches you all these things."
No, so in fact
nobody teaches you this. My brother, he doesn't teach me also. My brother's son, he'll not teach me. He said, "Tu chub bakai."
No, so as a researcher, just what you were also earlier saying, I would like to add to that. See, the technology will keep evolving. In fact, I would say that technology is not a challenge. It's our approach and brain behind it, and training that brain is a challenge. And in that sense, practicing and exploring and developing that disciplined and ethical approach will take us a long way. As you mentioned that at your time, the technology was different. What I'm using right now is different. In next 2 years, it will differ. But why we are documenting, and after documentation, what we are doing with that data is the most critical question. And in that sense, if we can work for the repository, that will be very helpful. No, scan. So basically, जे आपल्या डोळ्यांना दिसतं ते स्कॅनरला दिसतं. It doesn't work like a X-ray. Okay, it works like फक्त accuracy आहे आणि नंतरचा जो प्रोसेसिंगचा पार्ट आहे ना, that works or ते जे व्हिज्युअलायझेशनचं म्हणत होते ना, त्या व्हिज्युअलायझेशनमध्ये वी कॅन हॅव दिस डिफरंट वेज वेअर इट लुक्स लाईक अ एक्सरे. सो दॅट्स व्हाय इट इज कॉल्ड
एज गॅप्स, होल्स and disrupted stones that can be captured very well while scanning.
That's what the documentation as per existing condition is possible with most of the digital techniques.
Yes, Kumud ma'am wants to say something.
No, you hit it on the button, but you talked about Shukanasa at Ambarnath. I want something done at Delmal, Limboji Mata temple. There is a Surya shrine, and they have built a wall maybe 2 feet from it. And I tried manually to cut. So maybe.
Yeah, she can help you.
I can't afford it.
So ma'am, actually तुम्ही आम्हाला कॉन्टॅक्ट केला होता 1 वर्षापूर्वी. मीच रिप्लाय केला होता.
But that was for a different temple, Bhuleshwar.
भुलेश्वर
For a different.
बट सिमिलर आहे. सो आता ॲक्च्युली 3D GPR पण येत आहे. So 3D GPR and baki techniques maybe club karun in future we can try that.
I think when I saw the quotations, I am going to stick to excavation.
So Murdula, it's very expensive, no? Like to take a 3D image of a museum, अगदी professionally जर करायचं झालं तर I heard 15 to 20,000 per image.
सो तुम्ही जर का मॅन्युअल सो आता मी तेजस्विनी आम्ही सगळे मॅन्युअल डॉक्युमेंटेशनमध्ये सुद्धा इन्व्हॉल्व असतो. सो मॅन्युअल डॉक्युमेंटेशन पण लेस एक्सपेन्सिव्ह नाहीच आहे कारण तेवढे ह्युमन आवर्स लागतात आणि प्लस ॲक्युरसी इज क्वेश्चनेबल. इथे तो वेळ कमी होतो आणि तुमची ॲक्युरसी वाढते. सो दिस इज अ परसेप्शन दॅट मॅन्युअल डॉक्युमेंटेशन इज लेस एक्सपेन्सिव्ह. द प्रॉब्लेम इज नो बडी पेज यू फॉर डॉक्युमेंटेशन. दॅट्स वाय वेन म्हणजे कुठच्याही सिस्टीममध्ये कुठच्याही कॉन्झर्वेशनच्या प्रोजेक्टमध्ये डॉक्युमेंटेशनसाठीची फंडिंगची सोयच नाही आहे. सो इवन आर प्रोजेक्ट्स आर मेनली रिसर्च ग्रांट प्रोजेक्ट्स फ्रॉम फॉरेन युनिव्हर्सिटीज ऑर फॉरेन ऑर्गनायझेशन्स. So yeah, unfortunately, that's the situation.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Anybody wants to say something? Any student, like, please. And one more thing, I would request your students, ma'am, please. They were telling me, आम्हाला भीती वाटती presentation द्यायला वगैरे. I was encouraging them की तुम्ही येऊन presentation द्यायला पाहिजे पुढच्या वेळेला की and we should thank Tejas sir because I was in State Department for 17 years, from photographer to curator. Then I left, came on lower post. Anyway, in short, we should thank him because no director of State Department, including Jamkhed sir, conference भरवलेली नाही आहे आजपर्यंत कधी. This is the first conference by State Department of Archaeology. You should give a big hand actually to State Department of Archaeology. Now I'm telling you this not to please him. It's not to please the director of Department of Archaeology, but it's a simple truth that this is the first conference by the State Department of Archaeology. Balchandra, am I right or wrong? Yeah, I don't think we have ever conducted a conference. Minister, not a professional like this one. Yeah, anyway, thank you.
All right. I would request Jadhav sir to please felicitate all our panelists.
No, I was just responding to the urge by the chair to ask some questions so that the panelists feel heard.
Right.
But I think we can always connect later. That's fine. We are, I think, in a hurry to
I'll let
close.
Jadhav sir decide that. Yeah. So, can we have all the panelists? Lastly, Bharat sir. I would also now like to invite Dr. Supriya Rai to felicitate our moderator. So, Jadhav sir, just please wait.
Thank you, Dr. Jadhav. Thank you, all speakers. Now we are coming to our last session, concluding session, valedictory session. Dr. A.P. Jamkhedkar is online, available online from Canada. He's waiting from 5:30. So I'll request Dr. A.P. Jamkhedkar to start his session. Before that, I will. Is he available? Yeah. Dr. Jamkhedkar insisted that he will attend all sessions. So for last 2 days from Canada, he was attending our session. I don't think so Dr. Jamkhedkar needs introduction. Dr. Jamkhedkar was director of State Archaeology Department around 18 years, and he was also associated with KJ Somaiya Institute of Buddhist Studies for last 20 years. So for both the institutes, Dr. Jamkhedkar is more important, and he has accepted our invitation. We are grateful to you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you for always being there for us. Sir, should we start? ऐकू येतंय सर? सर अनम्यूट करता का सर? म्यूटवर आहात सर तुम्ही. सर म्यूट आहे. सर ऐकू येत नाही आहे. नाही ऐकू येत. 1 मिनिट सर.
I've unmuted myself.
हां सर आलं आता येतं ऐकू सर. आता बोला.
मला ऑडियन्स दिसत नाहीये. ठीक आहे. एनिवे
सर तुम्ही स्टार्ट करता तोपर्यंत ते कॅमेराची अरेंजमेंट करताय.
So for the sake of convenience.
Yes sir, we can start it. They are arranging camera meanwhile.
Sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was quite an interesting event for me. As mentioned by one of my colleagues, Shrikant Jadhav, Dr. Shrikant Jadhav. This is quite an important event in the history of the Department of Archaeology. Probably I could not venture for such a type of thing. There might be so many reasons, including myself. museums, I'm reminded of a, you can say, declaration as a part of the 5-year plan made by two great personalities of India, that is Prime Minister Indira Ji and her son Rajiv Ji. In the 6th or 7th 5-year plan, if I remember correctly, it was told by Indira Ji that every village should have a museum. You have to understand, of course, people will say that it is not possible, but we have to understand the feeling as also the objective behind such a type of goal which they had set for that 5-year plan. It cannot be a thing which can be achieved in a 5-year plan, but this should be the objective. Then there was another, and that is Rajiv Ji, who in his 5-year plan declaration said that these are informal, all the culture departments, they create informal, they give informal type of knowledge to the people. And therefore, whatever these departments achieve, whether it is archives, whether it is libraries, cafeterias, teaching of fine arts or performing arts, in all these disciplines, whatever is done, whatever is achieved, should be reflected in your formal education. So there is a clear connection between culture and education. That all these departments of culture, whatever they achieve, is to be reflected in our textbooks, so that our students who get formal education, they should be updated, they should be up to date. In this introduction, I will now turn to the topics which are being discussed in our own this seminar. This, I would say, this wonderful seminar, which both Dr. Supriya and also Dr. Tejas Garge have conceived. It is a vast, it has got a vast, you can say, coverage. And therefore, I have to be as, you can say, simple and as, you can say, short as possible while addressing these, while addressing the gathering, and also saying something about the presentations which are made in this seminar. There is a large number who have come and presented. There were some areas, say for example, prehistoric archaeology, then as the, say, archaeology of Maharashtra and overview and future road. Then the various speakers who were there, very great speakers, like Dr. Vasant Shinde, then Kumud Kanekar, Parth Chauhan, then Manjari Palera, Vijit Balsekar, and Pushkar Soni. They tried to cover, you can say, the whole spectrum of archaeology. I am reminded of Professor Sangaraya, how the archaeology started in, you can say, the erstwhile Bombay state or Maharashtra, present Maharashtra. You see, Sangaraya was a student of Sanskrit. By heredity, his whole family had a solicitor's firm, and therefore they expected after his BA to join them, completing his LLB, to join their firm and be a part of that. So Sangaraya had a great teacher, Dr. Father Veras, and he inspired him to work on Nalanda for his MA by thesis, and then later on asked him to go to London for his PhD. When Professor Sankara returned from London, naturally he did some work in the Retrospection Museum. He was not working there, but he wrote some articles on Jain antiquities and other things. He wrote on inscriptions, coins, and so many other things, and then joined the Department of Archaeology of the Deccan College. Some of the things which were in his mind at that time, uppermost things, that well, when he thought about priestry, he said that well, except Son and some of the sites which are there in the Madras presidency, there is nothing we know about Indian priestry. There is something like Pekin man, Java man, but there is no India man. And therefore, when he started, he was not by training a historian, but he took up the exploration of Sabarmati and some of the rivers in Gujarat and Maharashtra also, Godavari. And the rest is history. And he did the excavation at Langland, where he could find at least a man going back to the Mesolithic period. Then, when he became, and that was the only department of archaeology in the whole of India at that time. Students came to learn archaeology. Then, Suvarao was one of his tallest students, I would say. They say that if he would have survived, probably he would have contributed more to archaeology than even Professor Sankara. Then, what he did that, when students came, he gave them, taking into consideration their leanings, he gave them subjects. So Advi Joshi was there, he did priestry, and there were so many. Up till 1960, when Rameshwar Singh was there, probably he was the last before he wrote his PPIP, as we call it, he had covered practically the whole of India. Another thing which he did, and that is after he published his thesis, the Archaeology of Gujarat, which was the topic of his thesis in London University, which dealt with practically the historical archaeology. So after that, when he was invited by the Bombay University, he delivered the Bhagwan Lal Indraji lectures on the inscriptions of Gujarat. And it was called The Historical Geography and the Cultural Ethnography of Gujarat. For this again, I can tell you that whenever students came, I am putting in short that except Assam and Bengal, practically all the regions of India were covered from the point of view of the understanding of the inscriptions. He gave a new dimension to the understanding of the inscriptions. Inscriptions are usually naturally used for building up the history, painting certain things which are unknown, describing them graphically if possible with the help of inscriptions, and giving them a certainty from the point of view of chronology. But in this connection, I remember there was a project taken up by very renowned scholars, led by or guided by Professor Irfan Habib, and they wanted to create a dictionary of the administrative terms which are used in the inscriptions, right from, it was a very ambitious project. It could not be completed successfully, I would say, because when it came to review, when I was the chairman, we found out that there were certain lacunae which were pointed out by experts who were called to to evaluate the work. What I mean to say, I don't want to say anything about that project, but I would say about the vision of Professor Sankaraya. Another thing I can add again, which was pointed out by Professor Vasant Shinde, that well, what were the contributions of the Deccan College? And naturally, why I'm talking about Deccan College, not because I'm a student there, not because I was closely associated with it, but Deccan College, while doing service to the whole of nation, has done a lot of work which took its roots or beginnings in Maharashtra itself. As pointed out by Professor Shinde, Jorwe was a site which was discovered by a clerk who was working in the Department of Agriculture. He became later on an archaeologist, got his degree from Deccan College. He discovered the auspicial sites of in the Dhulya and Jalgaon districts. So we'll find that in a way, Dr. Sankaraya, when he had that particular type of vision, from that came up, that was again another contribution, that we were not knowing what happened after prehistory, what happened after, you can say, even the Indus Valley civilization, and we knew only about the early, you can say, historical period, which started with Bhagavan Mahavir and 16 Mahavir and Buddha and 16 Mahajanapadas as also the Parishas. So this gap which was there, which was filled in by the work done by Deccan College at Jorwe, first of all, it was in Nasik. May I correct Professor Shinde? It was in Nasik. They did not know what they were finding before the or below the historical level. When Jorwe things were brought to notice by Sai, Mr. Deshpande took interest in it, but Dr. Sankaraya excavated the site, and then they understood what is there, what is the Chalcolithic at Nevasa very clearly. So this was again a great contribution which was done. Of course, the history, I need not repeat, that it all culminated through the works of Professor Dev at Chandoli and other places, then Sonegaon, then so many sites, and then after so many Chalcolithic sites in Maharashtra as also in Madhya Pradesh and other places, the picture became very clear, and we knew what exactly the relation between what we call the Harappan civilization and the post-Harappan Chalcolithic cultures, whether they are in Gujarat, whether they are in Madhya Pradesh or in Deccan. Probably the answers which have been found, they are of course very great landmarks. Namgao, as pointed out by Professor Shinde, was a landmark because the principles of new archaeology were introduced. I still remember the seminar which was held in 1983 when a retrospect was taken for the first time of Indian archaeology in a seminar which was held in order to honor and felicitate Professor Sankaraya, who had completed his 75 years. So in that a review has been taken, and we have to know what are the different types of problems they were facing. For example, when they talked about the Chalcolithic cultures, as also the megalithic, probably unfortunately in this particular seminar, there was nobody to talk on megaliths, probably Professor Mohanty, Dr. Prakash Joshi, or there are so many others who are working in that. They could have talked about it. And that is a very important issue according to me, because we still don't know, or we feel not to know what exactly are megaliths. Megalithic period is not a technological period like the Paleolithic or the Neolithic or the Chalcolithic. It shows a different attitude of the people towards the dead. People are aware. People think about the life after death. So it was very much connected in the development of man not only simply, because man is known because of three things. Man, in a way, I won't say created, but language was the easy creation for him because of the faculties with which he is endowed. Similarly, myth-making in not bad sense, myths are natural to man as language is natural to man. Man has another thing, he creates symbols not only through languages and myths, he creates symbols through technology and science also. That is its rational way of thinking. So man starts with language and ends up with science. So there also he creates symbols. And then man also creates symbols through his fine arts and performing arts. So when we talk about culture, all these three aspects have to be taken into consideration. So megalithic should be seen not simply, meaning we are definitely able to understand his ideas, but at the same time through the material evidence which we unearth through excavations and explorations, but at the same time we have to understand what is the development of man from the religious point of view. From here onwards, the cultures show very clearly that man is very clearly concerned about his life after death. And I need not go the type of interpretations which have been given by Professor Dhaulikar. He says that some of the roots of our ideas regarding rebirths, ideas probably also regarding karma, are connected with that. So look at it from that point of view. And therefore, we have to, as I have pointed out elsewhere, that well, for that we have to go and see the ethnographic models which should be there. The Agariyas, I will give you just an example. The Agariyas are the traditional hereditary smiths and you can say persons who produce iron. Now, we found certain pieces of skeletons in the excavations conducted in Vidarbha area, and there were certain specimens which showed that the persons had the defect of bow-leggedness. There was curvature in their bones or something like that. Scholars like Leshnik, Professor Dev, they had their own explanations. They said that probably it was because of horse riding, to which they were not used. But if we understand the mythology of the Agariyas, then we will understand that Agariyas always work for their furnaces and smith and other things. They work only in the night. They collect the ore in the night. And therefore, when Leshnik says that, well, persons who are moving in the nature, how they can be affected with deficiency of vitamin D. They did not know about the mythology, and therefore, according to me, they should think of it from that point of view. I'm not saying I'm giving the last answer, but this is probably a better way of understanding our remains. So for that, you have to understand when archaeologists work, they have to understand about the oral tradition, about the religious tradition, and without that, all these artifacts, which are something like symbols, all these material creations are symbols. Unless we try to understand that meaning, we won't be able to understand or interpret our archaeological evidence and our archaeological past in a better manner. I'll give you another example of the historical archaeology. I have already told you about Sankaya's novel way of trying to understand the administrative and other type of units which are there, their personal life. He studied about the names also, as also the geographical names. Professor Toser has done a lot of work, but there are so many things still remain. Say, for example, if you have to do historical archaeological properly, Professor Sankaya had done, first of all, he gave A.V. Naik the topic of the archaeology of the Deccan. Then Sumati Mule followed, who did the historical geography and cultural ethnography of the Deccan. Shobhana Gokhale did it for, you can say, for the Vakatakas. Vakataka inscriptions. Actually, and then there was one person who did on the archaeology of the place names. He actually visited the place names which have been identified and then gave a cultural sequence as to what are the antiquities those are to be found. In our historical archaeology, we have forgotten this great effort done by Professor Sankaya that the findings of the historical geography and cultural ethnography should lead us to find out or locate places which were the capitals of Maharashtra, which were the administrative divisions and their cities which were, say for example, there is a coin which has been found by Professor Chandrasekhar Gupta and it had an inscription of Tagare on it. They could not understand because they were not conversant. Professor Gupta was not conversant with the Prakrit meaning of it. Tagare means the city of Tagara. Has anybody pointed out that that was something like a city-state? We have to think it from that point of view. So our data for inscriptions as also numismatics has to be used properly. I'll give you another example if you have to do historical archaeology probably. I won't go into the details, but it is very fashionable to say that the feudal age started after the Guptas from 6th, 7th century AD. And it went on, continued, as he says, up to the British period, including the Muslim period. Now, some of the scholars thought it very convenient that, well, feudalism was there, but it was not during the Mughal period. Feudalism was there, but it was not during the colonial period. So, we'll have to address some of these problems. Interpretation of the archaeological data which is there. I wrote 2 articles, one on Bhaskaracharya and the other on the inscription which is connected with the establishment of a school of mathematics in Dhulia area, near Patan in Jalgaon district. Now, there were 3 mathematicians. They are referred to in the inscriptions. So we have never tried to understand the history of science from the inscriptions. Probably there might be very small data. I'm not saying that it is full of data and you go and you'll find out the history of science in Maharashtra. But unless we look at it from that point of view and try to interpret the historical archaeology from that point of view, it won't be of any use. I'll give you another example of the historical archaeology that is connected with art and architecture. You see, earlier, when you can say Temples of the Deccan is the famous book. After that, our architectural history was written by A.V. Naik in his thesis on archaeology of the Deccan. There is a chapter of about 200 pages, you can say, on the architecture of the Deccan. Then it was followed by Professor Deglurkar, who wrote his very magnum opus, I can say, the temple architecture and sculpture of Maharashtra. Now, all these had their own ideas regarding chronology. They said that if the temple is decorated, then in that case, it is an early temple. In the later period, in the later Yadava period, or the what are called the Himadpanthi temples, and therefore they are very casually being referred to as later temples, the Yadava temples, Himadpanthi temples, because they don't have any figural decoration. And therefore, that became a sign. Of course, such type of thumb rules are always there, but they should not be taken literally. You see, because they did not study the architecture from the point of view of the Shilpa texts. You see, therefore, there is one temple in Jalgaon district which is without any decoration, but the inscription very clearly says that it is an 11th century temple. The secret was that, well, if you study Shilpa Shastra, then there are 4 types of jangas or the wall faces which are of the temple. So it was a Nagari Janga which was devoid of any sculpture. If there is a Dravidi Janga, it is with manjaris. If it is a Vesara Janga or it is a Varati Janga as it is called, it is full of decoration of different, you can say, floral and other designs. If a person who studies architecture does not know these basic things, naturally he is going to be fumbling regarding his chronology. He is not very clear regarding his chronology. So unless, if you are going to study art and architecture, and therefore in my review of the temple architecture and the cave architecture, in the temple architecture, I said that there are 4 types of temple types which we come across in Maharashtra. One is the Nagara type of temple. Then there is a Dravida type of temple, of which Ellora, the famous Ellora is a good example. There are so many others. Then there is a Vesara type of temple, which I interpret to be the later Chalukyan temples. And there is a Fausana type of temple. The Fausana type of temple is used only for lower divinities. Usually Nanda Mandapa will have a Fausana type of Shikara on that. So unless you know this type of background, it will not be possible for us to understand our own architecture. And therefore, I classified the temples accordingly in these 4 divisions, which are the Nagara temples, which are the Dravida temples, which are the Bhumija temples, and which are the Vesara and Fausana type of temples. My own understanding of art history tells me that, well, that Subbarao had conceived, he was a man of priestry, but he talked a lot about the geographical factors in history. And he said that there are 2 types of regions in India, centrifugal and centripetal. Centrifugal are like the Gazetic Doab, which bring up with new ideas and spread them elsewhere. Centripetal are those persons who receive those ideas and work upon them. Maharashtra or the Deccan is centripetal, whereas Gangetic Doab, or you can say even the Northwest Frontier region, these are the centrifugal regions. From there the inspirations came. My own understanding of the art and sculpture of Maharashtra tells me that, well, when we say, well, what is the type of sculpture which is there at Baze? We say it is Shunga sculpture. It is actually Satavahana. But then it has adapted itself to Shunga idiom. So we receive all those things. It is said that, well, the Bhumija temple has its own origin in Madhya Pradesh, because the King Bhoja himself was in Samarangana Sutradhara, is one of the best exponents of the Bhumija architecture. But then Bhumija is equally, because one of the earliest temples at Ambarnath is an equally early temple. So Maharashtra was more with Bhumija temples. Then Nagara temple was there, the Dravida was there and Vesara also was there. So we take inspirations from the surrounding regions and develop our own style. Just think about the Kushana sculpture and compare it with the sculpture which is there in cave number 3 at Kanheri. It is an original thing. Similarly, the sculpture at Karle, the inspiration is there, probably from the north, from the Kushanas, but we have transformed that particular ideal into altogether a different ideal. And it is, I would say that, well, in its own way, it has its own authenticity. So in order to understand the development of the art of architecture, then sculpture, then painting, we have to take into consideration some of these types of factors, the geographical factors. I said, again, I forgot to mention about that one of the topics which is still to be addressed is the relationship between the Chalcolithic, megalithic, and the early Iron Age sites as it's called. I would simply give a remark. I won't discuss much. Professor Lal, who worked on the second urbanization as a part of his ICHR project has come to the conclusion that, well, the Iron Age, in a way, was inspired in the Gangetic Plain through sites like, you can say, Ahar and other places in Rajasthan. And then, when we see the oral history which comes from Ramayana, Rama is going to, in his exile, goes to Dandakaranya. I won't again go into the details why Sankarya was pressed, as also other scholars were forced to accept that, well, Lanka must have been, Ravana's Lanka must have been in Madhya Pradesh. For that, again, you have to go to the oral tradition of the Gonds. You know, one of the Gond kings, he said, Jatpa Gond, from the Ramgad lineage, he has issued silver and gold coins. And one of his gold coins, he says that we are the descendants of Pulastya Muni. Ravana was son of Pulastya Muni. So we have to understand. We have to understand ethnography. We have to understand, you can say, the oral tradition. We have to understand the other sources which are there, like Ramayana and Mahabharata. I think our early historical, you can say, the gap which is there in megalithic, the gap which is there in Chalcolithic and early historical period in Maharashtra, unless we properly study Ramayana and Mahabharata, we won't know about it. Again, I'm not going into the details of that. I think I should mention a bit about my own efforts which are directed in trying to understand the Sahyadri Khanda, Renuka Mahatmya. I would say that in medieval period also, oral tradition as also the performing traditions, unless we understand them, we won't understand our own history. Professor Mate and Pathi tried their best and produced a report. And it was very important to show that, well, archaeological methods, they can be used to reconstruct even history. He quotes R.N. Mehta. He said that about Humayun's raid on Chapaner, there are 7 accounts, historical accounts, contemporary accounts, and still they didn't know what was the sequence of the events. It was R.N. Mehta, with the help of his understanding of architecture, fort architecture of Chapaner, that he could give the answer that, well, it must have been done in this particular way, in this particular sequence. So medieval archaeology is equally important. I will simply give you the example of my own work which I have done on the Renuka Mahatmya and the Amali Grama Mahatmya, which are about Renuka at Mahur, one of the Shakti Peethas. And that very clearly shows that right from something like 9th century, it is a Shakti Peetha known in Devi Bhagavata, which can be roughly dated to 9th to 10th century AD. And that very clearly shows that the Gondali Nritya was a dance of the Gonds. It was presented through a billi, that is a Gond woman, in the court of Someshwara in 11th century, 12th century AD. And it has been described, it receives the prestige of a nritya, as it is called, that is a Deshi dance, not nritya, that is the classical dance, but then it has got religious significance. We all know how Gondar is very important in the life of all of us Maharashtrians. Without Gondar, we cannot proceed. Jocularly, it can be said. But it is a religious dance which is connected with the Gond, Maria Gond dance, wherein the Kauri sales are important. And it has become a cultural part. Unless we understand what is the significance of the Kundali Nritya, its representations in art, and its place in the performing arts of India and the Deccan, we won't be able to reconstruct the history. Can you imagine that the medieval history of the Deccan, edited by great personalities like Sherwani, Professor P.M. Doshi, and so many others, they have only 2 entries on Gonds. One is Gond, a tribe between Narmada and Krishna, Godavari, the region called Gondwana. These are the only 2 entries. When these people, if we try to trace their own history, we'll find out that it is altogether different type of thing. And now we call them as, you can say, scheduled tribes. The descendants of persons who have delivered, who have issued gold and silver coins. They have their own, they have built about 40 forts. And we call them tribals. This is not our history. So unless we apply properly our archaeological methods, probably we won't be. These are some of the challenges with these young scholars who are sitting before me. They have to take up those challenges and try to understand the discipline of archaeology, the discipline of iconology. Again, I'm not going into the detail, very well illustrated by Carol Bolan in his Lajja Gauri and complemented by R.C. Dhere. So unless this type of research is done, these are the challenges. These are to be taken up. And now I will talk a bit. I think I might be accused of being giving a very lengthy and boring address, but without referring to the other component, that is of museums, I think, and there is one more, and that is the urban conservation. I would say that, well, the act came sometime in 1984-85. At that time, Mr. Koratkar was the principal secretary of Education Department. He called and asked me, Tamkedkar, this is not our thing. This has to be done in collaboration with the Urban Development Department. And therefore, there was that famous, you can say, supplement which was for the in the development of the cities and other things, and Urban Conservation Act came. I think I was associated for more than 20 years, you can say, or 30 years with both the Metropolitan, you can say, conservation cell, as also the cell of the Bombay Municipal Corporation. They are doing wonderful work. We have to understand that. Our young scholars have to concentrate on that. You must have realized I couldn't have the leisure of listening to Abha Lamba, but I am associated with her firm for a long time. The Art Deco, whether it is Ajanta or Ellora, whether it is Elephanta. So all these are World Heritage Sites, or for that matter, even our own Victoria Terminal Station, which we call it now, not simply CST, but CMST. You see, the Empress of India and Queen of England could be referred to as Victoria, but we are afraid of referring to Shivaji Maharaj as Shivaji. Unfortunate, I would say. Anyway, we have to, as I can tell you, that the type of urban conservation which is being executed in the city of Bombay through the cell which is there in the municipal, you can say, Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, is doing great work according to me. Our students have to know that. And similarly, they have to know about the World Heritage, the concept of World Heritage. We are connected with the world, you see. All these are creations, man's achievements at the level of world, whether it is VT station or whether it is Ajanta, Ellora or Elephanta. So we have to, and that is what exactly the museums are going to do. They are going to give us our own identity. Our colonial past also we should be trying to understand through these relationships, and museums can do a great work. So a museum tries to show you what you are, your self-identity. A museum tells you your own place in the society and the history and also the world. So this way we have to look at the museums, and I'm sure that Dr. Garge, a very responsible person who has been occupying the great post, not because it was occupied by me, but he is the type of tasks which are there before him, the type of museum which he is going to build up. You see, Shivaji Museum was thought of in 80s, and Dr. Khandalwala, Gorakhsakar, and we had prepared a plan of a museum for which a place was given in Bandra. Somehow it was occupied by an educational institution later on, connected probably with a minister or something like that. What I want to say about museums is that, well, when I was interviewed by Gorakhsakar as director, he asked me, what do you think about the museums? What is the difference between a district museum and a regional museum or a state museum? Then, of course, I gave some answers which probably satisfied him. But then, probably what we will have to do is that probably district museums will be created but supervised by the Department of Archaeology and Museums. So the Jilla Parishad should be encouraged to create these museums, and there is a provision for finding out funds for cultural, you can say, work. Many times those funds are used only for the improvement of the Tirtha Kshetras in the Mafuzal area, but they can be used even for building up the museums, as also looking after some of the monuments, unprotected monuments, but which are important monuments through the Jilla Parishads. There can be different ideas regarding that, but probably the Department of Archaeology will have to think from that point of view. And then there was somebody who had come. Probably the story of the museum or at Mahur was not put in a historical perspective. It was Mr. Rathod who was responsible for it. He happened to be the brother-in-law of Sudhakar Rao Naik, and that is why the museum came into being. I am putting it very lightly. There is a wonderful story behind that, but that is the urge which was shown by the Khasdar, and because of that the museum came up. So at that time when he approached me, I asked him, we don't have museums at our divisional headquarters. Nasik does not have a museum, but now it is there, a small museum which was started during my own time. Then Amravati doesn't have. For that matter, you can say Pune doesn't have a state museum. Actually, the Raja Kelkar Museum is a state museum. Please remember that. The property belongs to the state. It does not belong to the descendants of Raja Kelkar or Dinkar Kelkar. It is a government museum run by a board of which, please remember, the chairman is the municipal commissioner, the commissioner of Pune division. But we should have a museum in every divisional headquarter. And I would say a bit about the policy of the government of India as also government of Maharashtra. When I used to go for the development of museums, I was told that no, half the money is kept for Raja Kelkar Museum. Remaining half, it was hardly, for 5 years, it was something like 5 crores, out of which 2.5 crores probably many times went to Raja Kelkar, and 2.5 crores went to the rest of the 12 museums which were governed by the state. Please remember that the Prince of Wales Museum is a government museum. The land, the building, the artifacts, they belong to the government. It is run by a board of trustees for the sake of convenience, and it is being run very well. I have nothing to say about that, but please remember it is a government museum. I will tell you a small anecdote about the policy of the government of India and government of Maharashtra also, indirectly. There was a conference which was called during the time of Indiraji. At that time, Kapilaji was the secretary, deputy secretary or whatever it is in culture department who was looking after that. She was surprised about one thing. She said that in Maharashtra, the culture department or the subjects of culture which I enumerated in the beginning, 7 subjects, they are being looked after by 5 secretaries. Is the Maharashtra government serious about the culture department? Then probably it took something like 5 or 10 years to bring all these departments together, though I think still the library continues with the education and the teaching of fine arts still continues with the technical and higher education, whatever it is. The most, you can say, disheartening thing was the review which was taken. You see, I had the dubious, you can say, importance of being representative of the state of Maharashtra. At that time, there was Janata government which was coming up. Everybody was very busy, and therefore Mr. Suprankar said that Damkadkar, you have to go and attend this conference on behalf of the minister. I said, sir, I don't know much about it. He said, please, I'm sending you, don't talk anything about our state or anything, because you don't know. So please bring material. What was that material? It showed that the culture departments, the 7 departments which I talked about initially, they got 3 to 4% of the budget which was meant for education department. Fortunately, Maharashtra has a very good budget for the education department. Probably many of you don't know that 18% of our budget is spent on education. But only 3% of that is spent, not even that. So that has to somewhere improve, and probably the government will have to think seriously about their own culture policy. There is something like a mission for culture, manuscripts as also museums. I used to work very meticulously. I made a list of about 50 museums which were working, not working, and that type of thing in Maharashtra. If we have to nurture the movement of movements, then in that case, not only the individual persons, Raja Dinkar Kelkar was a great person. He collected those things and handed over to the government of Maharashtra, but then there is no policy regarding as to what should be. I'm glad Dr. Garge mentioned that where there is going to be something like now policy changes which are coming, that if a museum building is to be repaired, it will be repaired not by an ordinary PWD person, but by a conservation architect. I'm glad. But then government should be told that, well, they should look after. Much of the money which is meant for the culture department is taken away by the culture department itself, in the sense the performing arts and so many drama and so many other things. The other departments are neglected according to me. They have not been able to find out a place for the archives. It is being discussed right from 1948. The government is still in two minds whether it should be in Nasik, whether it should be in Pune, or whether it should remain in Bombay only. I am trying to tell that, well, not that the government is bad or something like that. Their attention, you see, once Mr. Suftankar told me that Damkadkar, I complained about certain things that, well, some of the officers in the Mantralaya, they don't understand these things. Sometimes it is very difficult to communicate with the minister. He said, Damkadkar, you have to educate all the people, including the officers. So we have to create that awareness. And now I realize what is the responsibility of Dr. Tejas Karge. With these words, I would say that I have talked enough, sometimes even some anecdotes, sometimes even some facts, sometimes even some of my interpretation and understanding. Thank you very much for giving me this honor to be part of this great thing which has happened. And thank you, Dr. Tejas Garge, as also Supriya Rai, my dear friend. And please give my words of gratitude to Sameerji Somaya and also the Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for being there always. May I now request Dr. Tejas Garge to give vote of thanks. We can give mic there otherwise. Or, yeah. No, yes, turn the camera.
Well, I'm going to make it very quick. I'm thankful to Dr. Zamkhedkar, first of all, for giving that marathon valedictory address. He is a talking encyclopedia over the Maharashtra archaeology history and so on. So I'm really grateful to you, sir, for being here. And I think you attended all the sessions very patiently. Not too many of us realize that, it seems. But thank you so much for being there. I really thank Somaya Institute, the Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, both of you, madam. I mean, you have worked really continuously along with our team. From our side, Samir Bhatkar and Srishti, there's the other girl, Radhika, and so many volunteers that I can't name, so many of them. All volunteers, they have really worked. They founded the basis for this conference. So first of all, thanks to them. And of course, you cannot have a good conference without good speakers. So I'm thankful to all speakers for coming here or presenting from distance. So this was the new mode that we tried, because many a times you see in online presentations there's a technical glitch and the presentations are not complete. You know, timekeeping was an issue, but I think we'll improve with the time next time. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you and good night.
Session is over. We have arranged few workshops tomorrow for students. All students are welcome. At 10 o'clock in the morning, we will start workshop at the Govinda canteen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Zamkhedkar, sir.